Book 2, Prologue, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Prologue. Right well I wot, most mighty Sovereign, that all this famous antique history, of some the aboundance of an idle brain will judged be, and painted forgery, rather than matter of just memory. Sith none that breatheth living air does know where is that happy land of Faerie, which I so much do vaunt, yet nowhere can show, but vouch antiquities, which nobody can know. But let that man with better sense advise, that of the world least part to us is read, and daily how through hardy enterprise many great regions are discovered, which to late age were never mentioned. Who ever heard of the Indian Peru, or who in venturous vessel measured the Amazon huge river now found true, or fruitfullest Virginia, who did ever view? Yet all these were, when no man did them know, yet have from wisest ages hidden been, and later times things more unknown shall show. Why then should witless man so much misween that nothing is, but that which he hath seen? What if within the moon's fair shining sphere? What if in every other star unseen Of other worlds he happily should hear? He wonder would much more, yet such to some appear. Of Faerieland, yet if he more enquire, By certain signs here set in sundry place He may it find. Ne let him then admire, But yield his sense to be too blunt and base, That note without an hound find footing trace. And thou, O fairest Princess under sky, In this faire mirror mayst behold thy face, And thine own realmes in Lond of Faerie, And in this antique image thy great ancestry. The which, O pardon me to thus infold In covered veile, and wrap in shadowes light, That feeble eyes your glory may behold, Which else could not endure those beames bright, But would be dazzled with exceeding light. O pardon, and vouchsafe with patient eare The brave adventures of this Faerie Knight, The good Sir Guyon, graciously to heare, In whom great rule of temperance goodly doth appeare. End of Prologue, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 1, The Legend of Sir Guyon, or of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, or of Temperance. Canto 1. Guyon, by arch-image abused, the Red Cross Knight awaits, finds Mordaunt and Amavia slain, with pleasure's poisoned baits. That cunning architect of cankered guile, whom princes late displeasure left in bands, for falsed letters and suborned wile, soon as the Red Cross Knight he understands, to been departed out of Eden lands, to serve again his sovereign elfin queen, his arts he moves, and out of caitiffs' hands himself he frees by secret means unseen, his shackles empty left, himself escaped clean. And forth he fares, full of malicious mind, to worken mischief and avenging woe, wherever he that godly knight may find, his only heart-sore and his only foe, sith Una now he algates must forego, whom his victorious hands did erst restore to native crown and kingdom late ago, where she enjoys sure peace for evermore, as weather-beaten ship arrived on happy shore. Him therefore now the object of his spite and deadly feud he makes, him to offend, by forged treason or by open fight, he seeks of all his drift the aimed end. Thereto his subtle engines he does bend, his practic wit and his fair filed tongue, with thousand other sleights, for well he kenned his credit now in doubtful balance hung, for hardly could be hurt who was already stung. Still, as he went, he crafty stales did lay, with cunning trains him to entrap unwares, and privy spiels placed in all his way, to weet what course he takes and how he fares, to catch him at advantage in his snares. But now so wise and wary was the knight, by trial of his former harms and cares, that he descried and shunned still his sleight. The fish that once was caught, new bait will hardly bite. Natheless the enchanter would not spare his pain, in hope to win occasion to his will, which when he long awaited had in vain, he changed his mind from one to other ill, for to all good he enemy was still. Upon the way him fortuned to meet, fair marching underneath a shady hill, a goodly knight, all armed in harness meet, that from his head no place appeared to his feet. His carriage was full comely and upright, his countenance demure and temperate, but yet so stern and terrible in sight, that cheered his friends and did his foes amate. He was an elfin, born of noble state, and mickle worship in his native land. Well could he tourney, and in lists debate, and knighthood took of good Sir Huon's hand, when with King Oberon he came to Fairyland. Him also accompanied upon the way a comely palmer, clad in black attire, of ripest years and hairs all hoary grey, that with a staff his feeble steps did stire, lest his long way his aged limbs should tire. And if by looks one may the mind areed, he seemed to be a sage and sober sire, and ever with slow pace the knight did lead, who taught his trampling steed with equal steps to tread. Such one as Archimago them did view, he weened well to work some uncouth wile. Eftsoons untwisting his deceitful clue, he gan to weave a web of wicked guile. And with fair countenance and flattering style, to them approaching thus the knight bespake: Fair son of Mars, that seek with warlike spoil, and great achievements great yourself to make, vouchsafe to stay your steed for humble miser's sake. He stayed his steed for humble miser's sake, and bade tell on the tenor of his plaint, who feigning them in every limb to quake, through inward fear, and seeming pale and faint, with piteous moan his piercing speech gan paint. Dear lady, how shall I declare thy case, whom late I left in languorous constraint? Would God thyself now present were in place, to tell this rueful tale, thy sight could win thee grace. Or rather would, O would it so had chanced, that you, most noble sir, had present been, when that lewd ribald, with vile lust advanced, laid first his filthy hands on virgin clean, to spoil her dainty corpse, so fair and sheen, as on the earth, great mother of us all, with living eye more fair was never seen, of chastity and honour virginal. Witness ye heavens, whom she in vain to help did call. How may it be, said then the knight half wroth, that knight should knighthood ever so have shent? None but that saw, quoth he, would ween for troth, how shamefully that maid he did torment. Her looser golden locks he rudely rent, and drew her on the ground, and his sharp sword against her snowy breast he fiercely bent, and threatened death with many a bloody word. Tongue hates to tell the rest, that eye to see abhorred. Therewith amoved from his sober mood, And lives he yet, said he, that wrought this act, and done the heavens afford him vital food? He lives, quoth he, and boasteth of the fact, Nay yet hath any knight his courage cracked. Where may that treacher then, said he, be found, or by what means may I his footing tract? That shall I show, said he, as sure as hound the stricken deer doth challenge by the bleeding wound. He stayed not longer talk, but with fierce ire and zealous haste away is quickly gone, to seek that knight, where him that crafty squire supposed to be. They do arrive anon, where sat a gentle lady all alone, with garments rent and hair dishevelled, wringing her hands and making piteous moan. Her swollen eyes were much disfigured, and her fair face with tears was foully blubbered. The knight approaching nigh, thus to her said, "Fair lady, through foul sorrow ill bedight, great pity is to see you thus dismayed, and mar the blossom of your beauty bright. Forthly appease your grief and heavy plight, and tell the cause of your conceived pain. For if he live that hath you done despite, he shall you do due recompense again, or else his wrong with greater puissance maintain." Which when she heard, as in despiteful wise, she wilfully her sorrow did augment, and offered hope of comfort did despise. Her golden locks most cruelly she rent, and scratched her face with ghastly dreariment. Ne would she speak, ne see, ne yet be seen, but hid her visage, and her head down bent, either for grievous shame, or for great teen, as if her heart with sorrow had transfixed been. Till her that squire bespake, "Madam, my lief, for God's dear love be not so wilful bent, but do vouchsafe now to receive relief, the which good fortune doth to you present. For what boots it to weep and to wyment, when ill is chanced, but doth the ill increase, and the weak mind with double woe torment." When she her squire heard speak, she gan appease her voluntary pain, and feel some secret ease. Eftsoon she said, "Ah, gentle trusty squire, what comfort can I woeful wretch conceive? Or why should ever I henceforth desire to see fair heaven's face, and life not leave, sith that false traitor did my honour reave?" "False traitor, certes," said the fairy knight. "I read the man that ever would deceive a gentle lady, or her wrong through might. Death were too little pain for such a foul despite. But now, fair lady, comfort to you make, and read who hath ye wrong this shameful plight, that short revenge the man may overtake, whereso he be, and soon upon him light." "Certes," said she, "I wot not how he hight, but under him a grey steed did he wield, whose sides where dappled circles were indight. Upright he rode, and in his silver shield he bore a bloody cross that quartered all the field." "Now by my head," said Guyon, "much I muse, how that same knight should do so foul amiss, or ever gentle damsel so abuse. For may I boldly say he surely is a right good knight, and true of word y-wis. I present was, and can it witness well, when arms he swore, and straight did enterprise the adventure of the errant damosel, in which he hath great glory won, as I hear tell. Natheless he shortly shall again be tried, and fairly quite him of the imputed blame. Else be ye sure he dearly shall abide, or make you good amendment for the same. All wrongs have mends, but no amends of shame. Now therefore, lady, rise out of your pain, and see the salving of your blotted name." Full loath she seemed thereto, but yet did feign, for she was inly glad her purpose so to gain. Her purpose was not such as she did feign, ne yet her person such as it was seen, but under simple show and semblant plain lurked false Duessa, secretly unseen, as a chaste virgin that had wronged been. So had false Archimago her disguised, to cloak her guile with sorrow and sad teen, and eke himself had craftily devised to be her squire, and do her service well aguised. Her late forlorn and naked he had found, where she did wander in waste wilderness, lurking in rocks and caves far underground, and with green moss covering her nakedness, to hide her shame and loathly filthiness. Sith her Prince Arthur of proud ornaments and borrowed beauty spoiled. Her natheless the enchanter finding fit for his intents, did thus revest, and decked with due habiliments. For all he did was to deceive good knights, and draw them from pursuit of praise and fame, to slug and sloth and sensual delights, and end their days with irrenowned shame. And now exceeding grief him overcame, to see the red cross thus advanced high. Therefore this crafty engine did he frame, against his praise to stir up enmity, of such as virtues like mote unto him a lie. So now he Guyon guides an uncouth way, through woods and mountains, till they came at last into a pleasant dale that lowly lay, betwixt two hills, whose high heads overplaced, the valley did with cool shade overcast. Through midst thereof a little river rolled, by which there sat a knight with helm unlaced, himself refreshing with the liquid cold, after his travel long and labours manifold. "Lo yonder he," cried Archimage aloud, "that wrought the shameful fact which I did shew, and now he doth himself in secret shroud, to fly the vengeance for his outrage due. But vain, for ye shall dearly do him rue. So God ye speed and send you good success, which we far off will here abide to view." So they him left, inflamed with wrathfulness, that straight against that knight his spear he did address. Who seeing him from far so fierce to prick, his warlike arms about him gan embrace, and in the rest his ready spear did stick, though whenas he saw him towards pace, he gan rencounter him in equal race. They been y-met, both ready to a frap, when suddenly that warrior gan abase, his threatened spear, as if some new mishap had him betid, or hidden danger did entrap, and cried, "Mercy, Sir Knight, and mercy, Lord, for mine offence and heedless hardiment, that had almost committed crime abhorred, and with reproachful shame mine honour shent. Whiles cursed steel against that badge I bent, the sacred badge of my Redeemer's death, which on your shield is set for ornament." But his fierce foe his steed could stay uneath, who pricked with courage keen did cruel battle breathe. But when he heard him speak, straightway he knew his error, and himself inclining said, "Ah, dear Sir Guyon, well becometh you, but me behoveth rather to upbraid, whose hasty hand so far from reason strayed, that almost it did heinous violence on that fair image of that heavenly maid, that decks and arms your shield with fair defence. Your courtesy takes on you another's due offence." So been they both at one, and done uprear their beavers bright, each other for to greet, goodly comportance each to other bear, and entertain themselves with courtesies meet. Then said the Red Cross Knight, "Now mote I weet, Sir Guyon, why with so fierce salience and fell intent ye did at erst me meet. For sith I know your goodly governance, great cause I ween you guided, or some uncouth chance." "Certes," said he, "well mote I shame to tell the fond encheason that me hither led. A false infamous fator late befell me for to meet that seemed ill bestead, and plained of grievous outrage which he read. A knight had wrought against a lady gent, which to avenge he to this place me led, where you he made the mark of his intent, and now is fled. Foul shame him follow where he went. So can he turn his earnest unto game, through goodly handling and wise temperance, by this his aged guide in presence came, who soon as on that night his eye did glance, eftsoons of him had perfect cognizance. Sith him in Faerie Court he late avised, and said, "Fair son, God give you happy chance, and that dear cross upon your shield devised, wherewith above all knights ye goodly seem aguised. Joy you may have, and everlasting fame, of late most hard achievement by you done, for which enrolled is your glorious name in heavenly registers above the sun, where you, a saint, with saints your seat have won. But wretched we, where ye have left your mark, must now anew begin, like race to run. God guide thee, Guyon, well to end thy wark, and to the wished haven bring thy weary bark." "Palmer," him answered the Red Cross Knight, "his be the praise that this achievement wrought. Who made my hand the organ of his might, more than goodwill to me attribute not. For all I did but as I ought. But you, fair sir, whose pageant next ensues, well mote ye thee, as well can wish your thought, that home ye may report thrice happy news, for well ye worthy been for worth and gentle thews." So courteous Congy both did give and take, with right hands plighted pledges of goodwill. Then Guyon forward gan his voyage make, with his black palmer that him guided still. Still he him guided over dale and hill, and with his steady staff did point his way. His race with reason, and with words his will, from foul intemperance he oft did stay, and suffered not in wrath his hasty steps to stray. In this fair wise they travelled long y fair, through many hard assays which did betide, of which he honour still away did bear, and spread his glory through all countries wide. At last, as chanced them by a forest side to pass for succour from the scorching ray, they heard a rueful voice that sternly cried, with piercing shrieks and many a doleful lay, which to attend, awhile their forward steps they stay. "But if that careless heavens," quoth she, "despise the doom of just revenge, and take delight to see sad pageants of men's miseries, as bound by them to live in lives despite, yet can they not warn death from wretched wight. Come then, come soon, come sweetest death to me, and take away this long lent loathed light. Sharp be thy wounds, but sweet the medicines be, that long captivated souls from weary thraldom free. But thou, sweet babe, whom frowning froward fate hath made sad witness of thy father's fall, sith heaven thee deigns to hold in living state, long mayst thou live, and better thrive withal, than to thy luckless parents did befall. Live thou, and to thy mother dead attest that clear she died from blemish criminal. Thy little hands imbrued in bleeding breast, lo I for pledges leave, so give me leave to rest." With that a deadly shriek she forth did throw, that through the wood re-echoed again, and after gave a groan so deep and low, that seemed her tender heart was rent in twain, or thrilled with point of through-piercing pain, as gentle hind, whose sides with cruel steel through launched forth her bleeding life does rain, whiles the sad pang approaching she does feel, brays out her latest breath, and up her eyes doth seal. Which when that warrior heard, dismounting straight, from his tall steed he rushed into the thick, and soon arrived where that sad portrait of death and dolour lay, half dead, half quick, in whose white alabaster breast did stick a cruel knife that made a grisly wound, from which forth gushed a stream of gore-blood thick, that all her goodly garments stained around, and into a deep sanguine dyed the grassy ground. Pitiful spectacle of deadly smart, beside a bubbling fountain low she lay, which she increased with her bleeding heart, and the clean waves with purple gore did ray. Also in her lap a lovely babe did play, his cruel sport instead of sorrow due, for in her streaming blood did he embay, his little hands and tender joints imbrue, pitiful spectacle as ever eye did view. Besides them both, upon the soiled grass, the dead corse of an armed knight was spread, whose armour all with blood besprinkled was. His ruddy lips did smile, and rosy red did paint his cheerful cheeks, yet being dead. Seemed to have been a goodly personage, now in his freshest flower of lusty head, fit to inflame fair lady with love's rage, but that fierce fate did crop the blossom of his age. Whom when the good Sir Guyon did behold, his heart gan wax as stark as marble stone, and his fresh blood did freeze with fearful cold, that all his senses seemed bereft at one. At last his mighty ghost gan deep to groan, as lion, grudging in his great disdain, mourns inwardly and makes to himself moan, till ruth and frail affection did constrain his stout courage to stoop and show his inward pain. Out of her gored wound the cruel steel he lightly snatched, and did the floodgate stop with his fair garment. Then gan softly feel her feeble pulse to prove if any drop of living blood yet in her veins did hop, which when he felt to move, he hoped fair to call back life to her forsaken shop. So well did he her deadly wounds repair, that at the last she gan to breathe out living air. Which he perceiving greatly gan rejoice, and goodly counsel, that for wounded heart is meetest medicine, tempered with sweet voice. Ay me, dear lady, which the image art of rueful pity and impatient smart. What direful chance, armed with avenging fate, or cursed hand hath played this cruel part, thus foul to hasten your untimely date? Speak, O dear lady, speak, help never comes too late. Therewith her dim eyelids she up gan rear, on which the dreary death did sit as sad as lump of lead, and made dark clouds appear. But whenas him all in bright armour clad before her standing she espied had, as one out of a deadly dream affright, she weakly started, yet she nothing dread. Straight down again herself in great despite she grovelling threw to ground, as hating life and light. The gentle knight her soon with careful pain uplifted light, and softly did uphold. Thrice he her reared, and thrice she sunk again, till he his arms about her sides gan fold, and to her said, Yet if the stony cold have not all seized on your frozen heart, let one word fall that may your grief unfold, and tell the secret of your mortal smart. He oft finds present help who does his grief impart. Then casting up a deadly look full low, she sighed from bottom of her wounded breast, and after many bitter throbs did throw, with lips full pale and faltering tongue oppressed. These words she breathed forth from riven chest: Leave, ah, leave off, whatever wight thou be, to let a weary wretch from her due rest, and trouble dying souls' tranquillity. Take not away now got, which none would give to me. Ah, far be it, said he, dear dame, from me, to hinder soul from her desired rest, or hold sad life in long captivity, for all I seek is but to have redressed the bitter pangs that doth your heart infest. Tell then, O lady, tell what fatal prief hath with so huge misfortune you oppressed, that I may cast to compass your relief, or die with you in sorrow, and partake your grief. With feeble hands then stretched forth on high, as heaven accusing guilty of her death, and with dry drops congealed in her eye, in these sad words she spent her utmost breath. Hear then, O man, the sorrows that uneath my tongue can tell, so far all sense they pass. Lo, this dead corpse that lies here underneath, the gentlest knight that ever on green grass gay steed with spurs did prick, the good Sir Mordaunt was, ay, the while, that he is not so now. My lord, my love, my dear lord, my dear love, so long as heaven's just with equal brow vouchsafed to behold us from above, one day when him high courage did enmove, as wont ye knights to seek adventures wild, he pricked forth his puissant force to prove. Me then he left enwomb of this child, this luckless child, whom thus ye see with blood defiled. Him fortuned, hard fortune ye may guess, to come where vile Acrasia does won, Acrasia a false enchanteress, that many errant knights hath foul fordone, within a wandering island that doth run, and stray in perilous gulf her dwelling is. Fair sir, if ever there ye travel, shun the cursed land where many wend amiss, and know it by the name, it hight the Bower of Bliss. Her bliss is all in pleasure and delight, wherewith she makes her lovers drunk and mad, and then with words and weeds of wondrous might on them she works her will to uses bad. My liefest lord she thus beguiled had, for he was flesh, all flesh doth frailty breed, whom when I heard to been so ill bestad, weak wretch I wrapped myself in palmer's weed, and cast to seek him forth through danger and great dread. Now had fair Cynthia by even turns full measured 3/4 of her year, and thrice 3 times had filled her crooked horns, when as my womb her burden would forbear, and bade me call Lucina to me near. Lucina came, a man-child forth I brought. The woods, the nymphs, the bowers my midwives were, hard help at need. So dear the babe I bought, yet not too dear I deemed, while so my dear I sought. Him so I sought, and so at last I found, where him that witch had thralled to her will, in chains of lust and lewd desires abound, and so transformed from his former skill, that me he knew not, neither his own ill, till through wise handling and fair governance I him recured to a better will, purged from drugs of foul intemperance, then means I gan devise for his deliverance. Which when the vile enchanteress perceived, how that my lord from her I would reprieve, with cup thus charmed, him parting she deceived. Sad verse, give death to him that death does give, and loss of love to her that loves to live. So soon as Bacchus with the nymph does link, so parted we, and on our journey driv, till coming to this well, he stooped to drink. The charm fulfilled, dead suddenly he down did sink. Which when I wretch, not one word more she said, but breaking off the end for want of breath, and sliding soft, as down to sleep her laid, and ended all her woe in quiet death. That seeing, good Sir Guyon could uneath from tears abstain, for grief his heart did grate, and from so heavy sight his head did wreath, accusing fortune and too cruel fate, which plunged had fair lady in so wretched state. Then turning to his palmer said, Old sire, behold the image of mortality, and feeble nature clothed with fleshly tire, when raging passion with fierce tyranny robs reason of her due regality, and makes it servant to her basest part. The strong it weakens with infirmity, and with bold fury arms the weakest heart. The strong through pleasure soonest falls, the weak through smart. But Temperance, said he, with golden squire, betwixt them both can measure out a mean, neither to melt in pleasure's hot desire, nor fry in heartless grief and doleful teen.
Thrice happy man, who fares them both atween, but sith this wretched woman overcome of anguish rather than of crime hath been, pursue her cause to her eternal doom, and in the mean vouchsafe her honourable tomb. Palmer, quoth he, death is an equal doom to good and bad, the common inn of rest, but after death the trial is to come, when best shall be to them that lived best, but both alike, when death hath both suppressed, religion's reverence doth burial teen, which whoso wants so much of his rest. For all so great shame after death I ween, as self to die and bad, unburied bad to been. So both agree their bodies to engrave, the great earth's womb they open to the sky, and with sad cypress seemly it embrace, then covering with a clod their closed eye, they lay therein those corses tenderly, and bid them sleep in everlasting peace. But ere they did their utmost obsequy, Sir Guyon more affection to increase, by intempt a sacred vow, which none should aye release. The dead knight's sword out of his sheath he drew, with which he cut a lock of all their hair, which meddling with their blood and earth he threw into the grave, and again devoutly sware, such and such evil God on Guyon rear, and worse young Orpheus be thy pain, if I or thou due vengeance do forbear, till guilty blood her guerdon doth do obtain. So shedding many tears, they close the earth again. End of Book 2, Canto 1, The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 2. Babe's bloody hands may not be cleansed, the face of golden mien, her sisters to extremities strive her to banish clean. Thus, when Sir Guyon with his faithful guide had with due rites and dolorous lament the end of their sad tragedy uptide, the little babe up in his arms he hent, who with sweet pleasance and bold blandishment gan smile on them, that rather ought to weep, as careless of his woe, or innocent of that was done, that ruth empierced deep in that knight's heart, and words with bitter tears did steep. Ah, luckless babe, born under cruel star, and in dead parents' baleful ashes bred, full little weenest thou what sorrows are left thee for portion of thy livelihood. Poor orphan in the wild world scattered, as budding branch rent from the native tree, and thrown forth till it be withered. Such is the state of men, thus enter we into this life with woe, and end with misery. Then soft himself inclining on his knee, down to that well did in the water wean, so love does loath disdainful nicety. His guilty hands from bloody gore to clean, he washed them oft and oft, yet nought they been for all his washing cleaner. Still he strove, yet still the little hands were bloody seen, the which him into great amazement drove, and into diverse doubt his wavering wonder clove. He wist not whether blot of foul offence might not be purged with water nor with bath, or that high God, in lieu of innocence, imprinted had that token of his wrath, to shew how sore blood guiltiness he hateth, or that the charm and venom which they drunk, their blood with secret filth infected hath, being diffused through the senseless trunk, that through the great contagion direfully deadly stunk. Whom thus at gaze the palmer gan to board with godly reason, and thus fair bespake: Ye been right hard amated, gracious Lord, and of your ignorance great marvel make. whilst cause not well conceived ye mistake, but know, that secret virtues are infused in every fountain and in every lake, which who hath skill them rightly to have choosed, to proof of passing wonders hath full often used. But those some were so far from their source endued, by great Dame Nature, from whose fruitful pap their wellheads spring, and are with moisture dewed, which feeds each living plant with liquid sap, and fills with flowers fair Flora's painted lap. But other some by gift of later grace, or by good prayers, or by other hap, had virtue poured into their waters base, and thenceforth were renowned, and sought from place to place. Such is this well, wrought by occasion strange, which to her nymph befell upon a day, as she the woods with bow and shafts did range, the heartless hind and roebuck to dismay. Dan Faunus chanced to meet her by the way, and kindling fire at her fair burning eye, inflamed was to follow beauty's chase, and chased her, that fast from him did fly, as hind from her, so she fled from her enemy. At last, when failing breath began to faint, and saw no means to scape, of shame afraid, to set her down to weep for sore constraint, and to Diana calling loud for aid, her dear besought, to let her die a maid. The goddess heard, and sudden where she sate, welling out streams of tears, and quite dismayed, with stony fear of that rude rustic mate, transformed her to a stone from steadfast virgin state. Lo, now she is that stone, from whose two heads, as from two weeping eyes, fresh streams do flow. Yet cold through fear and old conceived dreads, and yet the stone her semblance seems to show, shaped like a maid, that such she may her know, and yet her virtues in her water bide, for it is chaste and pure as purest snow, nor lets her waves with any filth be dyed, but ever like herself unstained hath been tried. From thence it comes, that this babe's bloody hand may not be cleansed with water of this well, nor certes, sir, strive you it to withstand, but let them still be bloody, as befell, that they his mother's innocence may tell, as she bequeathed in her last testament, that as a sacred symbol it may dwell in her son's flesh, to mind revengement, and be for all chaste dames an endless monument. He hearkened to his reason, and the child uptaking to the palmer gave to bear, but his sad father's arms with blood defiled, and heavy load himself did lightly rear, and turning to that place in which whileare he left his lofty steed with golden selle, and goodly gorgeous barbs, him found not there. By other accident that erst befell, he is conveyed, but how or where, here fits not tell. Which when Sir Guyon saw, all were he wroth, yet algates mote he soft himself appease, and fairly fare on foot, however loth, his double burden did him sore disease. So long they travelled with little ease, till at last they to a castle came, built on a rock adjoining to the seas. It was an ancient work of antique fame, and wondrous strong by nature and by skilful frame. Therein 3 sisters dwelt of sundry sort, the children of one sire by mothers 3, who, dying whilome did divide this fort, to them by equal shares in equal fee. But strifeful mind and diverse quality drew them in parts, and each made others foe. Still did they strive, and daily disagree. The eldest did against the youngest go, and both against the middest meant to worken woe. Where, when the knight arrived, he was right well received, as knight of so much worth became. Of second sister, who did far excell the other 2, Medina was her name, a sober, sad, and comely courteous dame, who rich arrayed, and yet in modest guise in goodly garments, that her well became, fair marching forth in honourable wise, him at the threshold met, and well did enterprise. She led him up into a goodly bower, and comely courted with meet modesty, nor in her speech, nor in her haviour, was lightness seen, or looser vanity, but gracious womanhood, and gravity, above the reason of her youthly years. Her golden locks she roundly did uptie in breaded trammels, that no looser hairs did out of order stray about her dainty ears. Whilst she herself thus busily did frame, seemly to entertain her new come guest, news hereof to her other sisters came, who all this while were at their wanton rest, a-courting each her friend with lavish fest. There were 2 knights of peerless puissance, and famous far abroad for warlike guest, which to these ladies love did countenance, and to his mistress each himself strove to advance. He that made love unto the eldest dame was hight Sir Hudibras, an hardy man, yet not so good of deeds as great of name, which he by many rash adventures won. Since errant arms to so he first began, more huge in strength than wise in works he was, and reason with full hardies overran. Stern melancholy did his courage pass, and was for terror more, all armed in shining brass. But he that loved the youngest was Sansloy, he that fair Una late foul outraged, the most unruly, and the boldest boy that ever warlike weapons menaged, and to all lawless lust encouraged, through strong opinion of his matchless might, nor aught he cared whom he endamaged by tortuous wrong, or whom bereaved of right. He now this lady's champion chose for love to fight. These two gay knights, vowed to so diverse loves, each other does envy with deadly hate, and daily war against his foeman moves, in hopes to win more favour with his mate, and the other's pleasing service to abate, to magnify his own. But when they heard how in that place strange knight arrived late, both knights and ladies forth right angry fared, and fiercely unto battle stern themselves prepared. But ere they could proceed unto the place where he abode, themselves at discord fell, and cruel combat joined in middle space, with horrible assault and fury fell. They heaped huge strokes, the scorned life to quell, that all on uproar from her settled seat the house was raised, and all that in did dwell seemed that loud thunder with amazement great did rend the rattling skies with flames of fouldering heat. The noise thereof call'th forth that stranger knight, to weet what dreadful thing was there in hand, where when as two brave knights in bloody fight with deadly rancour he enraged fond, his sun-broad shield about his rest he bond, and shining blade unsheathed, with which he ran unto that stead their strife to understond, and at his first arrival them began with goodly means to pacify well as he can. But they him spying, both with greedy force attunce upon him ran, and him beset with strokes of mortal steel without remorse, and on his shield like iron sledges bet, as when a bear and tiger being met in cruel fight on Lybic ocean wide, espy a traveller with feats abet, whom they in equal prey hope to divide. They stint their strife, and him assail on every side. But he, not like a weary traveller, their sharp assault right boldly did rebut, and suffered not their blows to bite him near, but with redoubled buffs them back did put, whose grieved minds with choler did englut, against themselves turning their wrathful spite, gan with new rage their shields to hew and cut. But still when Guyon came to part their fight, with heavy load on him they freshly gan to smite, as a tall ship tossed in troublous seas, whom raging winds threatening to make the prey of the rough rocks, do diversly disease, meets two contrary billows by the way, that her on either side to soar assay, and boast to swallow her in greedy grave. She, scorning both their spites, doth make wide way, and with her breast breaking the foamy wave, doth ride on both their backs, and fair herself doth save. So boldly he him bears, and rusheth forth between them both, by conduct of his blade, wondrous great prowess and heroic worth he shewed that day, and rare ensample made, when two so mighty warriors he dismayed. Attunce he wards and strikes, he takes and pays, now forced to yield, now forcing to invade, before, behind, and round about him lays, so double was his pains, so double be his praise. Strange sort of fight, 3 valiant knights to see, 3 combats join in one, and two do reign a triple war with triple enmity, all for their ladies' froward love to gain, which gotten was but hate. So love does reign in stoutest minds, and maketh monstrous war. He maketh war, he maketh peace again, and yet his peace is but continual jar. O miserable men, that to him subject are. Whilst thus they mingled were in furious arms, the fair Medina with her tresses torn, and naked breast in pity of their harms amongst them ran, and falling them before, besought them by the womb which them had borne, and by the loves which were to them most dear, and by the knighthood, which they sure had sworn their deadly cruel discord to forbear, and to her just conditions of fair peace to hear. But her two other sisters standing by her loud gainsaid, and both their champions bad pursue the end of their strong enmity, as ever of their loves they would be glad. Yet she with pithy words and counsel sad still strove their stubborn rages to revoke, that at the last suppressing fury mad, they gan abstain from dint of direful stroke, and hearken to the sober speeches which she spoke. Ah, puissant lords, what cursed evil sprite, or fail Erinnys in your noble hearts, her hellish brond hath kindled with despite, and stirred you up to work your wilful smarts? Is this the joy of arms? Be these the parts of glorious knighthood after blood to thrust, and not regard due right and just deserts? Vain is the vaunt, and victory unjust, that more to mighty hands than rightful cause doth trust. And were there rightful cause of difference, yet were not better fare it to accord, than with blood guiltiness to heap offence, and mortal vengeance join to crime abhorred? O fly from wrath, fly, O my leafless lord! Sad be the sights and bitter fruits of war, and thousand furies wait on wrathful sword. Nor aught the praise of prowess more doth mar, than foul revenging rage, and base contentious jar. But lovely concord, and most sacred peace doth nourish virtue, and fast friendship breeds. Weak she makes strong, and strong thing doth increase, till it the pitch of highest praise exceeds. Brave be her wars, and honourable deeds, by which she triumphs over ire and pride, and wins an olive girland for her meeds. Be therefore, O my dear lords, pacified, and this misseeming discord meekly lay aside. Her gracious words their rancour did appall, and sunk so deep into their boiling breasts, that down they let their cruel weapons fall, and lowly did abase their lofty crests to her fair presence, and discreet behests. Then she began a treaty to procure, and stablished terms betwixt both their requests, that as a law for ever should endure, which to observe in word of knights they did assure. Which to confirm, and fast to bind their league, after their weary sweat and bloody toil, she them besought, during their quiet trigue, into her lodgings to repair a while, to rest themselves, and grace to reconcile. They soon consent, so forth with her they fare, where they are well received, and made to spoil themselves of soiled arms, and to prepare their minds to pleasure, and their mouths to dainty fare. And these two froward sisters, their fair loves came with them eke, all were they wondrous loth and feigned cheer, as for the time behoves, but could not colour yet so well the troth, but that their natures bad appeared in both. For both did at their second sister grutch, and inly grieve, as doth an hidden moth the inner garment fret, not the utter touch. One thought their cheer too little, the other thought too much. Elissa, so the eldest hight, did deem such entertainment base, nor aught would eat, nor aught would speak, but evermore did seem as discontent for want of mirth or meat. No solace could her paramour entreat her once to show, nor court nor dalliance, but with bent lowring brows, as she would threat, she scowled, and frowned with froward countenance, unworthy of fair ladies' comely governance. But young Perissa was of other mind, full of disport, still laughing, loosely light, and quite contrary to her sisters' kind. No measure in her mood, no rule of right, but poured out in pleasure and delight. In wine and meats she flowed above the bank, and in excess exceeded her own might. In sumptuous tire she joyed herself to prank, but of her love too lavish, little how she thank. Fast by her side did the bold Sansloy, fit mate for such a mincing minion, who in her looseness took exceeding joy, might not be found a franker Frannion of her lewd parts to make companion. But Hudibras, more like a malcontent, did see and grieve at his bold fashion, hardly could he endure his hardiment, yet still he sat, and inly did himself torment. Betwixt them both the fair Medina sate, with sober grace and goodly carriage. With equal measure she did moderate the strong extremities of their outrage. That forward pair she ever would assuage, when they would strive due reason to exceed. But that same froward twain would accourage, and of her plenty add unto their need. So kept she them in order, and herself in heed. Thus fairly she attempered her feast, and pleased them all with meat satiety. At last, when lust of meat and drink was ceased, she Guyon dear besought of courtesy, to tell from whence he came through jeopardy, and whither now on new adventure bound, who with bold grace and comely gravity, drawing to him the eyes of all around, from lofty siege began these words aloud to sound. This thy demand, lady, doth revive fresh memory in me of that great Queen, great and most glorious Virgin Queen alive, that with her sovereign power and sceptre sheen all Faerie land doth peaceably sustain. In widest ocean she her throne doth rear, though over all the earth it may be seen, as morning sun her beams dispreaden clear, and in her face fair peace and mercy doth appear. In her the riches of all heavenly grace in chief degree are heaped up on high, and all that else this world's enclosure base hath great or glorious in mortal eye, adorns the person of her Majesty, that men beholding so great excellence and rare perfection in mortality, do her adore with sacred reverence, as the idol of her Maker's great magnificence. To her I homage and my service owe, in number of the noblest knights on ground, mongst whom on me she deigned to bestow order of maidenhead, the most renowned, that may this day in all the world be found. An yearly solemn feast she wants to make, the day that first doth lead the year around, to which all knights of worth and courage bold resort, to hear of strange adventures to be told. There this old Palmer shewed himself that day, and to the mighty Princess did complain of grievous mischiefs, which a wicked Fay had wrought, and many whelmed in deadly pain, whereof he craved redress. My Sovereign, whose glory is in gracious deeds, and joys throughout the world her mercy to maintain, eftsoons devised redress for such annoys, me all unfit for so great purpose she employs. Now hath fair Phoebe with her silver face thrice seen the shadows of the nether world, sith last I left that honourable place, in which her royal presence is enthralled. Nor ever shall I rest in house nor hold, till I that false Acrasia have won, of whose foul deeds, too hideous to be told, I witness am, and this their wretched son, whose woeful parents she hath wickedly fordone. Tell on, fair Sir, said she, that doleful tale, from which sad ruth does seem you to restrain, that we may pity such unhappy bale, and learn from pleasures poison to abstain. Ill by ensample good doth often gain. Then forward he his purpose gan pursue, and told the story of the mortal pain, which Mordaunt and Amavia did rue, as with lamenting eyes himself did lately view. Nigh was far spent, and now in ocean deep, Orion, flying fast from hissing snake, his flaming head did hasten for to steep, when of his piteous tale he end did make, whilst with delight of that he wisely spake, those guests beguiled, did beguile their eyes of kindly sleep, that did them overtake. At last, when they had marked the changed skies, they wist their hour was spent them each to rest him highs. End of Canto 2, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon. Book 2, Canto 3, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 3. Vain braggadocio, getting Guyon's horse, is made the scorn of knighthood true, and is of fair Belphoebe foul forlorn. Soon as the morrow fair with purple beams dispersed the shadows of the misty night, and Titan, playing on the eastern streams, cleared the dewy air with springing light, Sir Guyon, mindful of his vow yplight, uprose from drowsy couch, and him addressed unto the journey which he had behight. His puissant arms about his noble breast, and many-folded shield he bound about his rest. Then taking of that Virgin pure, the bloody-handed babe unto her truth did earnestly commit, and her conjure, in virtuous lore to train his tender youth, and all that gentle nourriture in sooth, and that so soon as riper years he wrought, he might for memory of that day's ruth be called Ruddymane, and thereby taught to avenge his parents' death on them that had it wrought. So forth he fared, as now befell, on foot, sith his goodly steed is lately from him gone, patience perforce, helpless, what may it boot to fret for anger, or for grief to moan, his palmer now shall foot no more alone. So fortune wrought, as under greenwood's side he lately heard that dying lady groan. He left his steed without, and spear beside, and rushed in on foot to aid her, ere she died. The whiles a losel wandering by the way, one that to bounty never cast his mind, nor thought of honour ever did assay his baser breast, but in his kestrel kind a pleasing vein of glory vain did find. To which his flowing tongue and troublous sprite gave him great aid, and made him more inclined. He that brave steed there finding ready dight, purloined both steed and spear, and ran away full light. Now gan his heart all swell in jollity, and of himself great hope and help conceived, that puffed up with smoke of vanity, and with self-loved personage deceived, he gan to hope of men to be received for such, as he him thought, or fain would be. But for in court gay portents he perceived, and gallant show to be in greatest gree, eftsoons to court he cast avance his first degree. And by the way he chanced to espy one sitting idle on a sunny bank, to whom avaunting in great bravery, as peacock, that his painted plumes doth prank, he smote his courser in the trembling flank, and to him threatened his heart-thrilling spear. The seely man, seeing him ride so rank, and aim at him, fell flat to ground for fear, and crying mercy loud, his piteous hands gan rear. Thereat the scarecrow wexed wondrous proud, through fortune of his first adventure fair, and with big thundering voice reviled him loud. Vile caitiff, vassal of dread and despair, unworthy of the commune breathed air, why livest thou, dead dog, a longer day, and dost not unto death thyself prepare? Die, or thyself my captive yield for aye. Great favour I thee grant, for answer thus to stay. Hold, dear lord, hold your dead doing hand. Then loud he cried, I am your humble thrall. Ah wretch, quoth he, thy destinies withstand my wrathful will, and do for mercy call. I give thee life, therefore prostrated fall, and kiss my stirrup, that thy homage be. The miser threw himself, as an offal, straight at his foot in base humility, and cleaped him his liege, to hold of him in fee. So happy peace they made, and fair accord, eftsoons this liegeman gan to wex more bold, and when he felt the folly of his lord, in his own kind he gan himself unfold, for he was wily witted, and grown old in cunning sleights and practic knavery. From that day forth he cast for to uphold his idle humour with fine flattery, and blow the bellows to his swelling vanity. Trumpart, fit man for braggadocio, to serve at court in view of vaunting eye, vain glorious man, when fluttering wind does blow in his light wings, is lifted up to sky, the scorn of knighthood and true chivalry, to think without desert of gentle deed, and noble worth to be advanced high. Such praise is shame, but honour virtue's meed doth bear the fairest flower in honourable seed. So forth they pass, a well consorted pair, till at length with Archimage they meet, who seeing one that shone in armour fair on goodly courser thundering with his feet, eftsoons supposed him a person meet of his revenge to make the instrument. For since the Red Cross Knight he erst did weet to been with Guyon knit in one consent, the ill which erst to him he now to Guyon meant. And coming close to Trumpart gan enquire of him, what mighty warrior that mote be, that rode in golden selle with single spear, but wanted sword to wreak his enmity. He is a great adventurer, said he, that hath his sword through hard assay forgone, and now hath vowed, till he avenged be of that despite, never to wearen none, that spear is him enough to doen 1,000 groan. The enchanter greatly joyed in the vaunt, and weened well ere long his will to win, and both his foemen with equal foil to daunt, though to him louting lowly did begin to plain of wrongs, which had committed been, by Guyon, and by that false Red Cross Knight, which two through treason and deceitful gin had slain Sir Mordaunt and his lady bright, that mote him honour win, to wreak so foul despite. Therewithal suddenly he seemed enraged, and threatened death with dreadful countenance, as if their lives had in his hand been gaged, and with stiff force shaking his mortal lance, to let him weet his doughty valiance. Thus said: Old man, great sure shall be thy meed, if where those knights for fear of due vengeance do lurk, thou certainly to me areed, that I may wreak on them their heinous hateful deed. Certes, my lord, said he, that shall I soon, and give you eke good help to their decay. But mote I wisely you advise to doon, give no odds to your foes, but do purvey yourself of sword before that bloody day. For they be two the prowest knights on ground, and oft approved in many hard assay, and eke of surest steel that may be found. Do arm yourself against that day, them to confound. Dotard, said he, let be thy deep advice. Seems that through many years thy wits thee fail, and that weak eld hath left thee nothing wise. Else never should thy judgment be so frail, to measure manhood by the sword or mail. Is not enough 4/4 of a man, withouten sword or shield, an host to quail? Thou little wotest what this right hand can, speak they which have beheld the battles, which it wan. The man was much abashed at his boast, yet well he wist, that whoso would contend with either of those knights on even coast, should need of all his arms him to defend, yet feared lest his boldness should offend. When Braggadocio said: Once I did swear, when with one sword 7 knights I brought to end, thenceforth in battle never sword to bear, but it were that which noblest knight on earth doth wear. Perdie, Sir Knight, said then the enchanter blithe, that shall I shortly purchase to your hond, for now the best and noblest knight alive Prince Arthur is, that wons in Faerie Lond. He hath a sword, that flames like burning brond. The same by my device I undertake shall by to morrow by thy side be fond. At which bold word that boaster gan to quake, and wondered in his mind, what mote that monster make. He stayed not for more bidding, but away was sudden vanished out of his sight. The northern wind his wings did broad display at his command, and reared him up light, from off the earth to take his airy flight. They looked about, but nowhere could espy tract of his foot. Then dead through great affright they both nigh were, and each bade other fly. Both fled at once, nor ever back returned I. Till that they came unto a forest green, in which they shroud themselves from causeless fear. Yet fear them follows still, whereso they been, each trembling leaf and whistling wind they hear, as ghastly bug their hair on end does rear. Yet both do strive their fearfulness to feign. At last they heard a horn, that shrilled clear throughout the wood, that echoed again, and made the forest ring, as it would rive in twain. Eft through the thick they heard one rudely rush, with noise whereof he from his lofty steed down fell to ground, and crept into a bush, to hide his coward head from dying dreed. But Trumpart stoutly stayed to taken heed of what might hap. Eft soon there stepped forth a goodly lady clad in hunter's weed, that seemed to be a woman of great worth, and by her stately portance born of heavenly birth. Her face so fair as flesh it seemed not, but heavenly portrait of bright angel's hue, clear as the sky, withouten blame or blot, through goodly mixture of complexions due, and in her cheeks the vermeil red did shew, like roses in a bed of lilies shed, the which ambrosial orders from them threw, and gazers' sense with double pleasure fed, able to heal the sick, and to revive the dead. In her fair eyes 2 living lamps did flame, kindled above at the heavenly Maker's light, and darted fiery beams out of the same, so passing persant, and so wondrous bright, that quite bereaved the rash beholder's sight. In them the blinded God his lustful fire to kindle oft assayed, but had no might, for with dread majesty and awful ire she broke his wanton darts, and quenched base desire. Her ivory forehead, full of bounty brave, like a broad table did itself dispread, for love his lofty triumphs to engrave, and write the battles of his great Godhead. All good and honour might therein be read, for there their dwelling was. And when she spake, Sweet words, like dropping honey, she did shed, And twixt the pearles and rubins softly brake A silver sound, that heavenly musique seemed to make. Upon her eyelids many Graces sate, Under the shadow of her even browes, Working bellegardes and amorous retrate, And every one her with a grace endowes, And every one with meekness to her bowes. So glorious mirror of celestial grace, And soveraine monument of mortall vowes, How shall fraile pen describe her heavenly face, For feare through want of skill her beauty to disgrace? So faire, and thousand times more faire she seemed, When she presented was to sight, And was yclad, for heat of scorching aire, All in a silken chamace lily white, Purfled uppon with many a folded plight, Which all above besprinkled was throughout With golden aiglets, that glistred bright Like twinkling starres, and all the skirt about Was hemmed with golden fringe. Below her ham her weed was somewhat traine, And her streight legges most bravely were imbailed In gilden buskins of costly cordwaine, All barred with golden bends, which were entailed With curious antiques, and full faire o'mailed. Before they fastned were under her knee In a rich jewell, and therein entrailed The ends of all their knots, that none might see How they within their foldings close enwrapped be. Like two faire marble pillars they were feene, Which do the temple of the Gods fupport, Whom all the people deck with girlands greene, And honour in their festivall refort. Those same with stately grace and princely port She taught to tread, when she herfelfe would grace. But with the woody nymphs when she did play, Or when the flying libbards she did chace, She could them nimbly move, and after fly apace. And in her hand a sharp boar fpeare she held, And at her back a bow and quiver gay, Stufft with steele headed darts, wherewith she quelled The falvage beafts in her victorious play, Knit with a golden baldrick, which forelay Athwart her fnowy breaft, and did divide Her dainty paps, which like young fruit in May Now little gan to fwell, and being tied, Through her thin weed their places onely fignifide. Her yellow lockes crispt like golden wire About her fhoulders weren loosely shed, And when the wind amongft them did inspire, They wavered like a pennon wide difpred, And low behind her back were scattered. And whether art it were, or heedlefle hap, As through the flowring forrest rafh she fled, In her rude haires fweet flowers themfelves did lap, And flourifhing frefh leaves and bloffoms did enwrap, Such as Diana by the fandy fhore, Or fwift Eurotas, or on Cynthus greene, Where all the nymphes hath her unwares forlore, Wandreth alone with bow and arrows keene To feeke her game. Or as that famous Queene of Amazons, Whom Pyrrhus did destroy, the day that firft Of Priam fhe was feene, did fhew herfelfe In great triumphant joy, To fuccour the weake ftate of fad afflicted Troy. Such when as heartlefle Trompart did her vew, He was difmayed in his coward mind, And doubted whether he himfelfe fhould fhew, Or fly away, or bide alone behind. Both feare and hope he in her face did find, When fhe at laft him fpying thus befpake: Haile, groome, didft not thou fee a bleeding hind, Whofe right haunch erft my ftedfaft arrow ftrake? If thou didft, tell me, that I may her overtake. Wherewith revived, this answer forth he threw: O Goddeffe, for such I thee take to be, For neither doth thy face terrestrial shew, Nor voice sound mortall, I avow to thee, Such wounded beaft as that I did not see, Sith erft into this forrest wild I came. But mote thy goodly head forgive it me, To weete, which of the Gods I fhall thee name, That unto thee due worfhip I may rightly frame. To whom fhe thus, but ere her words enfued, Unto the bufh her eye did fudden glaunce, In which vaine Braggadochio was mewed, And faw it ftirre, fhe left her piercing launce, And towards gan a deadly fhaft advaunce, In mind to marke the beaft. At which fad ftarre Trompart forth ftept, to ftay the mortall chaunce, Out crying: Whatever heavenly powre, Or earthly wight thou be, withhold this deadly houre. O ftay thy hand, for yonder is no game For thy fierce arrows, them to exercize: But lo, my Lord, my Liege, whofe warlike name In farre renowned through many bold emprize, And now in fhade he fhrowded yonder lies. She ftayed, with that he crawled out of his nest, Forth creeping on his caitiff hands and thighs, and standing stoutly up, his lofty crest did fiercely shake and rouse, as coming late from rest. As fearful fowl, that long in secret cave for dread of soaring hawke herself hath hid, not caring how her silly life to save, she her gay painted plumes disordered, seeing at last herself from danger rid, peeps forth, and soon renews her native pride. She gins her feathers foul disfigured proudly to prune, and set on every side, so shakes off shame, nor thinks how erst she did her hide. So when her goodly visage he beheld, he gan himself to vaunt, but when he viewed those deadly tools which in her hand she held, soon into other fits he was transmused, till she to him her gracious speech renewed. All hail, Sir Knight, and well may thee befall, as all the like, which honour hath pursued, through deeds of arms and prowess martial. All virtue merits praise, but such the most of all. To whom he thus: Fairest under sky, true be thy words, and worthy of thy praise. That warlike feats dost highest glorify. Therein have I spent all my youthly days, and many battles fought, and many frays throughout the world, whereso they might be found, endeavouring my dreaded name to raise above the moon, that fame may it resound in her eternal trompe, with laurel girland crowned. But what art thou, lady, which doest range in this wild forest, where no pleasure is, and doest not it for joyous court exchange, amongst thine equal peers, where happy bliss and all delight does reign, much more than this? There thou mayst love, and dearly loved be, and swim in pleasure, which thou here dost miss. There mayst thou best be seen, and best mayst see. The wood is fit for beasts, the court is fit for thee. Whoso in pomp of proud estate, quoth she, does swim, and bathes himself in courtly bliss, does waste his days in dark obscurity, and in oblivion ever buried is. Where ease abound, it's eath to do amiss. But who his limbs with labours and his mind behaves with cares, cannot so easy miss, abroad in arms, at home in studious kind, who seeks with painful toil, shall honour soonest find. In woods, in waves, in wars she wants to dwell, and will be found with peril and with pain. Nor can the man, that moulds in idle cell unto her happy mansion attain. Before her gate high God did sweat ordain, and wakeful watches ever to abide. But easy is the way, and passage plain to pleasure's palace. It may soon be spied, and day and night her doors to all stand open wide. In prince's court the rest she would have said, but that the foolish man, filled with delight of her sweet words, that all his sense dismayed, and with her wondrous beauty ravished quite, gan billen in filthy lust, and leaping light, thought in his bastard arms her to embrace. With that she swung back her javelin bright against him bent, and fiercely did menace, so turned her about, and fled away apace. Which when the peasant saw, amazed he stood, and grieved at her flight, yet durst he not pursue her steps through wild unknown wood. Besides he feared her wrath, and threatened shot, whiles in the bush he lay, nor yet forgot. Ne cared he greatly for her presence vain, but turning said to Trumpet: What foul blot is this to night, that lady should again depart to woods untouched, and leave so proud disdain? Perdie, said Trumpet, let her pass at will, least by her presence danger mote befall. For who can tell, and sure I fear it ill, but that she is some power celestial? For while she spake, her great words did appall my feeble courage, and my heart oppress, that yet I quake and tremble over all. And I, said Braggadocio, thought no less, when first I heard her horn sound with such ghastliness. For from my mother's womb this grace I have, me given by eternal destiny, that earthly thing may not my courage brave dismay with fear, or cause one foot to fly, but either hellish fiends, or powers on high. Which was the cause, when erst that horn I heard, weening it had been thunder in the sky, I hid myself from it, as one afeard. But when I other knew, myself I boldly reared. But now for fear of worse that may betide, let us soon hence depart. They soon agree, so on his steed he got, and gan to ride, as one unfit therefore, that all might see he had not trained been in chivalry, which well that valiant courser did discern. For he despised to tread in due degree, but chuffed and foamed with courage fierce and stern, and to be eased of that base burden still did earn. End of Canto 3, Book 2. The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 4, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 4. Guyon does furor bind in chains, and stops occasion, delivers Phaedon, and therefore by strife is railed upon. In brave pursuit of honourable deed, there is I know not what great difference between the vulgar and the noble seed, which unto things of valorous pretence seems to be born by native influence, as feats of arms, and love to entertain, but chiefly skill to ride, seems a science proper to gentle blood. Some others feign to manage steeds, as did this vaunter, but in vain. But he, the rightful owner of that steed, who well could manage and subdue his pride, the whiles on foot was forced for to yeed, with that black palmer his most trusty guide, who suffered not his wandering feet to slide, but when strong passion or weak fleshliness would from the right way seek to draw him wide, he would through temperance and steadfastness teach him the weak to strengthen, and the strong suppress. It fortuned forth faring on his way, he saw from far, or seemed for to see, some troublous uproar, or contentious fray, whereto he drew in haste it to agree. A madman, or that feigned mad to be, drew by the hair along upon the ground a handsome stripling with great cruelty, whom sore he bet and gored with many a wound, that cheeks with tears and sides with blood did all abound. And him behind a wicked hag did stalk, in ragged robes and filthy disarray. Her other leg was lame, that she no to walk, but on a staff her feeble steps did stay. Her locks, that loathly were and hoary grey, grew all afore, and loosely hung unrolled, but all behind was bald and worn away, that none thereof could ever taken hold, and eke her face ill-favoured, full of wrinkles old. And ever as she went, her tongue did walk in foul reproach, and terms of vile despite, provoking him by her outrageous talk, to heap more vengeance on that wretched wight. Sometimes she wrought him stones, wherewith to smite, sometimes her staff, though it her one leg were, withouten which she could not go upright. Nay, any evil means she did forbear, that might him move to wrath and indignation rear. The noble Guyon moved with great remorse approaching, first the hag did thrust away, and after adding more impetuous force, his mighty hands did on the madman lay, and plucked him back, who all on fire straightway, against him turning all his fell intent, with beastly brutish rage gan him assay, and smote, and bit, and kicked, and scratched, and rent, and did he wist not what in his avengement. And sure he was a man of mickle might, had he had governance it well to guide, but when the frantic fit inflamed his sprite, his force was vain, and strook more often wide, than at the aimed mark which he had eyed, and oft himself he chanced to hurt unwares, whilst reason blent through passion naught descried, but as a blindfold bull at random fares, and where he hits naught knows, and whom he hurts naught cares. His rude assault and rugged handling strange seemed to the knight, that I with foe in fair defence and goodly managing of arms was wont to fight. Yet neithermo was he abashed now, not fighting so, but more enfierced through his currish play. Him sternly gripped, and hailing to and fro, to overthrow him strongly did assay, but overthrew himself unwares, and lower lay. And being down, the villain sore did beat, and bruise with clownish fists his manly face. And eke the hag, with many a bitter threat, still called upon to kill him in the place, with whose reproach and odious menace the knight, emboiling in his haughty heart, knit all his forces, and gan soon unbrace his grasping hold. So lightly did upstart, and drew his deadly weapon to maintain his part. Which when the palmer saw, he loudly cried, "Not so, O Guyon, never think that so that monster can be mastered or destroyed. He is not, he is not such a foe as steel can wound or strength can overthrow. That same is Furor, cursed cruel wight, that unto knighthood works much shame and woe. And that same hag, his aged mother hight, occasion, the root of all wrath and despite. With her who so will raging Furor tame, must first begin, and well her amanage. First her restrain from her reproachful blame, and evil means, with which she doth enrage her frantic son, and kindles his courage. Then when she is withdrawn, or strong withstood, it's eke his idle fury to assuage, and calm the tempest of his passion would. The banks are overflowen, when stopped is the flood. Therewith Sir Guyon left his first emprise, and turning to that woman fast her hent by the hoar locks that hung before her eyes, and to the ground her threw. Yet nould she stent her bitter railing and foul revilement, but still provoked her son to wreak her wrong. But natheless he did her still torment, and catching hold of her ungracious tongue, thereon an iron lock did fasten, firm and strong. Then, when as use of speech was from her reft, with her two crooked hands she signs did make, and beckoned him the last help she had left. But he that last left help away did take, and both her hands fast bound unto a stake, that she note stir. Then gan her son to fly full fast away, and did her quite forsake. But Guyon after him in haste did hie, and soon overtook in sad perplexity. In his strong arms he stiffly him embraced, who him gain striving not at all prevailed. For all his power was utterly defaced, and furious fits at erst quite weren quailed. Oft he reinforced, and oft his forces failed, yet yield he would not, nor his rancour slack. Then him to ground he cast, and rudely hailed, and both his hands fast bound behind his back, and both his feet in fetters to an iron rack. With 100 iron chains he did him bind, and 100 knots that did him sore constrain. Yet his great iron teeth he still did grind, and grimly gnash, threatening revenge in vain. His burning eyen, whom bloody strakes did stain, stared full wide, and threw forth sparks of fire, and more for rank despite than for great pain, shaked his long locks, coloured like copper wire, and bit his tawny beard to shew his raging ire. Then when his Guyon Furor had captived, turning about he saw that wretched squire, whom that madman of life nigh late deprived, lying on the ground all soiled with blood and mire, whom when as he perceived to respire, he gan to comfort, and his wounds to dress. Being at last recured, he gan enquire what hard mishap him brought to such distress, and made that caitive's thrall the thrall of wretchedness. with heart then throbbing and with watery eyes. Fair sir, quoth he, what man can shun the hap that hidden lies, unwares him to surprise? Misfortune waits advantage to entrap the man most wary in her whelming lap. So me, weak wretch, of many weakest one, unwitting and unware of such mishap, she brought to mischief through occasion, where this same wicked villain did me light upon. It was a faithless squire that was the source of all my sorrow, and of these sad tears, with whom from tender dug of commune nurse, at once I was upbrought, and eft when years more ripe us reason lent to choose our peers, ourselves in league of vowed love we knit, in which we long time without jealous fears, or faulty thoughts continued, as was fit, and for my part I vow, dissembled not a whit. It was my fortune, commune to that age, to love a lady, fair of great degree, the which was born of noble parentage, and set in highest seat of dignity, yet seemed no less to love than loved to be. Long I her served, and found her faithful still, ne ever thing could cause us disagree. Love that two hearts makes one, makes eke one will, each strove to please, and others' pleasure to fulfil. My friend, hight Philemon, I did partake of all my love and all my privity, who greatly joyous seemed for my sake, and gracious to that lady as to me, nay ever wight that mote so welcome be, as he to her, withouten blot or blame, ne ever thing that she could think or see, but unto him she would impart the same. O wretched man that would abuse so gentle dame! At last such grace I found and means I wrought, that I that lady to my spouse had won, accord of friends, consent of parents sought, affiance made, my happiness begun. There wanted naught but few rites to be done, which marriage make. That day too far did seem, most joyous man, on whom the shining sun did show his face, myself I did esteem, and that my falser friend did no less joyous deem. But ere that wished day his beam disclosed, he either envying my toward good, or of himself to treason ill disposed, one day unto me came in friendly mood, and told for secret how he understood that lady whom I had to me assigned had both disdained her honourable blood, and eke the faith which she to me did bind, and therefore wished me stay till I more truth should find. The gnawing anguish and sharp jealousy, which his sad speech infixed in my breast, rankled so sore and festered inwardly, that my engrieved mind could find no rest, till that the truth thereof I did outrest, and him besought by that same sacred band betwixt us both to counsel me the best. He then with solemn oath and plighted hand assured ere long the truth to let me understand. Ere long with like again he boarded me, saying he now had bolted all the floor, and that it was a groom of base degree, which of my love was partner paramour, who used in a darksome inner bower her oft to meet, which better to approve he promised to bring me at that hour, when I should see that would me nearer move, and drive me to withdraw my blind abused love. This graceless man for furtherance of his guile did court the handmaid of my lady dear, who glad t'embosom his affection vile, did all she might more pleasing to appear. One day to work her to his will more near, he wooed her thus: Priene, so she hight, with great despite doth fortune to thee bear, thus lowly to abase thy beauty bright, that it should not deface all others lesser light. But if she had her least help to thee lent, t'adorn thy form according to thy desert, their blazing pride thou wouldst soon have blent, and stained their praises with thy least good part. Ne should fair Claribel with all her art, though she thy lady be, approach thee near, for proof thereof this evening, as thou art, array thyself in her most gorgeous gear, that I may more delight in thy embracement dear. The maiden, proud through praise, and mad through love, him hearkened to, and soon herself arrayed. The whiles to me the treacher did remove his crafty engine, and as he said, me leading in a secret corner laid, the sad spectator of my tragedy. Where left he went, and his own false part played, disguised like that groom of base degree, whom he had feigned the abuser of my love to be. Eftsoons he came unto the appointed place, and with him brought Priene rich arrayed in Claribel's clothes. Her proper face I not discerned in that darksome shade, but weened it was my love with whom he played. Ah God, what horror and tormenting grief my heart, my hands, mine eyes, and all assayed. Me liefer were 10,000 deaths prief, than wound of jealous worm, and shame of such reprief. I home returning fraught with foul despite, and choying vengeance all the way I went, soon as my loathed love appeared in sight, with wrathful hand I slew her innocent, that after soon I dearly did lament. For when the cause of that outrageous deed demanded, I made plain and evident her faulty handmaid, which that bale did breed, confessed how Philemon her wrought to change her weed. Which when I heard, with horrible affright and hellish fury all enraged, I sought upon myself that vengeable despite to punish. Yet it better first, I thought, to wreak my wrath on him that first it wrought. To Philemon, false Fator, Philemon I cast to pay, that I so dearly bought. Of deadly drugs I gave him drink anon, and washed away his guilt with guilty potion. Thus heaping crime on crime and grief on grief, to loss of love adjoining loss of friend, I meant to purge both with a third mischief, and in my woes beginner it to end. That was Priene, she did first offend, she last should smart, with which cruel intent, when I at her my murderous blade did bend, she fled away with ghastly dreariment, and I pursuing my fell purpose after went. Fear gave her wings, and rage enforced my flight, through woods and plains so long I did her chase, till this madman, whom your victorious might hath now fast bound, me met in middle space. As I her, so he me pursued apace, and shortly overtook. I, breathing ire, sore chafed at my stay in such a case, and with my heat kindled his cruel fire, which kindled once his mother did more rage inspire. Betwixt them both they have me done to die, through wounds and strokes and stubborn handling, that death were better than such agony, as grief and fury unto me did bring, of which in me yet sticks the mortal sting, that during life will never be appeased. When he thus ended had his sorrowing, said Guyon, Squire, sore have ye been diseased, but all your hurts may soon through temperance be eased. Then gan the palmer thus, most wretched man, that to affections does the bridle lend. In their beginning they are weak and wan, but soon through suffrance grow to fearful end. Whiles they are weak betimes with them contend, for when they once to perfect strength do grow, strong wars they make, and cruel battery bend gainst fort of reason it to overthrow. Wrath, jealousy, grief, love, this squire have laid thus low. Wrath, jealousy, grief, love do thus expel. Wrath is a fire, and jealousy a weed. Grief is a flood, and love a monster fell. The fire of sparks, the weed of little seed, the flood of drops, the monster filth did breed. But sparks, seed, drops, and filth do thus delay. The sparks soon quench, the springing seed outweed, the drops dry up, and filth wipe clean away. So shall wrath, jealousy, grief, love, die and decay. Unlucky squire, said Guyon, sith thou hast fallen unto mischief through intemperance, henceforth take heed of that thou now hast passed, and guide thy ways with wary governance, lest worse betide thee by some later chance. But read how art thou named, and of what kin. Feed on I height, quoth he, and do advance mine ancestry from famous Coradin, who first to raise our house to honour did begin. Thus as he spake, lo, far away they spied a varlet running towards hastily, whose flying feet so fast their way applied, that round about a cloud of dust did fly, which mingled all with sweat, did dim his eye. He soon approached, panting, breathless, what, and all so soiled that none could him descry. His countenance was bold and bashèd not for Guyon's looks, but scornful eye-glance at him shot. Behind his back he bore a brazen shield, on which was drawn fair in colours fit, a flaming fire in midst of bloody field, and round about the wreath this word was writ, Burnt I do burn. Right well beseemed it to be the shield of some redoubted knight, and in his hand 2 darts exceeding flit, and deadly sharp he held, whose heads were dight in poison and in blood of malice and despite. When he in presence came, to Guyon first he boldly spake, Sir knight, if knight thou be, abandon this forestalled place at erst, for fear of further harm, I counsel thee, or bide the chance at thine own jeopardy. The knight at his great boldness wondered, and though he scorned his idle vanity, yet mildly him to purpose answered, for not to grow of naught, he it conjectured. Varlet, this place most due to me I deem, yielded by him that held it forcibly. But whence should come that harm which thou dost seem to threat to him that minds his chance to buy? Perdie, said he, here comes, and is hard by a knight of wondrous power and great assay, that never yet encountered enemy, but did him deadly daunt or foul dismay. Nay, thou for better hope, if thou his presence stay. How hight he then, said Guyon, and from whence? Pyrocles is his name, renowned far for his bold feats and hardy confidence, full oft approved in many a cruel war, the brother of Cimocles, both which are the sons of old Acrates and Despite, Acrates son of Phlegethone and Jar, but Phlegethone is son of Herebus and Night, but Herebus son of Eternity is Height. So from immortal race he does proceed, that mortal hands may not withstand his might, dread for his daring do and bloody deed, for all in blood and spoil is his delight. His am I Atin, his in wrong and right, that matter make for him to work upon, and stir him up to strife and cruel fight. Fly, therefore, fly this fearful stead anon, lest thy foolhard eyes work thy sad confusion. His be that care whom most it doth concern, said he, but whither with such hasty flight art thou now bound? For well mote I discern great cause that carries thee so swift and light. My lord, quoth he, me sent, and straight behight to seek occasion, whereso she be, for he is all disposed to bloody fight, and breathes out wrath and heinous cruelty. Hard is his hap that first falls in his jeopardy. Madman, said then the palmer, that does seek occasion to wrath, and cause of strife. She comes unsought, and shunned follows eke. Happy who can abstain when rancour rife kindles revenge, and threats his rusty knife. Woe never once, where every cause is caught, and rash occasion makes unquiet life. Then lo, where bound she sits, whom thou hast sought, said Guyon, let that message to thy lord be brought. That when the varlet heard and saw, straightway he waxed wondrous wroth, and said, Vile knight, that knights and knighthood dost with shame upbray, and shew'st the ensample of thy childish might, with silly weak old woman thus to fight. Great glory and gay spoil sure hast thou got, and stoutly proud thy puissance here in sight, that shall Pyrocles well requite, I wot, and with thy blood abolish so reproachful blot. With that one of his brilliant darts he threw, headed with ire and vengeable despite. The quivering steel his aimed end well knew, and to his breast itself intended right. But he was wary, and ere it impite in the meant mark, advanced his shield atween, on which it seizing no way enter might, but back rebounding left the fork head keen. Eftsoons he fled away, and might nowhere be seen. End of Canto 4. Book 2, Canto 5. The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 5. Pyrocles does with Guyon fight, and Furor's chain unbinds, of whom sore hurt, for his revenge, Aeton Cymocles finds. Whoever doth to temperance apply his steadfast life, and all his actions frame, trust me, shall find no greater enemy than stubborn perturbation to the same, to which right well the wise do give that name, for it the goodly piece of stayed minds does overthrow, and troublous war proclaim, his own woes author, who so bound it finds, as did Pyrocles, and it wilfully unbinds. After that varlet's flight, it was not long, ere on the plain, fast pricking Guyon spied one in bright arms embattled full strong, that as the sunny beams do glance and glide upon the trembling wave, so shined bright, and round about him threw forth sparkling fire, that seemed him to inflame on every side. His steed was bloody red and foamed ire, when with the mastering spur he did him roughly stire. Approaching nigh, he never stayed to greet, ne chaffer words, proud courage to provoke, but pricked so fierce that underneath his feet the smouldering dust did round about him smoke, both horse and man nigh able for to choke, and fairly couching his steel-headed spear, him first saluted with a sturdy stroke. It booted not Sir Guyon coming near to think such hideous puissance on foot to bear, but lightly shunned it, and passing by with his bright blade did smite at him so fell, that the sharp steel arriving forcibly on his broad shield bit not, but glancing fell on his horse neck before the quilted selle, and from the head the body sundred quite. So him dismounted low he did compel on foot with him to matchen equal fight. The trunked beast fast bleating did him foully dight. Sore bruised with the fall he slow uprose, and all enraged thus him loudly shent: "Disloyal knight, whose coward courage chose to wreak itself on beast all innocent, and shunned the mark at which it should be meant, thereby thine arms seem strong, but manhood frail. So hast thou oft with guile thy honour blent, but little may such guile thee now avail, if wonted force and fortune do not much me fail." With that he drew his flaming sword, and strook at him so fiercely, that the upper marge of his seven-folded shield away it took, and glancing on his helmet made a large and open gash therein. Were not his targe, that broke the violence of his intent, the weary soul from thence it would discharge. Nay, the less so sore a buff to him it lent, that made him reel, and to his breast his beaver bent. Exceeding wroth was Guyon at that blow, and much ashamed that stroke of living arm should him dismay, and make him stoop so low, though otherwise it did him little harm. Though hurling high his iron-braced arm, he smote so manly on his shoulder plate, that all his left side it did quite disarm. Yet there the steel stayed not, but inly bate deep in his flesh, and opened wide a red flood-gate. Deadly dismayed with horror of that dent Pyrocles was, and grieved eke entire. Yet nay the more did it his fury stint, but added flame unto his former fire, that well nigh moult his heart in raging ire. Nay, thenceforth his approved skill to ward or strike or hurtle round in warelike gyre remembered he, ne cared for his safeguard, but rudely raged, and like a cruel tiger fared. He hewed, and lashed, and foined, and thundered blows, and every way did seek into his life. Ne plate, ne mail could ward so mighty throes, but yielded passage to his cruel knife. But Guyon, in the heat of all his strife, was wary wise, and closely did await a vantage, whilst his foe did rage most rife. Sometimes athwart, sometimes he strook him straight, and falsed oft his blows, to elude him with such bait. Like as a lion, whose imperial power a proud, rebellious unicorn defies, to avoid the rash assault and wrathful store of his fierce foe, him to a tree applies, and when him running in full course he spies, he slips aside. The whiles that furious beast his precious horn sought of his enemies strikes in the stock, ne thence can be released, but to the mighty victor yields a bounteous feast. With such fair sleight him Guyon often failed, till at the last, all breathless, weary, faint, him spying, with fresh onset he assailed, and kindling new, his courage seeming quaint, strook him so hugely that through great constraint he made him stoop perforce unto his knee, and do unwilling worship to the saint that on his shield depainted he did see. Such homage till that instant never learned he, whom Guyon seeing stoop pursued fast the present offer of fair victory, and soon his dreadful blade about he cast, wherewith he smote his haughty crest so high, that straight on ground made him full low to lie. Then on his breast his victor foot he thrust. With that he cried, "Mercy, do me not die, ne deem thy force by fortune's doom unjust, that hath, maugre her spite, thus low me laid in dust." Eftsoons his cruel hand Sir Guyon stayed, tempering the passion with advisement slow, and mastering might on enemy dismayed. For the equal die of war he well did know, then to him said, "Live and allegiance owe to him that gives thee life and liberty, and henceforth by this day's ensample trow, that hasty wrath and heedless hazardry do breed repentance late and lasting infamy." So up he let him rise, who with grim look and countenance stern upstanding 'gan to grind his grated teeth for great disdain, and shook his sandy locks, long hanging down behind, knotted in blood and dust for grief of mind, that he in odds of arms was conquered. Yet in himself some comfort he did find, that him so noble knight had maistered, whose bounty more than might, yet both he wondered. Which Guyon marking said, Be not aggrieved, Sir Knight, that thus ye now subdued are. Was never man who most conquests achieved, but sometimes had the worse, and lost by war, yet shortly gained, that loss exceeded far. Loss is no shame, nor to be less than foe, but to be lesser than himself doth mar both loser's lot, and victor's praise also. Vain others overthrows who self doth overthrow. Fly, O Pyrocles, fly the dreadful war that in thyself thy lesser parts do move, outrageous anger and woe-working jar, direful impatience and heart-murdering love. Those thy foes, those warriors far remove, which thee to endless bale captive led. But sith in might thou didst my mercy prove, of courtesy to me the cause areed, that thee against me drew with so impetuous dread. Dreadless, said he, that shall I soon declare. It was complained that thou hadst done great tort unto an aged woman, poor and bare, enthralled her in chains with strong effort, void of all succour and needful comfort. That ill beseems thee, such as I thee see, to work such shame. Therefore I thee exhort to change thy will, and set occasion free, and to her captive son yield his first liberty. Thereat Sir Guyon smiled, and is that all, said he, that thee so sore displeased hath? Great mercy sure, for to enlarge a thrall, whose freedom shall thee turn to greatest scath. Natheless now quench thy what emboiling wrath. Lo, there they be, to thee I yield them free. Thereat he wondrous glad, out of the path did lightly leap, where he them bound did see, and gan to break the banks of their captivity. Soon as occasion felt herself untied, before her son could well assoiled be, she to her use returned, and straight defied both Guyon and Pyrocles. The one, said she, because he won, the other because he was won. So matter did she make of naught, to stir up strife, and do them disagree. But soon as furor was enlarged, she sought to kindle his quenched fire, and thousand causes wrought. It was not long ere she inflamed him so, that he would all gates with Pyrocles fight, and his redeemer challenged for his foe, because he had not well maintained his right, but yielded had to that same stranger knight. Now 'gain Pyrocles wecks his wood as he, and him affronted with impatient might, so both together fierce engrasped be, whiles Guyon standing by their uncouth strife does see. Him all that while occasion did provoke against Pyrocles, and new matter framed upon the old, him stirring to be wroke of his late wrongs, in which she oft him blamed for suffering such abuse, as knighthood shamed, and him dishabled quite. But he was wise, nay would with vain occasions be inflamed, yet others she more urgent did devise, yet nothing could him to impatience entice. Their fell contention still increased more and more, thereby increased furor's might, that he his foe has hurt and wounded sore, and him in blood and dirt deformed quite. His mother eke, more to augment his spite, now brought to him a flaming firebrand, which she in Stygian lake, aye, burning bright, had kindled, that she gave into his hand, that armed with fire more hardly he mote him withstand. Though 'gain that villain wex so fierce and strong, that nothing might sustain his furious force, he cast him down to ground, and all along drew him through dirt and mire without remorse, and foully battered his comely course, that Guyon much disdained so loathly sight. At last he was compelled to cry perforce, "Help, O Sir Guyon, help, most noble knight, to rid a wretched man from hands of hellish wight." The knight was greatly moved at his plaint, and gan him dight to succour his distress, till that the palmer by his grave restraint him stayed from yielding pitiful redress, and said, "Dear son, thy causeless ruth repress, nay, let thy stout heart melt in pity vain. He that his sorrow sought through wilfulness, and his foe fettered would release again, deserves to taste his folly's fruit, repented pain." Guyon obeyed, so him away he drew from needless trouble of renewing fight already fought, his voyage to pursue. But rash Pyrocles' varlet ate in height, when late he saw his lord in heavy plight, under Sir Guyon's puissant stroke to fall, him deeming dead, as then he seemed in sight, fled fast away to tell his funeral unto his brother, whom Cymocles men did call. He was a man of rare redoubted might, famous throughout the world for warlike praise, and glorious spoils purchased in perilous fight. Full many doughty knights he in his days had done to death, subdued in equal frays, whose carcasses, for terror of his name, of fowls and beasts he made the piteous praise, and hung their conquered arms for more defame on gallows trees, in honour of his dearest dame. His dearest dame is that enchanteress, the vile Acrasia, that with vain delights and idle pleasures in her bower of bliss does charm her lovers, and the feeble sprites can call out of the bodies of frail wights, whom then she does transform to monstrous hues, and horribly misshapes with ugly sights, captived eternally in iron mews, and darksome dens, where Titan his face never shews. There Aeton found Cymocles sojourning, to serve his layman's love, for he by kind was given all to lust and loose living, whenever his fierce hands he free mote find. And now he has poured out his idle mind into dainty delicies and lavish joys, having his warlike weapons cast behind, and flows in pleasures and vain pleasing toys, mingled amongst loose ladies and lascivious boys. And over him, art striving to compare, with nature did an arbour green dispread, framed of wanton ivy, flowering fair, through which the fragrant eglantine did spread his pricking arms, entrailed with roses red, which dainty odours round about them threw, and all within with flowers was garnished, that when mild Zephyrus amongst them blew, did breathe out bounteous smells and painted colours shew. And fast beside there trickled softly down a gentle stream, whose murmuring wave did play amongst the pumy stones, and made a sound to lull him soft to sleep that by it lay. The weary traveller, wandering that way, therein did often quench his thirsty heat, and then by it his weary limbs display, whiles creeping slumber made him to forget his former pain, and wiped away his toilsome sweat. And on the other side a pleasant grove was shot up high, full of the stately tree, that dedicated is t'Olympic Jove, and his son Alcides, when as he gained in Nemea goodly victory. Therein the merry birds of every sort chanted aloud their cheerful harmony, and made amongst themselves a sweet consort, that quickened the dull sprite with musical comfort. There he him found all carelessly displayed in secret shadow from the sunny ray, on a sweet bed of lilies softly laid, amidst a flock of damsels fresh and gay, that round about him dissolute did play their wanton follies and light merriment, every one of which did loosely disarray her upper parts of meek habiliments, and shewed them naked, decked with many ornaments, and every one of them strove with most delights him to a great and greatest pleasures shew. Some framed fair looks, glancing like evening lights, others sweet words, dropping like honey dew, some bathed kisses, and did soft imbrue the sugared liquor through his melting lips. One boasts her beauty, and does yield to view her dainty limbs above her tender hips, another her outboasts, and all for trial strips. He, like an adder, lurking in the weeds, his wandering thought in deep desire does steep, and his frail eye with spoil of beauty feeds. Sometimes he falsely feigns himself to sleep, whiles through their lids his wanton eyes do peep, to steal a snatch of amorous conceit, whereby close fire in his heart does creep. So he them deceives, deceived in his deceit, made drunk with drugs of dear voluptuous receipt. Aten arriving there, when him he spied, thus in still waves of deep delight to wade, fiercely approaching, to him loudly cried, Cymocles, oh no, but Cymocles' shade, in which that manly person late did fade. What is become of great Acrates' son? Or where hath he hung up his mortal blade, that hath so many haughty conquests won? Is all his force forlorn, and all his glory done? Then pricking him with his sharp-pointed dart, he said, Up, up, thou womanish weak knight, that here in ladies' lap entombed are, unmindful of thy praise and prowest might, and witless eke of lately wrought despite, whiles sad Pyrocles lies on senseless ground, and groaneth out his utmost grudging sprite, through many a stroke and many a streaming wound, calling thy help in vain that here in joy's art drowned. Suddenly out of his delightful dream the man awoke, and would have questioned more, but he would not endure that woeful theme for to dilate it large, but urged sore with piercing words and pitiful implore him hasty to arise. As one affright with hellish fiends or furies mad uproar, he then uprose, inflamed with fell despite, and called for his arms, for he would algates fight. They being y-brought, he quickly does him dight, and lightly mounted passeth on his way, ne ladies' loves, ne sweet entreaties might appease his heat, or hasty passage stay, for he has vowed to be avenged that day itself him seemed all too long, on him that Pyrocles' dear dismay so proudly pricketh on his courser strong, and Aten eye him pricks with spurs of shame and wrong. End of Canto 5, Book 2, The Faerie Queene. Book 2, Canto 6, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 6. Guyon is of immodest mirth, led into loose desire, fights with Cymocles, whiles his brother burns in furious fire. A harder lesson to learn continence in joyous pleasure than in grievous pain, for sweetness doth allure the weaker sense so strongly, that uneaths it can refrain from that which feeble nature covets fain. But grief and wrath, that be her enemies and foes of life, she better can restrain. Yet virtue vaunts in both their victories, and Guyon in them all shews goodly masteries. Whom bold Cymocles travelling to find, with cruel purpose bent to wreak on him the wrath which Aten kindled in his mind, came to a river, by whose utmost brim, waiting to pass, he saw whereas did swim along the shore, as swift as glance of eye, a little gondolet, bedecked trim with boughs and arbours woven cunningly, that like a little forest seemed outwardly. And therein sat a lady fresh and fair, making sweet solace to herself alone. Sometimes she sung, as loud as lark in air. Sometimes she laughed, that nigh her breath was gone, yet was there not with her else any one, that might to her move cause of merriment. Matter of mirth enough, though there were none she could devise, and thousand ways invent to feed her foolish humour and vain jolliment, which when far off Cymocles heard and saw, he loudly called to such as were aboard the little bark unto the shore to draw, and him to ferry over that deep ford. The merry mariner unto his words soon hearkened, and her painted boat straightway turned to the shore, where that same warlike lord she in received, but Aten by no way she would admit, albe the knight her much did pray. Eftsoons her shallow ship away did slide, more swift than swallow shears the liquid sky, without an oar or pilot it to guide, our winged canvas with the wind to fly. Only she turned a pin, and by it cut away upon the yielding wave, ne carried she her course for to apply. For it was taught the way which she would have, and both from rocks and flats itself could wisely save. And all the way the wanton damsel found new mirth her passenger to entertain, for she in pleasant purpose did abound, and greatly joyed merry tales to feign, of which a storehouse did with her remain, yet seemed nothing well they her became, for all her words she drowned with laughter vain, and wanted grace in uttering of the same, that turned all her pleasance to a scoffing game. And other whiles vain toys she would devise, as her fantastic wit did most delight. Sometimes her head she fondly would aguise with gaudy guirlands, or fresh flowrets dight about her neck, or rings of rushes plight. Sometimes to do him laugh she would assay to laugh at shaking of the leaves light, or to behold the waterwork, and play about her little frigate, therein making way. Her light behaviour and loose dalliance gave wondrous great contentment to the knight, that of his way he had no souvenance, nor care of vowed revenge and cruel fight, but to weak wench did yield his martial might. So easy was to quench his flamed mind with one sweet drop of sensual delight, so easy is to appease the stormy wind of malice in the calm of pleasant womankind. Diverse discourses in their way they spent, mongst which Cymocles of her questioned, both what she was and what that usage meant, which in her cot she daily practised. Vain man, said she, that wouldest be reckoned a stranger in thy home, and ignorant of Phaedria, for so my name is read, of Phaedria, thine own fellow servant, for thou to serve Acrasia thyself dost vaunt. In this wide inland sea, that hight by name the idle lake, my wandering ship I row, that knows her port, and thither sails by aim, ne care ne fear I how the wind do blow, or whether swift I wend, or whether slow. Both slow and swift alike do serve my turn, ne swelling Neptune, ne loud thundering Jove can challenge my cheer, or make me ever mourn. My little boat can safely pass this perilous bourne. Whiles thus she talked, and whiles thus she toyed, they were far past the passage, which he spake, and come unto an island, waste and void, that floated in the midst of that great lake. There her small gondolet her port did make, and that gay pair issuing on the shore disburdened her. Their way they forward take into the land that lay them fair before, whose pleasance she him shewed, and plentiful great store. It was a chosen plot of fertile land, amongst wide waves set, like a little nest, as if it had by nature's cunning hand been choicely picked out from all the rest, and laid forth for ensample of the best. No dainty flower or herb that grows on ground, no arboret with painted blossoms dressed, and smelling sweet, but there it might be found to bud out fair, and her sweet smells throw all around. No tree whose branches did not bravely spring, no branch whereon a fine bird did not sit, no bird but did her shrill notes sweetly sing, no song but did contain a lovely dit. Trees, branches, birds, and songs were framed fit for to allure frail mind to careless ease. Careless the man soon walks, and his weak wit was overcome of thing that did him please. So pleased did his wrathful purpose fair appease. Thus when she had his eyes and senses fed with false delights, and filled with pleasures vain, into a shady dale she soft him led, and laid him down upon a grassy plain, and her sweet self without dread or disdain she set beside, laying his head disarmed in her loose lap, it softly to sustain, where soon he slumbered, fearing not to be harmed, the whiles with a loud lay she thus him sweetly charmed. Behold, O man, that toilsome pains dost take the flowers, the fields, and all that pleasant grows, how they themselves do thine ensample make, whiles nothing envious nature them forth throws out of her fruitful lap, how no man knows they spring, they bud, they blossom fresh and fair, and deck the world with their rich pompous shows, yet no man for them taketh pains or care, yet no man to them can his careful pains compare. The lily, lady of the flowering field, the flower de luce, her lovely paramour, bid thee to them thy fruitless labours yield, and soon leave off this toilsome weary store. Lo, lo, how brave she decks her bounteous bower, with silken curtains and gold coverlets, therein to shroud her sumptuous bel amour. Yet neither spins nor cards, ne cares nor frets, but to her mother nature all her care she lets. Why then dost thou, O man, that of them all art lord, and eke of nature sovereign, wilfully make thyself a wretched thrall, and wast thy joyous hours in needless pain, seeking for danger and adventures vain? What boots it all to have and nothing use? Who shall him rue that swimming in the main will die for thirst, and water doth refuse? Refuse such fruitless toil, and present pleasures choose. By this she had him lulled fast asleep, that of no worldly thing he care did take. Then she with liquors strong his eyes did steep, that nothing should him hastily awake. So she him left, and did herself betake unto her boat again, with which she cleft the slothful wave of that great grisly lake. Soon she that island far behind her left, and now is come to that same place where first she weft. By this time was the worthy Guyon brought unto the other side of that wide strand, where she was rowing, and for passage sought. Him needed not long call, she soon to hand her ferry brought, where him she biding fond, with his sad guide. Himself she took aboard, but the black palmer suffered still to stand, ne would for price or prayers once afford to ferry that old man over the perilous ford. Guyon was loath to leave his guide behind, yet being entered might not back retire. For the flit bark, obeying to her mind, forth launched quickly, as she did desire, ne gave him leave to bid that ancient sire adieu, but nimbly ran her wonted course through the dull billows, thick as troubled mire, whom neither wind out of their seat could force, nor timely tides did drive out of their sluggish source. And by the way, as was her wonted guise, her merry fit she freshly gan to rear, and did of joy and jollity devise, herself to cherish, and her guest to cheer. The knight was courteous, and did not forbear her honest mirth, and pleasance to partake, but when he saw her toy, and gibe, and jeer, and pass the bonds of modest merry make, her dalliance he despised, and follies did forsake. Yet she still followed her former style, and said, and did all that mote him delight, till they arrived in that pleasant isle, where sleeping late she left her other knight. But when as Guyon of that land had sight, he wist himself amiss, and angry said, "Ah, dame, perdie, ye have not done me right, thus to mislead me while I you obeyed, me little needed from my right way to have strayed." "Fair sir," quoth she, "be not displeased at all, who fares on sea may not command his way, nay wind and weather at his pleasure call. The sea is wide and easy for to stray, the wind unstable and doth never stay, but here a while ye may in safety rest, till season serve new passage to assay. Better safe port than be in seas distressed." Therewith she laughed, and did her earnest end in jest. But he, half discontent, mote natheless himself appease, and issued forth on shore, the joys whereof and happy fruitfulness, such as he saw she gan him lay before, and all though pleasant, yet she made much more. The fields did laugh, the flowers did freshly spring, the trees did bud, and early blossoms bore, and all the choir of birds did sweetly sing, and told that garden's pleasures in their carolling. And she more sweet than any bird on bough would oftentimes amongst them bear a part, and strive to pass, as she could well enough, their native music by her skilful art. So did she all that might his constant heart withdraw from thought of warlike enterprise, and drown in dissolute delights apart, where noise of arms or view of martial guise might not revive desire of knightly exercise. But he was wise and wary of her will, and ever held his hand upon his heart, yet would not seem so rude and thewed ill, as to despise so courteous seeming part, that a gentle lady did to him impart. But faintly tempering fond desire subdued, and ever her desired to depart, she list not here, but her disports pursued, and ever bade him stay till time the tide renewed. And now by this Cymocles' hour was spent, that he awoke out of his idle dream, and shaking off his drowsy dreariment, gan him avise how ill did him beseem in slothful sleep his molten heart to steam, and quenched the brand of his conceived ire. Though up he started, stirred with shame extreme, ne stayed for his damsel to enquire, but marched to the strand their passage to require. And in the way he with Sir Guyon met, accompanied with Phaedria the fair. Eftsoons he gan to rage and inly fret, crying, "Let be that lady debonair, thou recreant knight, and soon thyself prepare to battle, if thou mean her love to gain. Lo, lo already, how the fowls in air do flock, awaiting shortly to obtain thy carcass for their prey, the guerdon of thy pain. and therewithal he fiercely at him flew, and with importune outrage him assailed, who soon prepared to field his sword forth drew, and him with equal value countervailed. Their mighty strokes their habergeons dismailed, and naked made each other's manly spalls. The mortal steel dispiteously entailed deep in their flesh, quite through the iron walls, that a large purple stream adown their jambos falls. Cymocles, that had never met before so puissant foe, with envious despite his proud presumed force increased more, disdaining to be held so long in fight, Sir Guyon grudging not so much his might, as those unknightly railings which he spoke, with wrathful fire his courage kindled bright, thereof devising shortly to be wroke, and doubling all his powers, redoubled every stroke. Both of them high at once their hands enhanced, and both at once their huge blows down did sway. Cymocles' sword on Guyon's shieldyglanced, and thereof nigh 1/4 sheared away. But Guyon's angry blade so fierce did play on th' other's helmet, which as Titan shone, that quite it clove his plumed crest in tway, and bared all his head unto the bone, wherewith astonished still he stood as senseless stone. Still as he stood, fair Phaedria, that beheld that deadly danger, soon atween them ran, and at their feet herself most humbly felled, crying with piteous voice and countenance wan, O well away, most noble lords, how can your cruel eyes endure so piteous sight, to shed your lives on ground? Woe worth the man that first did teach the cursed steel to bite in his own flesh, and make way to the living sprite. If ever love of lady did empierce your iron breasts, or pity could find place, withhold your bloody hands from battle fierce, and sith for me ye fight, to me this grace both yield, to stay your deadly strife a space. They stayed a while, and forth she gan proceed. Most wretched woman, and of wicked race, that am the author of this heinous deed, and cause of death between two doughty knights do breed. But if for me ye fight, or me will serve, not this rude kind of battle, nor these arms are meet, the which do men in bale to serve, and doleful sorrow heap with deadly harms. Such cruel game my Scarmoges disarms. Another war and other weapons I do love, where love does give his sweet alarms, without bloodshed, and where the enemy does yield unto his foe a pleasant victory. Debateful strife and cruel enmity the famous name of knighthood foully shent, but lovely peace and gentle amity, and in amours the passing hours to spend, the mighty martial hands do most commend. Of love they ever greater glory bore than of their arms. Mars is Cupido's friend, and is for Venus love's renowned more, than all his wars and spoils, the which he did of yore. Therewith she sweetly smiled. They, though full bent to prove extremities of bloody fight, yet at her speech their rages gan relent, and calm the sea of their tempestuous spite. Such power have pleasing words, such is the might of courteous clemency and gentle heart. Now after all was ceased, the fairy knight besought that damsel suffer him depart, and yield him ready passage to that other part. She no less glad than he desirous was of his departure thence, for of her joy and vain delight she saw he light did pass. A foe of folly and immodest toy, still solemn sad, or still disdainful coy, delighting all in arms and cruel war, that her sweet peace and pleasures did annoy, troubled with terror and unquiet jar, that she well pleased was thence to move him far. though him she brought aboard, and her swift boat forthwith directed to that further strand, the which on the dull waves did lightly float, and soon arrived on the shallow sand, where gladsome Guyon sallied forth to land, and to that damsel thanks gave for reward. Upon that shore he spied Aeton stand, thereby his master left, when late he fared in Phaedria's flit bark over that perilous shard. Well could he him remember, sith of late he with Pyrocles sharp debatement made. Straight again he him revile, and bitter rate, as shepherd's cur, that in dark evening's shade hath tracted forth some salvage beast's trade. Vile miscreant, said he, whither dost thou fly, the shame and death, which will thee soon invade? What coward hand shall do thee next to die, that art thus foully fled from famous enemy? With that he stiffly shook his steel-head dart, but sober Guyon, hearing him so rail, though somewhat moved in his mighty heart, yet with strong reason mastered passion frail, and passed fairly forth. He, turning tail back to the strand, retired, and there still stayed, awaiting passage, which him late did fail, the whiles Cymocles with that wanton maid the hasty heat of his avowed revenge delayed. Whilst there the varlet stood, he saw from far an armed knight that towards him fast ran. He ran on foot as if in luckless war, his forlorn steed from him the victor won. He seemed breathless, heartless, faint and wan, and all his armour sprinkled was with blood, and soiled with the dirty gore, that no man can discern the hue thereof. He never stood, but bent his hasty course towards the idle flood. The varlet saw, when to the flood he came, how without stop or stay he fiercely leapt, and deep himself beduked in the same, that in the lake his lofty crest was steeped. Nay, of his safety seemed care he kept, but with his raging arms he rudely flashed the waves about, and all his armour swept, that all the blood and filth away was washed. Yet still he bet the water, and the billows dashed. Aeton drew nigh to weet what it mote be, for much he wondered at that uncouth sight. Whom should he but his own dear lord there see? His own dear lord Pyrocles, in sad plight, ready to drown himself for fell despite. Hero now out, and well away, he cried. What dismal day hath lent this cursed light, to see my lord so deadly damnified? Pyrocles, O Pyrocles, what is thee betide? I burn, I burn, I burn, then loud he cried. Oh, how I burn with implacable fire, yet naught can quench mine inly flaming side. Nor sea of liquor cold, nor lake of mire, nothing but death can do me to respire. Ah, be it, said he, from Pyrocles far, after pursuing death once to require, or think that aught those puissant hands may mar. Death is for wretches born under unhappy star. Perdie, then is it fit for me, said he, that am, I ween, most wretched man alive, burning in flames, yet no flames can I see, and dying daily, daily yet revive. O Aeton, help to me last death to give. The varlet at his plaint was grieved sore, that his deep wounded heart in two did rive, and his own health remembering now no more, did follow that ensample which he blamed afore. Into the lake he leapt, his lord to aid, so love the dread of danger both despise, and of him catching hold him strongly stayed from drowning. But more happy he than wise of that sea's nature did him not avise. The waves thereof so slow and sluggish were, engrossed with mud, which did them foul agrise, that every weighty thing they did upbear ne aught mote ever sink down to the bottom there. Whiles thus they struggled in that idle wave, and strove in vain, the one himself to drown, the other both from drowning for to save, lo, to that shore one in an ancient gown, whose hoary locks great gravity did crown, holding in hand a goodly arming sword, by fortune came, led with a troublous zone, where drenched deep he found into that dull ford the careful servant striving with his raging lord. Him Aten spying knew right well of yore, and loudly called, "Help, help, O arch image, to save my lord in wretched plight forlore. Help with thy hand, or with thy counsel sage. Weak hands, but counsel is most strong in age." Him when the old man saw, he wondered sore to see Pyrocles there so rudely rage. Yet Scythian's help he saw, he needed more than pity. He in haste approached to the shore, and called, "Pyrocles, what is this I see? What hellish fury hath at erst thee pent? Furious ever I thee knew to be, yet never in this strange astonishment. These flames," he cried, "do me torment." "What flames?" quoth he, "when I thee present see, in danger rather to be drent than brent?" "Harrow the flames which me consume," said he, "ne can be quenched, within my secret bowels be. That cursed man, that cruel fiend of hell, Furor, Furor hath me thus bedight. His deadly wounds within my livers swell, and his what fire burns in mine entrails bright, kindled through his infernal brand of spite. Sith late with him I battle vain would boast, that now I ween Jove's dreaded thunder light does scorch not half so sore, nor damned ghost in flaming phlegethone does not so felly roast." Which when his Archimago heard, his grief he knew right well, and him at once disarmed. Then searched his secret wounds, and made a prief of every place that was with bruising harmed, or with the hidden fire too inly warmed. Which done, he balms and herbs thereto applied, and evermore with mighty spells them charmed, that in short space he has them qualified, and him restored to health that would have algates died. End of Canto 6, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, Canto 7. Guyon finds Mammon in a delve, sunning his treasure hoar, is by him tempted and led down to see his secret store. As pilot well expert in perilous wave, that to a steadfast star his course hath bent, when foggy mists or cloudy tempests have the faithful light of that fair lamp yblent, and covered heaven with hideous dreriment, upon his card and compass firms his eye, the maisters of his long experiment, and to them does the steady helm apply, bidding his winged vessel fairly forward fly. So Guyon, having lost his trusty guide, late left beyond that idle lake, proceeds, yet on his way of none accompanied, and evermore himself with comfort feeds of his own virtues and praiseworthy deeds. So long he yode that no adventure found, which fame of her shrill trumpet worthy reads, for still he travelled through wide wasteful ground, that nought but desert wilderness showed all around. At last he came unto a gloomy glade, covered with boughs and shrubs from heaven's light, whereas he sitting found in secret shade an uncouth, salvage, and uncivil wight, of grisly hue and foul ill-favoured sight. His face with smoke was tanned, and eyes were bleared, his head and beard with soot were ill bedight, his coal-black hands did seem to have been seared in smith's fire-spitting forge, and nails like claws appeared. His iron coat, all overgrown with rust, was underneath enveloped with gold, whose glistering gloss, darkened with filthy dust, well yet appeared to have been of old a work of rich entail and curious mould, woven with antics and wild imagery. And in his lap a mass of coin he told, and turned upsy down to feed his eye, and covetous desire with his huge treasury. And round about him lay on every side great heaps of gold that never could be spent, of which some were rude ore not purified, of Mulciber's devouring element; some others were new driven and distent into great ingots and to wedges square; some in round plates withouten monument, but most were stamped, and in their metal bare the antique shapes of kings and kaisers strange and rare. Soon as he Guyon saw, in great affright and haste he rose, for to remove aside those precious hills from strangers' envious sight, and down them poured, through a hole full wide, into the hollow earth, them there to hide. But Guyon, lightly to him leaping, stayed his hand, that trembled as one terrified, and though himself were at the sight dismayed, yet him perforce restrained, and to him doubtful said: "What art thou, man, if man at all thou art, that here in desert hast thine habitance, and these rich heaps of wealth dost hide apart from the world's eye and from her right usance?" Thereat, with staring eyes fixed askance in great disdain, he answered: "Hardy elf, that darest view my direful countenance, I rede thee rash, and heedless of thyself, to trouble my still seat and heaps of precious pelf. God of the world and worldlings I me call, great Mammon, greatest god below the sky, that of my plenty pour out unto all, and unto none my graces do envy. Riches, renown, and principality, honour, estate, and all this world's good, for which men swink and sweat incessantly, from me do flow into an ample flood, and in the hollow earth have their eternal brood. Wherefore, if me thou deign to serve and sue, at thy command, lo, all these mountains be; or if to thy great mind or greedy view all these may not suffice, there shall to thee 10 times so much be numbered, frank and free. Mammon," said he, "thy godhead's vaunt is vain, and idle offers of thy golden fee to them that covet such eye-glutting gain. Proffer thy gifts, and fitter servants entertain. Me ill besits that in dear doing times and honours suit my vowed days do spend, and to thy bounteous baits and pleasing charms with which weak men thou witchest to attend. Regard of worldly muck doth foully blend, and low abase the high heroic sprite that joys for crowns and kingdoms to contend. Fair shields, gay steeds, bright arms be my delight, those be the riches fit for an adventurous knight." "Vainglorious elf," said he, "dost not thou weet that money can thy wants at will supply? Shields, steeds, and arms, and all things for thee meet, it can purvey in twinkling of an eye, and crowns and kingdoms to thee multiply. Do not I kings create, and throw the crown Sometimes to him that low in dust doth lie, And him that reigned into his room thrust down, And whom I lust do heap with glory and renown? All otherwise," said he, "I riches rede, And deem them root of all disquietness, First got with guile, then preserved with dread, And after spent with pride and lavishness, Leaving behind them grief and heaviness. Infinite mischiefs of them do arise, Strife and debate, bloodshed and bitterness, Outrageous wrong and hellish covetise, That noble heart as great dishonour doth despise. Ne thine be kingdoms, ne the sceptres thine, but realms and rulers thou dost both confound, and loyal truth to treason dost incline. Witness the guiltless blood poured oft on ground, the crowned often slain, the slayer crowned, the sacred diadem in pieces rent, and purple robe gored with many a wound. Castles surprised, great cities sacked and brent, so makest thou kings and gainest wrongful government. Long were to tell the troublesome storms that toss the private state and make the life unsweet, whose swelling sails in Caspian sea doth cross, and in frail wood on Adrian gulf doth fleet. Doth not, I ween, so many evils meet. Then Mammon, waxing wroth, "And why then," said, "are mortal men so fond and undiscreet, so evil thing to seek into their aid, and having not complain, and having it upbraid?" "Indeed," quoth he, "through foul intemperance frail men are oft captive to covetise. But would they think with how small allowance untroubled nature doth herself suffice, such superfluities they would despise, which with sad cares impeach our native joys. At the well head the purest streams arise, but mucky filth his branching arms annoys, and with uncomely weeds the gentle wave accloys." The antique world, in his first flowering youth, found no defect in his Creator's grace, but with glad thanks and unreproved truth the gifts of sovereign bounty did embrace. Like angels life was then men's happy case. But later age's pride, like corn-fed steed, abused her plenty and fat swoln increase to all licentious lust, and 'gan exceed the measure of her mean and natural first need. Then 'gan a cursed hand the quiet womb of his great grandmother with steel to wound, and the hid treasures in her sacred tomb with sacrilege to dig. Therein he found fountains of gold and silver to abound, of which the matter of his huge desire and pompous pride eftsoons he did compound. Then avarice 'gan through his veins inspire his greedy flames, and kindled life-devouring fire. "Son," said he then, "let be thy bitter scorn, and leave the rudeness of that antique age to them that lived therein in state forlorn. Thou that dost live in later times must wage thy works for wealth, and life for gold engage. If then thee list my offered grace to use, take what thou please of all this surplusage. If thee list not, leave have thou to refuse, but thing refused do not afterward accuse." "Me list not," said the elfin knight, "receive thing offered, till I know it well be got. Ne wot I but thou didst these goods bereave from rightful owner by unrighteous lot, or that blood guiltiness or guile them blot. Perdie," quoth he, "yet never eye did view, ne tongue did tell, ne hand these handled not, but safe I have them kept in secret mew from heaven's sight and power of all which them pursue." "What secret place," quoth he, "can safely hold so huge a mass and hide from heaven's eye? Or where hast thou thy wand that so much gold thou canst preserve from wrong and robbery? Come thou," quoth he, "and see." So by and by through that thick covert he him led, and found a darksome way which no man could descry, that deep descended through the hollow ground, and was with dread and horror compassed round. At length they came into a larger space that stretched itself into an ample plain, through which a beaten broad high way did trace, that straight did lead to Pluto's grisly reign. By that way's side there sat infernal Pain, and fast beside him sat tumultuous Strife. The one in hand an iron whip did strain, the other brandished a bloody knife, and both did gnash their teeth, and both did threaten life. On th' other side in one consort there sate Cruel Revenge and rancorous Despite, Disloyal Treason and heart–burning Hate. But gnawing Jealousy out of their sight, Sitting alone his bitter lips did bite, And trembling Fear still to and fro did fly, And found no place where safe he shroud him might. Lamenting Sorrow did in darkness lie, And Shame his ugly face did hide from living eye. And over them sad Horror with grim hue did always soar, beating his iron wings, and after him owls and night ravens flew, the hateful messengers of heavy things, of death and dolour telling sad tidings. while sad Celæno, sitting on a cliff, a song of bale and bitter sorrow sings, that heart of flint asunder could have rift, which having ended, after him she flieth swift. All these before the gates of Pluto lay, by whom they passing spake unto them naught, but th' elfin knight with wonder all the way did feed his eyes and filled his inner thought. At last him to a little door he brought, that to the gate of hell, which gaped wide, was next adjoining, ne them parted aught. Betwixt them both was but a little stride, that did the house of Richesse from hell mouth divide. Before the door sat self-consuming Care, day and night keeping wary watch and ward, for fear lest force or fraud should unaware break in and spoil the treasure there in guard. Nor would he suffer sleep once thitherward approach, albe his drowsy den were next, for next to death is sleep to be compared, therefore his house is unto his annext. Here sleep their Richesse and Hell gate them both betwixt. So soon as Mammon there arrived, the door to him did open and afforded way. Him followed eke Sir Guyon evermore, ne darkness him ne danger might dismay. Soon as he entered was, the door straightway did shut, and from behind it forth there leapt an ugly fiend more foul than dismal day, the which with monstrous stalk behind him stept, and ever as he went due watch upon him kept. Well hoped he, ere long, that hardy guest, if ever covetous hand, or lustful eye, or lips he laid on thing that liked him best, or ever sleep his eye strings did untie, should be his prey, and therefore still on high he over him did hold his cruel claws, threatening with greedy gripe to do him die and rend in pieces with his ravenous paws, if ever he transgressed the fatal Stygian laws. That house's form within was rude and strong, like a huge cave hewn out of a rocky clift, from whose rough vault the ragged breaches hung, embossed with massy gold of glorious gift, and with rich metal loaded every rift. That heavy ruin they did seem to threat, and over them Arachne high did lift her cunning web and spread her subtle net, enwrapped in foul smoke and clouds more black than jet. Both roof and floor and walls were all of gold, but overgrown with dust and old decay, and hid in darkness, that none could behold the hue thereof, for view of cheerful day did never in that house itself display, but a faint shadow of uncertain light, such as a lamp whose life does fade away, or as the moon, clothed with cloudy night, does show to him that walks in fear and sad affright. In all that room was nothing to be seen but huge great iron chests and coffers strong, all barred with double bends, that none could wean them to enforce by violence or wrong. On every side they placed were along, but all the ground with skulls was scattered, and dead men's bones, which round about were flung, whose lives it seemed whilom there were shed, and their vile carcasses now left unburied. They forward passed, ne Guyon yet spoke word, till that he came unto an iron door, which to them opened of his own accord, and showed of richesse such exceeding store as eye of man did never see before, ne ever could within one place be found, though all the wealth which is or was of yore could gathered be through all the world around, and that above were added to that underground. The charge thereof unto a covetous sprite commanded was, who thereby did attend and warily awaited day and night from other covetous fiends it to defend, who it to rob and ransack did intend. Then Mammon turning to that warrior said, Lo, here the world is bliss, lo here the end to which all men do aim, rich to be made, such grace now to be happy is before thee laid. Certes, said he, I nill thine offered grace, ne to be made so happy do intend, another bliss before mine eyes I place, another happiness, another end, to them that list these base regards I lend. But I in arms and in achievements brave do rather choose my flitting hours to spend, and to be lord of those that riches have, than them to have myself, and be their servile slave. Thereat the fiend his gnashing teeth did grate, and grieved so long to lack his greedy prey, for well he weened that so glorious bait would tempt his guest to take thereof assay. Had he so done, he had him snatched away more light than culver in the falcon's fist. Eternal God thee save from such decay! But when as Mammon saw his purpose missed, him to entrap unawares another way he wist. Thenceforward he him led, and shortly brought unto another room, whose door forthright to him did open, as it had been taught. Therein 100 ranges were and pight, and 100 furnaces all burning bright. By every furnace many fiends did bide, deformed creatures horrible in sight, and every fiend his busy pains applied to melt the golden metal ready to be tried. One with great bellows gathered filling air, and with forced wind the fuel did inflame. Another did the dying brands repair with iron tongues, and sprinkled oft the same with liquid waves fierce Vulcan's rage to tame, who maestering them renewed his former heat. Some scummed the dross that from the metal came, some stirred the molten ore with ladles great, and every one did swink, and every one did sweat. But when as earthly white they present saw, glistering in arms and batteilous array, from their hot work they did themselves withdraw, to wonder at the sight, for till that day they never creature saw that came that way. Their staring eyes sparkling with fervent fire, and ugly shapes did nigh the man dismay, that were it not for shame he would retire, till that him thus bespake their sovereign lord and sire: "Behold thy Faery's son with mortal eye, that living eye before did never see the thing that thou didst crave so earnestly, to wit, whence all the wealth late showed by me proceeded. Lo, now is revealed to thee, here is the fountain of the worldes good. Now therefore, if thou wilt enriched be, advise thee well and change thy wilful mood, lest thou perhaps hereafter wish and be withstood." "Suffice it then, thou money god," quoth he, "that all thine idle offers I refuse. All that I need I have. What needeth me to covet more than I have cause to use? With such vain shows thy worldlings vile abuse. But give me leave to follow mine emprise." Mammon was much displeased, yet not he choose but bear the vigour of his bold misprise, and thence him forward led, him further to entice. He brought him through a darksome narrow strait to a broad gate all built of beaten gold. The gate was open, but therein did wait a sturdy villain, striding stiff and bold, as if that highest god defy he would. In his right hand an iron club he held, but he himself was all of golden mould, yet had both life and sense, and well could weld that cursed weapon when his cruel foes he quelled. Disdain he called was, and did disdain to be so called, and whoso did him call, stern was his look and full of stomach vain. His portance terrible, and his stature tall, far passing height of men terrestrial, like a huge giant of the Titans' race, that made him scorn all creatures great and small, and with his pride all others' power deface. More fit amongst black fiends than men to have his place. Soon as those glitterand arms he did espy, that with their brightness made that darkness light, his harmful club he gan to hurtle high, and threatened battle to the fairy knight, who likewise gan himself to battle dight, till Mammon did his hasty hand withhold, and counselled him abstain from perilous fight, for nothing might abash the villain bold, nor mortal steel empurse his miscreated mould. So having him with reason pacified, and the fierce carle commanding to forbear, he brought him in. The room was large and wide, as if some guild or solemn temple were. Many great pillars did upbear the massy roof, and riches huge sustain, and every pillar decked was full dear with crowns and diadems and titles vain, which mortal princes wore whilst they on earth did reign. A rout of people there assembled were, of every sort and nation under sky, which with great uproar pressed to draw near to th' upper part, where was advanced high a stately siege of sovereign majesty, and thereon sat a woman gorgeous, gay, and richly clad in robes of royalty, that never earthly prince in such array his glory did enhance and pompous pride display. Her face right wondrous fair did seem to be, that her broad beauty's beam great brightness threw through the dim shade, that all men might it see. Yet was not that same her own native hue, but wrought by art and counterfeited show, thereby more lovers unto her to call. Natheless most heavenly fair in deed and view she by creation was, till she did fall. Thenceforth she sought for helps to cloak her crime withal. There, as in glistering glory she did sit, she held a great gold chain y-linked well, whose upper end to highest heaven was knit, and lower part did reach to lowest hell. And all that press did round about her swell, to catchen hold of that long chain, thereby to climb aloft, and others to excel. That was ambition, rash desire to sty, and every link thereof a step of dignity. Some thought to raise themselves to high degree by riches and unrighteous reward, some by close shouldering, some by flattery, others through friends, others for base regard, and all by wrong ways for themselves prepared. Those that were up themselves kept others low, those that were low themselves held others hard, ne suffered them to rise or greater grow, but every one did strive his fellow down to throw. Which when as Guyon saw, he gan enquire what meant that press about that lady's throne, and what she was that did so high aspire. Him Mammon answered: "That goodly one, whom all that folk with such contention do flock about, my dear, my daughter is. Honour and dignity from her alone derived are, and all this world is bliss, for which ye men do strive, few get, but many miss. And fair Philotime she rightly hight, the fairest wight that wanneth under sky, but that this darksome nether world her light doth dim with horror and deformity, worthy of heaven and high felicity, from whence the gods have her for envy thrust. But sith thou hast found favour in mine eye, thy spouse I will her make, if that thou lust, that she may thee advance for works and merits just." "Gramercy, Mammon," said the gentle knight, "for so great grace and offered high estate, but I, that am frail flesh and earthly wight, unworthy match for such immortal mate, myself well wot and mine unequal fate. And were I not, yet is my troth yplight, and love avowed to other lady late, that to remove the same I have no might, to change love causeless is reproach to warlike knight." Mammon enmoved was with inward wrath, yet forcing it to feign, him forth thence led, through grisly shadows by a beaten path, into a garden goodly garnished with herbs and fruits, whose kinds mote not be read, not such as earth out of her fruitful womb throws forth to men, sweet and well savoured, but direful, deadly, black, both leaf and bloom, fit to adorn the dead and deck the dreary tomb. There mournful cypress grew in greatest store, and trees of bitter gall and hebben sad, dead sleeping poppy and black hellebore, cold colocyntida and tetra mad, mortal samnitis and cicuta bad, with which th' unjust Athenians made to die wise Socrates, who thereof quaffing glad poured out his life and last philosophy to the fair Critias, his dearest bel amie. The garden of Proserpina this hight, and in the midst thereof a silver seat with a thick arbour goodly overdight, in which she often used from open heat herself to shroud and pleasures to entreat. Next thereunto did grow a goodly tree with branches broad dispread and body great, clothed with leaves that none the wood mote see, and loaden all with fruit as thick as it might be. Their fruit were golden apples glistering bright, that goodly was their glory to behold on earth like never grew, ne living wight like ever saw, but they from hence were sold for those which Hercules with conquest bold got from great Atlas' daughters, hence began, and planted there did bring forth fruit of gold, and those with which the Euboean young man won swift Atalanta, when through craft he her outran. Here also sprung that goodly golden fruit with which Aconteus got his lover true, whom he had long time sought with fruitless suit. Here eke that famous golden apple grew, the which amongst the gods false Ate threw, for which th' Idaean ladies disagreed, till partial Paris dempt it Venus due, and had of her fair Helen for his meed, that many noble Greeks and Trojans made to bleed. The warlike elf much wondered at this tree so fair and great, that shadowed all the ground, and his broad branches laden with rich fee did stretch themselves without the utmost bound of this great garden, compassed with a mound, which overhanging they themselves did steep in a black flood which flowed about it round, that is the river of Cocytus deep, in which full many souls do endless wail and weep. Which to behold he clomb up to the bank, and looking down saw many damned wights in those sad waves, which direful deadly stank, plunged continually of cruel sprites, that with their piteous cries and yelling shrights they made the further shore resounden wide. Amongst the rest of those same rueful sights one cursed creature he by chance espied, that drenched lay full deep under the garden side. Deep was he drenched to the utmost chin, yet gaped still, as coveting to drink of the cold liquor which he waded in, and stretching forth his hand did often think to reach the fruit which grew upon the brink, but both the fruit from hand and flood from mouth did fly aback and made him vainly swink, the whiles he starved with hunger and with drought. He daily died, yet never thoroughly dien could. The knight him seeing labour so in vain, asked who he was and what he meant thereby, who groaning deep thus answered him again: "Most cursed of creatures under sky, low Tantalus, I here tormented lie, of whom high Jove wont whilom feasted be. Lo here I now for want of food do die, but if that thou be such as I thee see, of grace I pray thee give to eat and drink to me." "Nay, nay, thou greedy Tantalus," quoth he, "abide the fortune of thy present fate, and unto all that live in high degree ensample be of mind intemperate, to teach them how to use their present state." Then 'gan the cursed wretch aloud to cry, accusing highest Jove and gods ingrate, and eke blaspheming heaven bitterly, as author of injustice there to let him die. He looked a little further and espied another wretch, whose carcass deep was drent within the river, which the same did hide, but both his hands, most filthy feculent, above the water were on high extent, and feigned to wash themselves incessantly, yet nothing cleaner were for such intent, but rather fouler seemed to the eye, so lost his labour vain and idle industry. The knight him calling asked who he was, who lifting up his head him answered thus: "I Pilate am, the falsest judge, alas, and most unjust, that by unrighteous and wicked doom to Jews despiteous delivered up the Lord of life to die, and did acquit a murderer felonious. The whiles my hands I washed in purity, the whiles my soul was soiled with foul iniquity." Infinite moe, tormented in like pain, he there beheld, too long here to be told, ne Mammon would there let him long remain, for terror of the tortures manifold, in which the damned souls he did behold, but roughly him bespake: "Thou fearful fool, why takest not of that same fruit of gold, ne sittest down on that same silver stool, to rest thy weary person in the shadow cool?" All which he did, to do him deadly fall in frail intemperance through sinful bate, to which if he inclined had at all, that dreadful fiend which did behind him wait would him have rent in thousand pieces straight, but he was wary, wise in all his way, and well perceived his deceitful sleight, ne suffered lust his safety to betray, so goodly did beguile the guiler of the prey. And now he has so long remained there, that vital powers 'gan wex both weak and wan. for want of food and sleep, which two upbear like mighty pillars this frail life of man, that none without the same enduren can. For now 3 days of men were full outwrought, since he this hardy enterprise began. For thy great Mammon fairly he besought into the world to guide him back as he him brought. The god, though loath, yet was constrained t'obey, for longer time than that no living wight below the earth might suffered be to stay. So back again him brought to living light, but all so soon as his enfeebled sprite gan suck this vital air into his breast, as overcome with too exceeding might, the life did flit away out of her nest, and all his senses were with deadly fit oppressed. End of Canto 7 of Book 2 of Edmund Spenser's Faerie Queene.
Book 2, Canto 8, The Legend of Sir Gayan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Gayan, Canto 8. Sir Gayan, laid in swoon, is by Acrates' sons despoiled, whom Arthur soon hath rescued, and Paynim brethren foiled. Is there a care in heaven, and is there love in heavenly spirits to these creatures base, that may compassion of their evils move? There is, else much more wretched were the case of men than beasts. But oh, the exceeding grace of highest God, that loves his creatures so, and all his works with mercy doth embrace, that blessed angels he sends to and fro, to serve to wicked man, to serve his wicked foe. How oft do they their silver bowers leave, to come to succour us, that succour want? How oft do they with golden pinions cleave the flitting skies, like flying pursuivant, against foul fiends to aid us militant? They for us fight, they watch and duly ward, and their bright squadrons round about us plant, and all for love, and nothing for reward. O why should heavenly God to men have such regard? During the while that Gayan did abide in Mammon's house, the palmer, whom whileare that wanton maid of passage had denied, by further search had passage found elsewhere, and being on his way approached near, where Gayan lay in trance, when suddenly he heard a voice that called loud and clear, come hither, O come hastily, that all the fields resounded with the rueful cry. The palmer lent his ear unto the noise, to weet who called so importunely. Again he heard a more efforced voice, that bade him come in haste. He by and by his feeble feet directed to the cry, which to that shady delve him brought at last, where Mammon erst did sun his treasury. There the good Gayan he found slumbering fast in senseless dream, which sight at first him sore aghast. Beside his head there sate a fair young man, of wondrous beauty and of freshest years, whose tender bud to blossom new began, and flourish fair above his equal peers. His snowy front curled with golden hairs, like Phoebus' face adorned with sunny rays, divinely shone, and two sharp winged shears, decked with divers plumes like painted jays, were fixed at his back to cut his airy ways. Like as Cupido on Idaean hill, when having laid his cruel bow away, and mortal arrows, wherewith he doth fill the world, with murderous spoils and bloody prey, with his fair mother he him dights to play, and with his goodly sisters Graces 3, The goddess pleased with his wanton play, Suffers herself through sleep beguiled to be, The whiles the other ladies mind their merry glee. Whom when the Palmer saw, abashed he was, Through fear and wonder, that he nought could say. Till him the child bespoke, long lacked, alas, Hath been thy faithful aid in hard assay, Whiles deadly fit thy pupil doth dismay. Behold this heavy sight, thou reverend sire, But dread of death and dolour do away. For life ere long shall to her home retire, And he that breathless seemes shall courage bold respire. The charge with God doth unto me arret, Of his deare safety I to thee commend. Yet will I not forego, ne yet forget The care thereof my selfe unto the end, But evermore him succour and defend Against his foe and mine. Watch thou, I pray, for evil is at hand him to offend. So having said, eftsoons he gan display His painted nimble wings, and vanished quite away. The Palmer seeing his left empty place, And his slow eyes beguiled of their sight, Wokes sore afraid, and standing still a space, Gazed after him as fowl escaped by flight. At last him turning to his charge behight, With trembling hand his troubled pulse gan try, Where finding life not yet dislodged quite, He much rejoyced, and curd it tenderly, As chicken newly hatched from dreaded destiny. At last he spied, where towards him did pace 2 Paynim knights, all arm'd as bright as sky, And them beside an aged sire did trace, And far before a light foot page did fly, That breathed strife and troublous enmity. Those were the 2 sons of Acrates old, Who meeting erft with Archimago sly, For by the idle ftrond of him were told, That he, which erft them combated, was Guyon bold, Which to avenge on him they dearely vowed, Wherever that on ground they mote him find. Falfe Archimage provoked their courage proud, And strifefull aten in their stubborn mind Coales of contention in hot violence tynd. Now beene they come, whereas the Palmer sate, Keeping that slumbred courfe to him affind. Well knew they both his person, sith of late With him in bloody armes they rashly did debate. Whom when Pyrocles saw, inflam'd with rage, That sire he foul bespake: Thou dotard vile, that with thy bruteneffe Shenst thy comely age, abandon soon, I reed, The caitiff spoile of that same outcaft carcaffe, That erewhile made it selfe famous through falfe treachery, And crown'd his coward crest with knightly stile. Lo, where he now inglorious doth lie, To prove he lived ill, that did thus foully die. To whom the Palmer fearless answered: Certes, knight, ye been too much to blame, Thus for to blot the honour of the dead, And with foul cowardize his carcaffe fhame, Whose living hands immortaliz'd his name. Vile is the vengeance on the afhes cold, And envy bafe to barke at sleeping fame. Was never wight that treason of him told, Yourself his proweffe proved, and found him fierce and bold. Then said Cymocles: Palmer, thou dost dote, Ne canst of proweffe ne of knighthood deeme, Save as thou seest or hearest. But well I wote, That of his puissance trial made extreame, Yet gold all is not, that doth golden seeme. Ne all good knights that shake well fpeare and shield, The worth of all men by their end efteeme, And then due praife or due reproch them yield. Bad therefore I him deeme, that thus lies dead on field. Good or bad, gan his brother fierce reply, What do I recke, sith that he died entire? Or what doth his bad death now satisfy The greedy hunger of revenging ire, Sith wrathfull hand wrought not her own desire? Yet since no way is left to wreake my spight, I will him reave of armes the victors hire, And of that fhield more worthy of good knight. For why should a dead dog be decked in armour bright? Fair sir, said then the Palmer suppliant, for knighthood's love do not so foul a deed, ne blame your honour with so shameful vaunt of vile revenge. To spoil the dead of weed is sacrilege, and doth all sins exceed. But leave these relics of his living might, to deck his hearse, and trap his tomb-black steed. What hearse or steed, said he, should he have dight, but be entombed in the raven or the kite? With that rude hand upon his shield he laid, and the other brother gan his helm unlace, both fiercely bent to have him disarrayed, till that they spied where towards them did pace an armed knight of bold and bounteous grace, whose squire bore after him an ebon lance and covered shield. Well kenned him so far space the enchanter by his arms and amenance, when under him he saw his Libyan steed to prance. And to those brethren said, Rise, rise by live, and unto battle do yourselves address, for yonder comes the prowest knight alive, Prince Arthur, flower of grace and noblesse, that hath to Paynim knights wrought great distress, and 1,000 Sarzents foully done to die. That word so deep did in their hearts impress, that both eftsoons upstarted furiously, and gan themselves prepare to battle greedily. But fierce Pyrocles, lacking his own sword, the want thereof now greatly gan to plain, and Archimage besought him that afford, which he had brought for braggadocio vain. So would I, said the enchanter, glad and fain beteem to you this sword, you to defend, or aught that else your honour might maintain, but that this weapon's power I well have kenned, to be contrary to the work which ye intend. For that same knight's own sword this is of yore, which Merlin made by his almighty art, for that his nursling, when he knighthood swore, therewith to doon his foes eternal smart. The metal first he mixt with medywart, that no enchantment from his dint might save. Then it in flames of Aetna wrought apart, and 7 times dipped in the bitter wave of hellish Styx, which hidden virtue to it gave. The virtue is that neither steel nor stone the stroke thereof from entrance may defend, ne ever may be used by his fone, ne forced his rightful owner to offend, ne ever will it break, ne ever bend. Wherefore more dure it rightfully is hight. In vain therefore, Pyrocles, should I lend the same to thee, against his lord to fight, for sure it would deceive thy labour and thy might. Foolish old man, said then the pagan wroth, that weenest words or charms may force withstand. Soon shalt thou see, and then believe for troth, that I can carve with this enchanted brand his lord's own flesh. Therewith out of his hand that virtuous steel he rudely snatched away, and Gion's shield about his rest he bond. So ready dight, fierce battle to assay, and match his brother proud in batteilous array. By this that stronger knight in presence came, and goodly salved them, who not again him answered, as courtesy became, but with stern looks and stomachous disdain, gave signs of grudge and discontentment vain. Then turning to the Palmer he gan spy, where at his feet with sorrowful demain and deadly hue an armed corse did lie, in whose dead face he read great magnanimity. Said he then to the Palmer, Reverend sire, what great misfortune hath betid this knight? Or did his life her fatal date expire? Or did he fall by treason, or by fight? However sure I rue his piteous plight. Not one nor other, said the Palmer grave, hath him befallen, but clouds of deadly night awhile his heavy eyelids covered have, and all his senses drowned in deep senseless wave. Which his cruel foes that stand hereby, making advantage to revenge their spite, would him disarm and treaten shamefully, unworthy usage of redoubted knight. But fare you, sir, whose honourable sight doth promise hope of help and timely grace, mote I beseech to succour his sad plight, and by your power protect his feeble case. First praise of knighthood is, foul outrage to deface. Palmer, said he, no knight so rude I ween, as to do an outrage to a sleeping ghost. Ne was there ever noble courage seen, that in advantage would his puissance boast. Honour is least where odds appeareth most. May be that better reason will assuage the rash revenger's heat. Words, well disposed, have secret power to appease inflamed rage, if not leave unto me thy knight's last patronage. Though turning to those brethren thus bespoke, ye warlike pair, whose valorous great might, it seems, just wrongs to vengeance do provoke, to wreak your wrath on this dead seeming knight, mote aught allay the storm of your despite, and settle patience in so furious heat? Not to debate the challenge of your right, but for this carcass pardon I entreat, whom fortune hath already laid in lowest seat. To whom Caemocles said, for what art thou, that makes thyself his daysman to prolong the vengeance prest? Or who shall let me now on this vile body from to wreak my wrong, and make his carcass as the outcast dung? Why should not that dead carrion satisfy the guilt, which if he lived had thus long, his life for due revenge should dear aby? The trespass still doth live, albe the person die. Indeed, then said the Prince, the evil done dies not, when breath the body first doth leave, but from the grandsire to the nephew's son, and all his seed the curse doth often cleave, till vengeance utterly the guilt bereave. So straitly God doth judge. But gentle knight, that doth against the dead his hand uprear, his honour stains with rancour and despite, and great disparagement makes to his former might. Pyrocles gan reply the second time, and to him said, now, felon, sure I read that thou art partaker of his crime, therefore by Termagaunt thou shalt be dead. With that his hand more sad than lump of lead, uplifting high, he weened with Mordure, his own good sword Mordure, to cleave his head. The faithful steel such treason gnawed endure, but swerving from the mark, his lords life did assure. Yet was the force so furious and so fell, that horse and man it made to reel aside. Natheless the Prince would not forsake his cell, for well of yore he learned had to ride, but full of anger fiercely to him cried, false traitor, miscreant, thou broken hast the law of arms, to strike foe undefied. But thou thy treason's fruit, I hope, shalt taste right sour, and feel the law, the which thou hast defaced. With that his baleful spear he fiercely bent against the pagan's breast, and therewith thought his cursed life out of her lodge have rent. But ere the point arrived where it ought, that sevenfold shield, which he from Guyon brought, he cast between to ward the britter stound. Through all those folds the steel had passage wrought, and through his shoulder pierced, wherewith to ground he grovelling fell, all gored in his gushing wound. Which when his brother saw, fraught with great griefe and wrath, he to him leaped furiously, and foully said, by Mahone, cursed thief, that direful stroke thou dearly shalt aby. Then hurling up his harmful blade on high, smote him so hugely on his haughty crest, that from his saddle forced him to fly. Else mote it needs down to his manly breast have cleft his head in twain, and life thence dispossest. Now was the Prince in dangerous distress, wanting his sword, when he on foot should fight. His single spear could do him small redress against two foes of so exceeding might, the least of which was match for any knight. And now the other, whom he erst did daunt, had reared himself again to cruel fight, 3 times more furious and more puissant, unmindful of his wound, of his fate ignorant. So both at once him charge on either side, with hideous strokes and importable power, that forced him his ground to traverse wide, and wisely watch to ward that deadly stowre. For in his shield, as thick as stormy showre, their strokes did raine, yet did he never quaile, ne backward shrink, but as a steadfast towre, whom foe with double batt'ry doth assaile, them on her bulwark bears, and bids them naught availe. So stoutly he withstood their strong assay, till that at last, when he advantage spide, his poignant speare he thrust with puissant sway at proud Cimocles, whiles his shield was wide, that through his thigh the mortal steele did gride. He, swarving with the force within his flefh, did breake the lance, and let the head abide. Out of the wound the red blood flowed frefh, that underneath his feet soon made a purple plefh. Horribly then he gan to rage and raile, cursing his gods and himself, damning deepe. Als when his brother saw the red blood raile adown so fast, and all his armour steepe, for very fellness loud he gan to weepe, and said, Caitive, curse on thy cruel hand, that twice hath sped, yet shall it not thee keepe from the third brunt of this my fatall brond. Lo, where the dreadful death behind thy back doth stand. With that he ftrooke, and th'other ftrooke withal, that nothing seemed mote bear so monftrous might. The one upon his covered shield did fall, and glauncing down would not his owner bite. But the other did upon his truncheon smite, which hewing quite asunder further way it made, and on his hacqueton did light. The which dividing with importune sway, it feized in his right fide, and there the dent did ftay. Wide was the wound, and a large lukewarme flood, red as the rose, thence gufhed grievously, that when the paine him spide, the streaming blood gave him great heart and hope of victory. On th'other fide, in huge perplexity, the Prince now stood, having his weapon broke. Naught could he hurt, but still at ward did lie, yet with his truncheon he so rudely ftroke Cimocles twice, that twice him forced his foot revoke. Whom when the palmer faw in fuch diftrefle, Sir Guion's fword he lightly to him raught, and said, Faire fon, great God thy right hand blefle, to ufe that fword so wifely as is ought. Glad was the knight, and with frefh courage fraught, when as againe he armed felt his hand. Then like a lion, which hath long time sought his robbed whelps, and at last them fond amongft the fhepherds fwaines, then wexeth wood and yond. So fierce he layd about him, and dealt blowes on either fide, that neither maile could hold, ne fhield defend the thunder of his throwes. Now to Pyrocles many ftrokes he told, eft to Cimocles twice so many fold. Then back againe turning his busie hand, them both at once compelled with courage bold, to yield wide way to his heart thrilling brond. And though they both stood ftiffe, yet could not both withftond. As salvage bull, whom 2 fierce mastifes bayte, when rancour doth with rage him once engore, forgets with wary ward them to awayte, but with his dreadful horns them drives afore, or flings aloft, or treads down in the floor, breathing out wrath and bellowing difdaine, that all the forest quakes to hear him roare. So raged Prince Arthur twixt his foemen twaine, that neither could his mighty puissance fuftaine. But ever at Pyrocles, when he smit, who Guion's shield caft ever him before, whereon the Faerie Queenes portract was writ, his hand relented, and the ftroke forbore. and his dear heart the picture gan adore, which oft the Paynim saved from deadly store. But him henceforth the same can save no more, for now arrived is his fatall houre, that note avoided be by earthly skill or powre. For when Cymocles saw the foul reproach, which them appeached, pricked with guilty shame and inward griefe, he fiercely gan approach, resolved to put away that loathly blame, or die with honour and desert of fame. And on the hauberk ftroke the Prince so sore, that quite disparted all the linked frame, and pierced to the skin, but bit no more, yet made him twice to reel, that never moved afore. Whereat Rynne fierce with wrath and sharp regret, he ftroke so hugely with his borrowed blade, that it empierced the Pagans burgonet, and cleaving the hard steele did deep invade into his head, and cruel passage made quite through his braine. He tumbling down on ground, breathed out his ghost, which to the infernal shade fast flying, there eternal torment found, for all the finnes wherewith his lewd life did abound. Which when his German saw, the stony feare ran to his heart, and all his fence dismayd, ne thenceforth life, ne courage did appeare, but as a man whom hellish fiends have frayd. Long trembling still he stood, at last thus sayd: Traitor, what hast thou done? How ever may thy cursed hand so cruelly have fwayd against that knight, hero and well away, after so wicked deed? Why liv'st thou longer day? With that all desperate as loathing light, and with revenge desiring foon to die, affembling all his force and utmost might, with his own sword he fierce at him did fly, and ftrooke, and foyned, and lasht outrageously, withouten reafon or regard. Well knew the Prince, with patience and sufferance fly, so hasty heat soon cooled to subdue, though when this breathless wokes that battle gan renew. As when a windy tempest bloweth high, that nothing may withstand his stormy stowre, the clouds, as things afrayd, before him fly, but all so soon as his outrageous powre is layd, they fiercely then begin to showre, and as in scorn of his spent stormy spight, now all at once their malice forth do pour. So did Prince Arthur bear himself in fight, and suffered rash Pyrocles waste his idle might. At last, when as the Saracen perceived how that straunge sword refused to serve his need, but when he stroke most ftrong the dent deceived, he flung it from him, and devoid of dread, upon him lightly leaping without heed, twixt his two mighty armes engrasped fast, thinking to overthrow and down him tread. But him in strength and skill the Prince surpassed, and through his nimble sleight did under him down cast. Naught booted it the Paynim then to strive, for as a bitter in the eagle's claw, that may not hope by flight to scape alive, still waits for death with dread and trembling awe. So he now subject to the victor's law, did not once move nor upward cast his eye, for vile disdain and rancour, which did gnaw his heart in twain with sad melancholy, as one that loathed life, and yet despised to die. But full of princely bounty and great mind, the conqueror naught carried him to slay, but casting wrongs and all revenge behind, more glory thought to give life than decay, and said: Paynim, this is thy dismal day, yet if thou wilt renounce thy miscreants, and my true liegeman yield thyself for aye, life will I grant thee for thy valiance, and all thy wrongs will wipe out of my souvenance. Fool, said the pagan, I thy gift defy, but use thy fortune as it doth befall, and say that I not overcome do die, but in despite of life, for death do call. Wroth was the prince, and sorry yet withal, that he so wilfully refused grace. Yet sith his fate so cruelly did fall, his shining helmet he gan soon unlace, and left his headless body bleeding all the place. By this Sir Guyon from his trance awaked, life having mastered her senseless foe, and looking up, when as his shield he lacked, and sword saw not, he wexed wondrous woe. But when the palmer, whom he long ago had lost, he by him spied, right glad he grew, and said, "Dear sir, whom wandering to and fro I long have lacked, I joy thy face to view. Firm is thy faith, whom danger never fro me drew. But read what wicked hand hath robbed me of my good sword and shield." The palmer glad, with so fresh hue uprising him to see, him answered, "Fair son, be no whit sad for want of weapons, they shall soon be had." So gan he to discourse the whole debate, which that straunge knight from him sustained had, and those two Saracens confounded late, whose carcasses on ground were horribly prostrate. Which when he heard and saw the tokens true, his heart with great affection was embayed, and to the prince bowing reverence due, as to the patron of his life thus said: "My lord, my liege, by whose most gracious aid I live this day, and see my foes subdued, what may suffice to be for meed repaid of so great graces as ye have me shewed, but to be ever bound." To whom the infant thus: "Fair sir, what need good turns be counted as a servile bond to bind their doers, to receive their meed? Are not all knights by oath bound to withstand oppressor's power by arms and puissant hand? Suffice that I have done my due in place." So goodly purpose they together fond of kindness and of courteous grace. The whiles false Archimage and Ayton fled apace. End of Book 2, Canto 8, The Legend of Sir Guyon. Book 2, Canto 9, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 9. The house of temperance in which doth sober Alma dwell, besieged of many foes, whom stronger knights to flight compel. Of all God's works, which do this world adorn, there is no one more fair and excellent than is man's body both for power and form, whiles it is kept in sober government, but none than it more foul and indecent, distemperate through misrule and passions base. It grows a monster, and incontinent doth lose his dignity and native grace. Behold, who list, both one and other in this place. After the Paynim brethren conquered were, the Briton prince recovering his stolen sword, and Guyon his lost shield, they both yfere forth passed on their way in fair accord, till him the prince with gentle court did board. "Sir knight, mote I of you this courtesy read, to weet why on your shield, so goodly scored, bear ye the picture of that lady's head. Full lively is the semblant, though the substance dead." "Fair sir," said he, "if in that picture dead such life ye read, and virtue in vain shew, what mote ye ween, if the true lively head of that most glorious visage ye did view? But if the beauty of her mind ye knew, that is her bounty and imperial power, 1000 times fairer than her mortal hue, Oh, how great wonder would your thoughts devour, and infinite desire into your spirit pour! She is the mighty Queen of Faerie, whose fair retraite I in my shield do bear. She is the flower of grace and chastity, throughout the world renowmed far and near. My leaf, my liege, my sovereign, my dear, whose glory shineth as the morning star, and with her light the earth illumines clear. Far reach her mercies and her praises far, as well in state of peace as puissance in war. Thrice happy man, said then the Briton knight, whom gracious lot and thy great valiance have made thee soldier of that princess bright, which with her bounty and glad countenance doth bless her servants, and them high advance. How may straunge knight hope ever to aspire, by faithful service and meet amenance, unto such bliss? Sufficient were that hire, for loss of 1,000 lives, to die at her desire. Said Guyon, noble lord, what meed so great, or grace of earthly prince so sovereign? But by your wondrous worth and warlike feat, ye well may hope and easily attain. But were your will her sold to entertain, and numbered be mongst knights of maidenhead, great guerdon well I wot should you remain, and in her favour high be reckoned, as Artegall and Sophie now been honoured. Certes, then said the prince, I God enow, that sith I armes and knighthood first did plight, my whole desire hath been, and yet is now, to serve that queen with all my power and might. Now hath the sun with his lamp burning light walked round about the world, and I no less, sith of that goddess I have sought the sight, yet nowhere can her find. Such happiness heaven doth to me envy, and fortune favour less. Fortune, the foe of famous Chevisance, seldom, said Guyon, yields to virtue aid, but in her way throws mischief and mischance, whereby her course is stopped and passage stayed. But you, fair sir, be not herewith dismayed, but constant keep the way in which ye stand, which were it not that I am else delayed with hard adventure which I have in hand, I labour would to guide you through all Faerie land. Gramercy, sir, said he, but mote I weet what straunch adventure do ye now pursue? Perhaps my succour or advisement meet mote stead you much your purpose to subdue. Then gan Sir Guyon all the story shew of false Acrasia and her wicked wiles, which to avenge the palmer him forth drew from Faerie court. So talked they the whiles they wasted had much way, and measured many miles. And now fair Phoebus gan decline in haste his weary wagon to the western vale, when as they spied a goodly castle placed forby a river in a pleasant dale, which choosing that for evening's hospital, they thither marched. But when they came in sight, and from their sweaty coursers did avail, they found the gates fast barred long ere night, and every loop fast locked, as fearing foes despite. Which when they saw, they weened foul reproach was to them done, their entrance to forestall, till that the squire gan nigher to approach, and wind his horn under the castle wall, that with the noise it shook, as it would fall. Eftsoons forth looked from the highest spire the watch, and loud unto the knights did call, to weet what they so rudely did require, who gently answered, they entrance did desire. Fly, fly, good knights, said he, fly fast away, if that your lives ye love, as meet ye should, fly fast, and save yourselves from near decay. Here may ye not have entrance, though we would, and would again if that we could. But 1,000 enemies about us rave, and with long siege us in this castle hold. 7 years this wise they us besieged have, and many good knights slain that have us sought to save. Thus as he spoke, lo, with outrageous cry, 1,000 villains round about them swarmed, out of the rocks and caves adjoining nigh, vile caitiff wretches, ragged, rude, deformed, all threatening death, all in strange manner armed, some with unwieldy clubs, some with long spears, some rusty knives, some staves in fire warmed. Stern was their look, like wild amazed steers, staring with hollow eyes and stiff upstanding hairs. Fiercely at first those knights they did assail, and drove them to recoil. But when again they gave fresh charge, their forces gan to fail, unable their encounter to sustain. For with such puissance and impetuous main, those champions broke on them that forced them fly, like scattered sheep when as the shepherd's swain a lion and a tiger doth espy, with greedy pace forth rushing from the forest nigh. A while they fled, but soon returned again, with greater fury than before was found, and evermore their cruel captain sought with his rascal routs t'enclose them round, and overrun to tread them to the ground. But soon the knights with their bright burning blades broke their rude troops, and orders did confound, hewing and slashing at their idle shades. For though they bodies seem, yet substance from them fades, as when a swarm of gnats at eventide out of the fens of Allen do arise, their murmuring small trumpets sounden wide, whiles in the air their clustering army flies, that as a cloud doth seem to dim the skies. Ne man nor beast may rest, nor take repast, for their sharp wounds and noyous injuries, till the fierce northern wind with blustering blast doth blow them quite away, and in the ocean cast. Thus when they had that troublous rout dispersed, unto the castle gate they come again, and entrance craved, which was denied erst. Now when report of their perilous pain and cumbrous conflict, which they did sustain, came to the lady's ear, which there did dwell, she forth issued with a goodly train of squires and ladies, equipaged well, and entertained them right fairly, as befell. Alma she called was, a virgin bright, that had not yet felt Cupid's wanton rage, yet was she wooed of many a gentle knight, and many a lord of noble parentage, that sought with her to link in marriage. For she was fair as fair mote ever be, and in the flower now of her freshest age, yet full of grace and goodly modesty, that even heaven rejoiced her sweet face to see. In robe of lily white she was arrayed, that from her shoulder to her heel down wrought, the train whereof loose far behind her strayed, branched with gold and pearl, most richly wrought, and borne of 2 fair damsels, which were taught that service well. Her yellow golden hair was trimly woven, and in tresses wrought. Ne other tire she on her head did wear, but crowned with a garland of sweet rosiere. Goodly she entertained those noble knights, and brought them up into her castle hall, where gentle court and gracious delight she to them made with mildness virginal, shewing herself both wise and liberal. There when they rested had a season due, they her besought of favour special, of that fair castle to afford them view. She granted, and them leading forth the same did shew. First she them led up to the castle wall, that was so high as foe might not it climb, and all so fair and fencible withal, not built of brick, ne yet of stone and lime, but of thing like to that Egyptian slime, whereof King Nini whilome built Babel tower, But oh great pity that no longer time so goodly workmanship should not endure. Soon it must turn to earth, no earthly thing is sure. The frame thereof seemed partly circular, and part triangular, O work divine! Those to the first and last proportions are, the one imperfect, mortal, feminine, the other immortal, perfect, masculine. And twixt them both a quadrate was the base, proportionate equally by 7 and 9. 9 was the circle set in heaven's place, all which compacted made a goodly diapace. Therein 2 gates were placed seemly well, the one before, by which all in did pass, did th'other far in workmanship excell, for not of wood, nor of enduring brass, but of more worthy substance framed it was. Doubly disparted, it did lock and close, that when it locked, none might thorough pass, and when it opened, no man might it close. Still open to their friends, and closed to their foes. Of hewen stone the porch was fairly wrought, stone more of value and more smooth and fine than jet or marble far from Ireland brought, over the which was cast a wandering vine, and chased with a wanton ivy twine, and over it a fair portcullis hung, which to the gate directly did incline, with comely compass and compacture strong, neither unseemly short, nor yet exceeding long. Within the barbican a porter sat, day and night duly keeping watch and ward, nor wight nor word mote pass out of the gate, but in good order and with due regard. Utterers of secrets he from thence debarred, babblers of folly and blazers of crime. His larum bell might loud and wide be heard, when cause required, but never out of time. Early and late it rung, at evening and at prime. And round about the porch on every side twice 16 warders set, all armed bright in glistering steel, and strongly fortified. Tall yeomen seemed they, and of great might, and were enranged ready still for fight. By them, as Alma passed with her guests, they did obeisance, as beseemed right, and then again returned to their rests. The porter eke to her did lout with humble jests. Thence she them brought into a stately hall, wherein were many tables fair dispread, and ready dight with drapets festival. Against the viands should be ministered. At th'upper end there sat, yclad in red, down to the ground a comely personage, that in his hand a white rod managed. He steward was hight diet, ripe of age, and in demeanour sober, and in counsel sage. And through the hall there walked to and fro a jolly yeoman, marshal of the same, whose name was Appetite. He did bestow both guests and meat, whenever in they came, and knew them how to order without blame, as him the steward bade. They both at one did duty to their lady as became, who passing by forth led her guests anon into the kitchen room, ne spared for niceness none. It was a vault y-built for great dispence, with many ronges reared along the wall, and one great chimney, whose long tunnel thence the smoke forth threw, and in the midst of all there placed was a cauldron, wide and tall, upon a mighty furnace, burning hot, more hot than Etne or flaming Mungeball. For day and night it brent, ne ceased not, so long as anything it in the cauldron got. But to delay the heat, least by mischance it might break out, and set the whole on fire, there added was by goodly ordinance an huge pair of bellows, which did stire continually, and cooling breath inspire. About the cauldron many cookes accoyled, with hookes and ladles, as need did require. The whiles the viands in the vessel boyled, They did about their business sweat, and sorely toiled. The master cook was called Concoction, a careful man, and full of comely guise. The kitchen clerk, that hight Digestion, did order all the caties in seemly wise, and set them forth as well he could devise. The rest had several offices assigned, some to remove the scum, as it did rise, others to bear the same away did mind, and others to use according to his kind. But all the liquor, which was foul and waste, not good nor serviceable else for aught, they in another great round vessel placed, till by a conduit pipe it thence were brought, and all the rest, that noyous was and naught, by secret ways that none might it espy, was close conveyed, and to the back gate brought, that cleeped was Port Esquiline, whereby it was avoided quite, and thrown out privily. Which goodly order and great workman's skill, when as those knights beheld with rare delight, and gazing wonder they their minds did fill, for never had they seen so strange a sight, thence back again fair Alma led them right, and soon into a goodly parlour brought, that was with royal arras richly dight, in which was nothing portrayed nor wrought, not wrought nor portrayed, but easy to be thought. And in the midst thereof upon the floor a lovely bevy of fair ladies sate, courted of many a jolly paramour, the which them did in modest wise amate, and each one sought his lady to agrate. And eke amongst them little Cupid played his wanton sports, being returned late from his fierce wars, and having from him laid his cruel bow, wherewith he thousands hath dismayed. Divers delights they found themselves to please, some song in sweet consort, some laugh'd forth joy, some played with straws, some idly set at ease, but other some could not abide to toy. All pleasance was to them grief and annoy. This frowned, that fawned, the third for shame did blush, another seemed envious or coy, another in her teeth did gnaw a rush. But at these strangers' presence every one did hush. Soon as the gracious Alma came in place, they all at once out of their seats arose, and to her homage made with humble grace. Whom when the knights beheld, they gan dispose themselves to court, and each a damsel chose. The prince by chance did on a lady light, that was right fair and fresh as morning rose, but somewhat sad and solemn eke in sight, as if some pensive thought constrained her gentle sprite. In a long purple pall, whose skirt with gold was fretted all about, she was arrayed, and in her hand a poplar branch did hold. To whom the prince in courteous manner said: Gentle madam, why been ye thus dismayed, and your fair beauty do with sadness spill? Lives any that you hath thus ill apaid, or don you love, or don you lack your will? Whatever be the cause, it sure beseems you ill. Fair sir, said she half in disdainful wise, how is it that this word in me ye blame, and in yourself do not the same advise? Him ill beseems another's fault to name, that may unwares be blotted with the same. Pensive I yield I am, and sad in mind, through great desire of glory and of fame. Ne ought I ween are ye therein behind, that have 12 months sought one, yet nowhere can her find? The prince was inly moved at her speech, well weeting true what she had rashly told, yet with fair semblant sought to hide the breach, which change of colour did perforce unfold, now seeming flaming hot, now stony cold. Though turning soft aside, he did enquire what wight she was that poplar branch did hold, It answered was her name was Praise Desire, that by well doing sought to honour to aspire. That whiles the Faerie Knight did entertaine another damsel of that gentle crew, that was right fair, and modest of demaine, but that too oft she chaunged her native hue. Straunch was her tire, and all her garment blew, close round about her tucked with many a plight. Upon her fist the bird, which shunneth view, and keeps in coverts close from living wight, did sit, as yet ashamed how rude Pan did her dight. So long as Guyon with her comenid unto the ground she cast her modest eye, and ever and anon with rosy red the bashful blood her snowy cheeks did dye, that her became a polished ivory, which cunning craftsman hand hath overlaid with fair vermilion or pure castory. Great wonder had the knight to see the maid so straungely passioned, and to her gently sayd: Faire damsel, seemeth by your troubled cheare, that either me too bold ye weene, this wise you to molest, or other ill to feare, that in the secret of your heart close lies, from whence it doth, as cloud from sea arise. If it be I, of pardon I you pray. But if aught else that I mote not devise, I will, if please, you it discoure assay, to ease you of that ill so wisely as I may. She answered naught, but more abashed for shame held down her head, the whiles her lovely face the flashing blood with blushing did inflame, and the strong passion marred her modest grace, that Guyon marvelled at her uncouth case, till Alma him bespake: Why wonder ye, fair sir, at that which ye so much embrace? She is the fountain of your modesty. You shamefaced are, but shamefacedness itself is she. Thereat the elf did blush in privity, and turned his face away, but she the same dissembled fair, and feigned to oversee. Thus they a while with court and goodly game themselves did solace each one with his dame, till that great lady thence away them sought, to view her castle's other wondrous frame. Up to a stately turret she them brought, ascending by 10 steps of alablaster wrought. That turret's frame most admirable was, like highest heaven compassed around, and lifted high above this earthly mass, which it surviewed as hills done lower ground. But not on ground mote like to this be found, not that which antique Cadmus whilome built in Thebes, which Alexander did confound, nor that proud tower of Troy, though richly gilt, from which young Hector's blood by cruel Greeks was spilt. The roof hereof was arched overhead, and decked with flowers, and her bars daintily. 2 goodly beacons set in watches stead, therein gave light and flamed continually, for they of living fire most subtilly were made, and set in silver sockets bright, covered with lids devised of substance sly, that readily they shut and open might. O who can tell the praises of that makers might? Ne can I tell, ne can I stay to tell this parts great workmanship and wondrous power, that all this other worlds work doth excell, and likest is unto that heavenly tower, that God hath built for his own blessed bower. Therein were divers rooms and divers stages, but 3 the chiefest and of greatest power, in which there dwelt 3 honourable sages, the wisest men, I ween, that lived in their ages. Not he by whom Greece, the nurse of all good arts, by Phoebus' doom, the wisest thought alive, might be compared to these by many parts, nor that sage Pylian sire, which did survive 3 ages, such as mortal men contrive, by whose advice old Priam's city fell, With these in praise of policies mote strive. These three in these three rooms did sundry dwell, and counselled fair Alma how to govern well. The first of them could things to come foresee, the next could of things present best advise, the third things past could keep in memory, so that no time nor reason could arise, but that the same could one of these comprise. For thy the first did in the forepart sit, that naught mote hinder his quick prejudice. He had a sharp foresight and working wit, that never idle was, ne once could rest a whit. His chamber was dispainted all within with sundry colours, in the which were writ infinite shapes of things dispersed thin, some such as in the world were never yet, ne can devised be of mortal wit. Some daily seen and knowen by their names, such as in idle fantasies do flit, infernal hags, centaurs, fiends, hippodames, apes, lions, eagles, owls, fools, lovers, children, dames, and all the chamber filled was with flies, which buzzed all about and made such sound, that they encumbered all men's ears and eyes, like many swarms of bees assembled round. After their hives with honey do abound, all those were idle thoughts and fantasies, devices, dreams, opinions unsound, shews, visions, soothsays, and prophecies, and all that feigned is, as leasings, tales, and lies. Amongst them all sat he, which wanted there, that hight fantasts, by his nature true, a man of years, yet fresh as mote appear, of swarth complexion, and of crabbed hue, that him full of melancholy did shew, bent hollow beetle brows, sharp staring eyes, that mad or foolish seemed, one by his view mote deem him born with ill-disposed skies, when oblique Saturn set in the house of agonies. Whom Alma having shewed to her guests, thence brought them to the second room, whose walls were painted fair with memorable jests of famous wizards, and with picturals of magistrates, of courts, of tribunals, of commonwealths, of states, of policy, of laws, of judgments, and of decretals, all arts, all science, all philosophy, and all that in the world was thought wittily. Of those that room was full, and them among there sat a man of ripe and perfect age, who did them meditate all his life long, that through continual practice and usage he now was grown right wise and wondrous sage. Great pleasure had those stranger knights to see his goodly reason and grave personage, that his disciples both desired to be. But Alma thence them led to the hindmost room of three. That chamber seemed ruinous and old, and therefore was removed far behind. Yet were the walls, that did the same uphold, right firm and strong, though somewhat they declined. And therein sate an old man, half blind, and all decrepit in his feeble course, yet lively vigour rested in his mind, and recompensed him with a better scourse. Weak body well is changed for mind's redoubled force. This man of infinite remembrance was, and things foregone through many ages held, which he recorded still, as they did pass, ne suffered them to perish through long eld, as all things else, the which this world doth weld, but laid them up in his immortal scrine, where they for ever incorrupted dwelled. The wars he well remembered of King Nine, of old Assaracus and Inachus divine. The years of Nestor nothing were to his, ne yet Methusalem, though longest lived. For he remembered both their infancies, Ne wonder then if that he were deprived of native strength now, that he them survived. His chamber all was hanged about with rolls, and old records from ancient times derived, some made in books, some in long parchment scrolls, that were all worm-eaten and full of canker holes. Amidst them all he in a chair was set, tossing and turning them without an end. Amidst them all he in a chair was set, tossing and turning them without an end. But for he was unable them to fet, a little boy did on him still attend, to reach whenever he for aught did send, and oft when things were lost or laid amiss, that boy them sought and unto him did lend. Therefore he Anamnestes cleped is, and that old man Eumnestes by their properties. The knights there entering did him reverence due, and wondered at his endless exercise. Then as they gan his library to view, and antique registers for to avise, there chanced to the Prince's hand to rise an ancient book hight Briton monuments, that of this land's first conquest did devise, and old division into regiments, till it reduced was to one man's governments. Sir Guyon chanced eke on another book, that hight Antiquity of Faerie Land, in which when as he greedily did look, the offspring of elves and fairies there he fond, as it delivered was from hand to hand, whereat they burning both with fervent fire, their country's ancestry to understand, craved leave of Alma and that aged sire, to read those books, who gladly granted their desire. End of Canto 9, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 10 of the Faerie Queene. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jou. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Gaivon, Canto 10. A chronicle of Briton kings, from Brute to Uther's reign, and rolls of elven emperors, till time of Gloriane. Who now shall give unto me words and sound equal unto this haughty enterprise? Or who shall lend me wings, with which from ground lowly verse may loftily arise, and lift itself unto the highest skies? More ample spirit than hitherto was wont here needs me, whiles the famous ancestries of my most dreaded sovereign I recount, by which all earthly princes she doth far surmount. Nay, under sun that shines so wide and fair, whence all that lives does borrow life and light, lives aught that to her lineage may compare, which though from earth it be derived right, yet doth itself stretch forth to heaven's height, and all the world with wonder overspread. A labour huge, exceeding far my might. How shall frail pen, with fear disparaged, conceive such sovereign glory and great bountyhead? Argument worthy of Maeonian quill, or rather worthy of great Phoebus wrote, whereon the ruins of great Ossa hill, and triumphs of Phlegrean Jove he wrote, that all the gods admired his lofty note. But if some relish of that heavenly lay his learned daughters would to me report, to deck my song withal, I would assay thy name, O sovereign Queen, to blazon far away. Thy name, O sovereign Queen, thy realm and race, from this renowned prince derived are, who mightily upheld that royal mace which now thou bearest, to thee descended far from mighty kings and conquerors in war, thy fathers and great-grandfathers of old, whose noble deeds above the northern star immortal fame for ever hath enrolled, as in that old man's book they were in order told. The land which warlike Britons now possess, and therein have their mighty empire raised, in antique time was salvage wilderness, unpeopled, unmanured, unproved, unpraised. Ne was it island then, ne was it paised amid the ocean waves, ne was it sought of merchants far, for profits therein praised, but was all desolate, and of some thought by sea to have been from the Celtic mainland brought. Ne did it then deserve a name to have, till that the venturous mariner that way learning his ship from those white rocks to save, which all along the southern sea coast lay, threatening unheedy wreck and rash decay, for safety's sake that same his sea mark made and named it Albion, but later day, finding in it fit ports for fishers' trade, gan more the same frequent, and further to invade. But far inland a salvage nation dwelt, of hideous giants and half beastly men, that never tasted grace nor goodness felt, but like wild beasts lurking in loathsome den, and flying fast as roebuck through the fen, all naked without shame or care of cold, by hunting and by spoiling livered then, of stature huge and eke of courage bold, that sons of men amazed their sternness to behold. But whence they sprung, or how they were begot, uneath is to assure, uneath to ween that monstrous error, which doth some assot, that Diocletian's 50 daughters sheen into this land by chance have driven been, where companying with fiends and filthy sprites, through vain illusion of their lust unclean, they brought forth giants and such dreadful wights, as far exceeded men in their immeasured mights. They held this land, and with their filthiness polluted this same gentle soil long time, that their own mother loathed their beastliness, and gan abhor her brood's unkindly crime, all were they born of her own native slime, until that Brutus, anciently derived from royal stock of old Assarac's line, driven by fatal error here arrived, and them of their unjust possession deprived. But ere he had established his throne, and spread his empire to the utmost shore, he fought great battles with his salvage foen, in which he them defeated evermore, and many giants left on groaning floor, that well can witness yet unto this day the western Hof, besprinkled with the gore of mighty Garamot, whom in stout fray Corineus conquered, and cruelly did slay. And eke that ample pit, yet far renowned for the large leap which Deben did compel Coolin to make, being 8 lugs of ground, into the which returning back he fell. But those 3 monstrous stones do most excel, which that huge son of hideous Albion, whose father Hercules in France did quell great Godmer through, in fierce contention at bold Canutus, but of him was slain anon. In meed of these great conquests by them got, Corineus had that province utmost west to him assigned for his worthy lot, which of his name and memorable jest he called Cornewale, yet so called best. And Deben's share was, that is Devonshire, but Canute had his portion from the rest, the which he called Canutium for his hire, now Cantium, which Kent we commonly inquire. Thus Brute this realm unto his rule subdued, and reigned long in great felicity. Loved of his friends, and of his foes eschewed, he left 3 sons, his famous progeny, born of fair Imogen of Italy, mongst whom he parted his imperial state, and Locrine left, chief lord of Brittany. At last ripe age bade him surrender late his life, and long good fortune unto final fate. Locrine was left the sovereign lord of all, but Albanact had all the northern part, which of himself Albania he did call. And Camber did possess the western quart, which 7 now from Logris doth depart, and each his portion peaceably enjoyed. Ne was there outward breach, nor grudge in heart, that once their quiet government annoyed, but each his pains to others' profit still employed. Until a nation strong, with visage swart, and courage fierce that all men did affray, which through the world them swarmed in every part, and overflowed all countries far away, like Noah's great flood with their importune sway, this land invaded with like violence, and did themselves through all the north display, until that Locrine for his realm's defence did head against them make, and strong munificence. He them encountered a confused rout, for by the river that whilome was hight the ancient Abus, where with courage stout he them defeated in victorious fight, and chased so fiercely after fearful flight, that forced their chieftain, for his safety's sake, their chieftain Humber named was aright, unto the mighty stream him to betake, where he an end of battle and of life did make. The king returned proud of victory, and insolent wox through unwonted ease, that shortly he forgot the jeopardy which in his land he lately did appease, and fell to vain voluptuous disease. He loved fair Lady Estrild, lewdly loved, whose wanton pleasures him too much did please, that quite his heart from Gwendolen removed, from Gwendolen his wife, though always faithful proved. The noble daughter of Corineus would not endure to be so vile disdained, but gathering force and courage valorous, encountered him in battle well ordained, in which him vanquished she to fly constrained. But she so fast pursued, that him she took, and threw in bands, where he till death remained. Als his fair leman flying through a brook she overhent, nought moved with her piteous look. But both herself and eke her daughter dear, begotten by her kingly paramour, the fair Sabrina, almost dead with fear, she there attached, far from all succour. The one she slew in that impatient store, but the sad virgin, innocent of all, adown the rolling river she did pour, which of her name now 7 men do call. Such was the end that to disloyal love did fall. Then for her son, which she to Locrine bore, Madan was young, unmeet the rule of sway. In her own hand the crown she kept in store, till riper years he wrought, and stronger stay. During which time her power she did display through all this realm, the glory of her sex, and first taught men a woman to obey. But when her son to man's estate did wex, she it surrendered, ne herself would lenger vex. Though Madan reigned unworthy of his race, for with all shame that sacred throne he filled, next memprise as unworthy of that place, in which being consorted with Manild, for thirst of single kingdom him he killed. But Ebranc salved both their infamies with noble deeds, and warred on Brunchild in Hainault, where yet of his victories brave monuments remain, which yet that land envies. Unhappy man in his first days he was, and happy father of fair progeny. For all so many weeks as the year has, so many children he did multiply, of which were 20 sons, which did apply their minds to praise and chivalrous desire. Those Germans did subdue all Germany, of whom it hight, but in the end their sire, with foul repulse, from France was forced to retire. Which blot his son succeeding in his seat, the second brute, the second both in name and eke in semblance of his puissance great, right well recurred, and did away that blame with recompense of everlasting fame. He with his victor sword first opened the bowels of wide France, a forlorn dame, and taught her first how to be conquered, since which with sundry spoils she hath been ransacked. Let Scaldis tell, and let tell Hania, and let the marsh of Estham Bruges tell what colour were their waters that same day, and all the moor twixt Elvesham and Dell with blood of Henalois, which therein fell. How oft that day did sad Brunchilda see the green shield dyed in dolorous vermell, that not Skidgirith it mot seem to be, but rather y Skidgoch, sign of sad cruelty. His son, King Lisle, by father's labour long, enjoyed a heritage of lasting peace, and built Carlisle, and built Carleon strong. Next Hudibras his realm did not increase, but taught the land from weary wars to cease, whose footstep, blooded following in arts, excelled at Athens all the learned piece, from whence he brought them to these salvage parts, and with sweet science mollified their stubborn hearts. Ensample of his wondrous faculty, behold the boiling baths at Carbadon, which seethe with secret fire eternally, and in their entrails, full of quick brimstone, nourish the flames which they are warmed upon, that to their people wealth they forth do well, and health to every foreign nation. Yet he at last, contending to excel the reach of men, through flight into fond mischief fell. Next him King Lear in happy peace long reigned, but had no issue male him to succeed, but 3 fair daughters, which were well uptrained in all that seemed fit for kingly seed, mongst whom his realm he equally decreed to have divided. Though when feeble age nigh to his utmost date he saw proceed, he called his daughters, and with speeches sage inquired which of them most did love her parentage. The eldest, Goneril, gan to protest that she much more than her own life him loved, and Regan greater love to him professed than all the world, whenever it were proved. But Cordile said she loved him as behooved, whose simple answer, wanting colours fair to paint it forth, him to displeasance moved, that in his crown he counted her no heir, but twixt the other twain his kingdom whole did share. So wedded the one to Maglan, king of Scots, and the other to the king of Cambria, and twixt them shared his realm by equal lots, but without dower, the wise Cordelia was sent to Aganip of Celtica. Their aged sire, thus eased of his crown, a private life led in Albania with Goneril, long had in great renown, that nought him grieved to been from rule deposed down. But true it is, that when the oil is spent, the light goes out, and weak is thrown away. So when he had resigned his regiment, his daughter gan despise his drooping day, and weary wax of his continual stay. Though to his daughter Regan he repaired, who him at first well used every way. But when of his departure she despaired, her bounty she abated, and his cheer impaired. The wretched man gan then avise too late that love is not where most it is professed. Too truly tried in his extremest state, at last resolved likewise to prove the rest. He to Cordelia himself addressed, who with entire affection him received, as for her sire and king her seemed best. And after all an army strong she leaved, to war on those which him had of his realm bereaved. So to his crown she him restored again, in which he died, made ripe for death by eld, and after willed it should to her remain, who peaceably the same long time did weld, and all men's hearts in due obedience held, till that her sister's children, waxen strong, through proud ambition against her rebelled, and overcomen kept in prison long, till weary of that wretched life herself she hung. Then gan the bloody brethren both to reign, but fierce Cundar gan shortly to envy his brother Morgan, pricked with proud disdain to have a peer in part of sovereignty, and kindling coals of cruel enmity raised war, and him in battle overthrew, whence as he to those woody hills did fly, which height of him Glamorgan there him slew, then did he reign alone, where he none equal knew. His son Rivallo his dead room did supply, in whose sad time blood did from heaven rain. Next great Gurgustus, then fair Cecily, in constant peace their kingdoms did contain. After whom Lago and Kinmarca did reign, and Gorbogud, till far in years he grew. Then his ambitious sons unto them twain awrought the rule, and from their father drew stout Ferex and stern Porrex, him in prison threw. But oh, the greedy thirst of royal crown, that knows no kindred, nor regards no right, stirred Porrex up to put his brother down, who unto him assembling foreign might, made war on him, and fell himself in fight, whose death to avenge his mother merciless, most merciless of women, Wydan hight, her other son fast sleeping did oppress, and with most cruel hand him murdered pitiless. Here ended Brutus' sacred progeny, which 700 years this sceptre borne with high renown and great felicity. The noble branch from the antique stock was torn, through discord and the royal throne forlorn. Thenceforth this realm was into factions rent, whilst each of Brutus boasted to be born, that in the end was left no monument of Brutus, nor of Britain's glory ancient. Then up arose a man of matchless might and wondrous wit to manage high affairs, who stirred with pity of the stressed plight of this sad realm, cut into sundry shares, by such as claimed themselves Brute's rightful heirs, gathered the princes of the people loose, to taken counsel of their common cares, who with his wisdom won, him straight did choose their king, and swore him fealty to win or lose. Then made he head against his enemies, and Imna slew, or Logris miscreate. Then Ruddock and proud Stator both allied, this of Albania newly nominate, and that of Cambry king confirmed late, he overthrew through his own valiance, whose countries he reduced to quiet state, and shortly brought to civil governance, now one, which erst were many, made through variance. Then made he sacred laws, which some men say were unto him revealed in vision, by which he freed the traveller's highway, the church's part, and ploughman's portion, restraining stealth and strong extortion, the gracious Numa of Great Brittany. For till his days the chief dominion by strength was wielded without policy, therefore he first wore crown of gold for dignity. Don Wallo died, for what may live for aye, and left two sons of peerless prowess both, that sacked Rome too dearly did assay the recompense of their perjured oath, and ransacked Greece well tried when they were wroth, besides subjected France and Germany, which yet their praises speak, all be they loath, and inly tremble at the memory of Brennus and Belinus, kings of Brittany. Next them did Gurgant, great Belinus' son, in rule succeed, and eke in father's praise. He Easterland subdued, and Denmark won, and of them both did foy and tribute raise, the which was due in his dead father's days. He also gave to fugitives of Spain, whom he at sea found wandering in their ways, a seat in Ireland safely to remain, which they should hold of him as subject to Britain. After him reigned Githaline his heir, the justest man and truest in his days, who had to wife Dame Mercia the fair, a woman worthy of immortal praise, which for this realm found many goodly lays, and wholesome statutes to her husband brought. Her many deemed to have been of the Fays, as was Egeria that Numa taught. Those yet of her be Mercian laws, both named and thought. Her son Siculus after her did reign, and then Chimerus, and then Danius, next whom Merindus did the crown sustain, who, had he not with wrath outrageous and cruel rancour dimmed his valorous and mighty deeds, should matched have the best. As well in that same field victorious against the foreign Morans he expressed, yet lives his memory, though carcass sleep in rest. 5 sons he left, begotten of one wife, all which successively by turns did raise. First Gorberman, a man of virtuous life, next Archigald, who for his proud disdain deposed was from Princeton's sovereign, and piteous Elidur put in his stead, who shortly it to him restored again, till by his death he it recovered. But Peridur and Vigent him disthronized. In wretched prison long he did remain, till they outreigned had their utmost date, and then therein reseized was again, and ruled long with honourable state, till he surrendered realm and life to fate. Then all the sons of these 5 brethren reigned by due success, and all their nephews late. Even thrice 11 descents the crown retained, till aged Heli by due heritage it gained. He had 2 sons, whose eldest called Lud left of his life most famous memory, and endless monuments of his great good. The ruined walls he did re-edify of Troynunt 'gainst force of enemy, and built that gate, which of his name is hight, by which he lies entombed solemnly. He left 2 sons, too young to rule aright, Androgeus and Tenantius, pictures of his might. Whiles they were young, Cassibellain their aim was by the people chosen in their stead, who on him took the royal diadem, and goodly well long time it governed, till the proud Romans him disquieted, and warlike Caesar, tempted with the name of this sweet island, never conquered, and envying the Britons' blazed fame, O hideous hunger of dominion, hither came. Yet twice they were repulsed back again, and twice renforced back to their ships to fly, the whiles with blood they all the shore did stain, and the grey ocean into purple dye. Ne had they footing found at last perdie, had not Androgeus, false to native soil, and envious of uncle's sovereignty, betrayed his country into foreign spoil. Naught else but treason from the first this land did foil. So by him Caesar got the victory, through great bloodshed and many a sad assay, in which himself was charged heavily. Of hardy Nennius whom he yet did slay, but lost his sword, yet to be seen this day. Thenceforth this land was tributary made to ambitious Rome, and did their rule obey, till Arthur all that reckoning did defray. Yet oft the kings against them strongly swayed. Next him Tenantius reigned, then Cymbeline, what time the eternal Lord in fleshly slime enwombed was, from wretched Adam's line to purge away the guilt of sinful crime. O joyous memory of happy time, that heavenly grace so plenteously displayed! O too high ditty for my simple rhyme! Soon after this the Romans him warrayed, for that their tribute he refused to let be paid. Good Claudius, that next was emperor, an army brought, and with him battle fought, in which the king was by a treachetor disguised slain, ere any thereof thought. Yet ceased not the bloody fight for aught, for Arvirage his brother's place supplied, both in his arms and crown, and by that draught did drive the Romans to the weaker side, that they to peace agreed, so all was pacified. Was never king more highly magnified, nor dread of Romans, than was Arvirage, for which the emperor to him allied his daughter Genuis in marriage. Yet shortly he renounced the vassalage of Rome again, who hither hastily sent Vespasian, that with great spoil and rage forwasted all, till Genuissa gent persuaded him to cease, and her lord to relent. He died, and him succeeded Marius, who joyed his days in great tranquillity. Then Coil, and after him good Lucius, that first received Christianity, the sacred pledge of Christ's evangely. Yet true it is that long before that day hither came Joseph of Arimathea, who brought with him the Holy Grail, they say, and preached the truth, but since it greatly did decay. This good king shortly without issue died, whereof great trouble in the kingdom grew, that did herself in sundry parts divide, and with her power her own self o'erthrew, whilst Romans daily did the weak subdue. Which seeing, stout Bunduca up arose, and taking arms the Britons to her drew, with whom she marched straight against her foes, and them unwares beside the Severn did enclose. There she with them a cruel battle tried, not with so good success as she deserved, by reason that the captains on her side, corrupted by Paulinus, from her swerved. Yet such as were through former flight preserved, gathering again, her host she did renew, and with fresh courage on the victor served. But being all defeated, save a few, rather than fly or be captived, herself she slew. O famous monument of women's praise, matchable either to Semiramis, whom antique history so high doth raise, or to Hypsiphyl, or to Tomeris. Her host 200,000 numbered is, who whiles good fortune favoured her might, triumphed oft against her enemies, and yet, though overcome in hapless fight, she triumphed on death, in enemies' despite. Her relics, fulgent having gathered, fought with Severus, and him o'erthrew, yet in the chase was slain of them that fled, so made them victors whom he did subdue. Then gan Carausius tyrannize anew, and gainst the Romans bent their proper power, but him Alectus treacherously slew, and took on him the robe of emperor. Natheless the same enjoyed but short happy hour. For Asclepiadate him overcame, and left inglorious on the vanquished plain, without or robe or rag to hide his shame. Then afterwards he in his stead did reign, but shortly was by Coil in battle slain, who after long debate, since Lucy's time, was of the Britons first crowned sovereign. Then gan this realm renew her passed prime, he of his name Colchester built, of stone and lime. Which when the Romans heard, they hither sent Constantius, a man of mickle might, with whom King Coil made an agreement, and to him gave for wife his daughter bright, fair Helena, the fairest living wight, who in all godly thews and goodly praise did far excel, but was most famous hight for skill in music of all in her days, as well in curious instruments as cunning lays. Of whom he did great Constantine beget, who afterward was Emperor of Rome, to which whiles absent he his mind did set, Octavius here leapt into his room, and it usurped by unrighteous doom. But he his title justified by might, slaying Traherne, and having overcome the Roman legion in dreadful fight, so settled he his kingdom and confirmed his right. But wanting issue male, his daughter dear he gave in wedlock to Maximian, and him with her made of his kingdom heir, who soon by means thereof the empire won, till murdered by the friends of Gratian. Then gan the Huns and Picts invade this land during the reign of Maximinian, who dying left none heir them to withstand, but that they overran all parts with easy hand. The weary Britons, whose warhable youth was by Maximian lately led away, with wretched miseries and woeful ruth, were to those pagans made an open prey, and daily spectacle of sad decay, whom Roman wars, which now 400 years and more had wasted, could no whit dismay, till by consent of commons and of peers they crowned the second Constantine with joyous tears, who having oft in battle vanquished those spoilful Picts and swarming Easterlings, long time in peace his realm established, yet oft annoyed with sundry bored ragings of neighbour Scots and foreign scatterlings, with which the world did in those days abound, which to outbar with painful pyonings from sea to sea he heaped a mighty mound, which from Alcluid to Panwelt did that border bound. 3 sons he dying left, all under age, by means whereof their uncle Vortiger usurped the crown during their pupilage, which the infants' tutors, gathering to fear, them closely into Armoric did bear, for dread of whom, and for those Picts' annoys, he sent to Germany strange aid to rear, from whence eftsoons arrived here 3 hoys of Saxons, whom he for his safety employs. 2 brethren were their capitains, which hight Hengist and Horsus, well approved in war, and both of them men of renowned might, who making vantage of their civil jar, and of those foreigners which came from far, grew great, and got large portions of land, that in the realm ere long they stronger are than they which sought at first their helping hand. And Vortiger enforced the kingdom to a band. But by the help of Vortimir his son, he is again unto his rule restored, and Hengist, seeming sad for that was done, received is to grace and new accord, through his fair daughter's face and flattering word. Soon after which 300 lords he slew of British blood, all sitting at his board, whose doleful monuments, who list to rue the eternal marks of treason, may at Stonehenge view. By this the sons of Constantine which fled, Ambrose and Uther, did ripe years attain, and here arriving, strongly challenged the crown which Vorticer did long detain, who flying from his guilt by them was slain, and Hengist eke soon brought to shameful death. Thenceforth Aurelius peaceably did reign, till that through poison stopped was his breath, so now entombed lies at Stonehenge by the heath. After him Uther, which Pendragon hight, succeeding. There abruptly it did end, without full point, or other seizure right, as if the rest some wicked hand did rend, or the author's self could not at least attend to finish it, that so untimely breach the prince himself half seemeth to offend, yet secret pleasure did offence impeach, and wonder of antiquity long stopped his speech. At last, quite ravished with delight to hear the royal offspring of his native land, cried out, "Dear country, oh how dearly dear ought thy remembrance and perpetual band be to thy foster child, that from thy hand did common breath and nourishure receive! How brutish is it not to understand how much to her we owe, that all us gave, that gave unto us all whatever good we have!" But Guyon all this while his book did read, ne yet has ended, for it was a great and ample volume, that doth far exceed my leisure, so long leaves here to repeat. I told how first Prometheus did create a man of many parts from beast derived, and then stole fire from heaven to animate his work, for which he was by Jove deprived of life himself, and heartstrings of an eagle rived. That man so made he called Elf, to weet quick, the first author of all elven kind, who wandering through the world with weary feet, did in the gardens of Adonis find a goodly creature, whom he deemed in mind to be no earthly wight, but either sprite or angel, the author of all womankind. Therefore a Fae he her according hight, of whom all fairies spring, and fetch their lineage right. Of these a mighty people shortly grew, and puissant kings which all the world warrayed, and to themselves all nations did subdue. The first and eldest which that sceptre swayed was Elphin, him all India obeyed, and all that now America men call. Next him was noble Elfinan, who laid Cleopolis' foundation first of all, but Elfiline enclosed it with a golden wall. His son was Elfinel, who overcame the wicked goblins in bloody field. But Elfant was of most renowned fame, who all of crystal did Panthea build. Then Elfar, who two brethren giants killed, the one of which had 2 heads, the other 3. Then Elfinor, who was in magic skilled, he built by art upon the glassy sea a bridge of brass, whose sound heaven's thunder seemed to be. He left 3 sons, the which in order reigned, and all their offspring in their due descents, even 700 princes, which maintained with mighty deeds their sundry governments, that were too long their infinite contents here to record, ne much material. Yet should they be most famous monuments, and brave ensample both of martial and civil rule, to kings and states imperial. After all these Elphicleos did reign, the wise Elphicleos in great majesty, who mightily that sceptre did sustain, and with rich spoils and famous victory did high advance the crown of Faerie. He left 2 sons, of which fair Elphyron, the eldest brother, did untimely die, whose empty place the mighty Oberon doubly supplied in spousal and dominion. Great was his power and glory over all, which him before that sacred seat did fill, that yet remains his wide memorial. He dying left the fairest Tanaquil, him to succeed therein by his last will. Fairer and nobler liveth none this hour, ne like in grace, ne like in learned skill. Therefore they Glorian call that glorious flower. Long mayst thou, Glorian, live in glory and great power. Beguiled thus with delight of novelties and a natural desire of country state, so long they read in those antiquities that how the time was fled they quite forgate, till gentle Alma, seeing it so late, perforce their studies broke, and them besought to think how supper did them long await. So half unwilling from their books them brought, and fairly feasted, as so noble knights she ought. End of Canto 10, Book 2. The Legend of Sir Guyon.
Book 2, Canto 11, The Legend of Sir Gaivon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Gaivon, Canto 11. The enemies of temperance besiege her dwelling place. Prince Arthur them repels, and foul Meleager doth deface. What war so cruel, or what siege so sore, as that which strong affections do apply against the fort of reason evermore, to bring the soul into captivity? Their force is fiercer through infirmity of the frail flesh, relenting to their rage, and exercise most bitter tyranny upon the parts brought into their bondage. No wretchedness is like to sinful villanage. But in a body which doth freely yield his parts to reason's rule obedient, and letteth her that ought the sceptre wield, all happy peace and goodly government is settled there in sure establishment. There Alma, like a virgin queen most bright, doth flourish in all beauty excellent, and to her guests doth bounteous banquet dight, attempered goodly well for health and for delight. Early before the morn with Cremos in ray, the windows of bright heaven opened had, through which into the world the dawning day might look, that maketh every creature glad. Up rose Sir Guyon, in bright armour clad, and to his purposed journey him prepared. With him the palmer eke in habit sad, himself addressed to that adventure hard. So to the river's side they both together fared, where them awaited ready at the ford the ferryman, as Alma had behight, with his well-rigged boat. They go aboard, and he eftsoons gan launch his bark forthright. Ere long they rowed were quite out of sight, and fast the land behind them fled away. But let them pass, whiles wind and weather right do serve their turns. Here I a while must stay, to see a cruel fight done by the prince this day. For all so soon as Guyon thence was gone, upon his voyage with his trusty guide, that wicked band of villains fresh begone, that castle to assail on every side, and lay strong siege about it far and wide. So huge and infinite their numbers were, that all the land they under them did hide, so foul and ugly that exceeding fear their visages impressed, when they approached near. Them in 12 troops their captain did dispart, and round about in fittest steads did place, where each might best offend his proper part, and his contrary object most deface, as every one seemed meetest in that case. 7 of the same against the castle gate, in strong entrenchments he did closely place, which with incessant force and endless hate they battered day and night, and entrance did await. The other 5 sundry ways he set against the 5 great bulwarks of that pile, and unto each a bulwark did arret, t'assail with open force or hidden guile, in hope thereof to win victorious spoil. They all that charge did fervently apply, with greedy malice and importune toil, and planted there their huge artillery, with which they daily made most dreadful battery. The first troop was a monstrous rabblement of foul misshapen wights, of which some were headed like owls, with beaks uncomely bent, others like dogs, others like griffins drear, and some had wings, and some had claws to tear, and every one of them had lynx's eyes, and every one did bow and arrows bear. All those were lawless lusts, corrupt envies, and covetous aspects, all cruel enemies. Those same against the bulwark of the site did lay strong siege, and batteilous assault, ne once did yield it respite day nor night, but soon as Titan gan his head exalt, and soon again as he his light withhalt, their wicked engines they against it bent, that is each thing by which the eyes may fault, but 2 then all more huge and violent, beauty and money, they that bulwark sorely rent. The second bulwark was the hearing sense, gainst which the second troop designment makes, deformed creatures in strange difference, some having heads like hearts, some like to snakes, some like wild boars late roused out of the brakes, slanderous reproaches and foul infamies, leasings, backbitings, and vain glorious crakes, bad counsels, praises, and false flatteries, all those against that fort did bend their batteries. Likewise that same third fort, that is the smell of that third troop, was cruelly assayed, whose hideous shapes were like to fiends of hell, some like to hounds, some like to apes dismayed, some like to puttocks, all in plumes arrayed, all shaped according to their conditions. For by those ugly forms wherein portrayed foolish delights and fond abusions, which do that sense besiege with light illusions. And that 4th band, which cruel battery bent against the 4th bulwark, that is the taste, was as the rest a greasy rabblement, some mouthed like greedy ostriches, some fast like loathly toads, some fashioned in the waist like swine, for so deformed is luxury, surfeit, misdiet, and unthrifty waste, vain feasts, and idle superfluity, all those this sense's fort assail incessantly. But the 5th troop, most horrible of hue, and fierce of force, was dreadful to report, for some like snails, some did like spiders shew, and some like ugly urchins thick and short, cruelly they assailed that 5th fort, armed with darts of sensual delight, with stings of carnal lust, and strong effort of feeling pleasures, with which day and night against that same 5th bulwark they continued fight. Thus these 12 troops with dreadful puissance against that castle restless siege did lay, and evermore their hideous ordinance upon the bulwarks cruelly did play, that now it gan to threaten near decay, and evermore their wicked capitaine provoked them the breaches to assay, sometimes with threats, sometimes with hope of gain, which by the ransack of that peace they should attain. On th'other side the sieged castle's ward their steadfast stonds did mightily maintain, and many bold repulse, and many hard achievement wrought, with peril and with pain, that goodly frame from ruin to sustain. And those 2 brethren giants did defend the walls so stoutly with their sturdy main, that never entrance any durst pretend, but they to direful death their groaning ghosts did send. The noble virgin, lady of the place, was much dismayed with that dreadful sight, for never was she in so evil case, till that the prince, seeing her woeful plight, gan her recomfort from so sad a fright, offering his service and his dearest life for her defence against that carle to fight, which was their chief and th'author of that strife. She him remercied as the patron of her life. Eftsoons himself in glitterand arms he dight, and his well-proved weapons to him hent, so taking courteous congé he behight, those gates to be unbarred, and forth he went. Fair mote he thee, the prowest and most gent, that ever brandished bright steel on high, whom soon as that unruly rabblement with his gay squire issuing did espy, they reared a most outrageous, dreadful yelling cry, and therewith all at once at him let fly their fluttering arrows, thick as flakes of snow, and round about him flock impetuously, like a great water flood, that tumbling low from the high mountains threats to overflow with sudden fury all the fertile plain, and the sad husbandman's long hope doth throw adown the stream, and all his vows make vain, nor bounds nor banks his headlong ruin may sustain. Upon his shield their heaped hail he bore, and with his sword dispersed the rascal flocks, which fled asunder, and him fell before, as withered leaves drop from their dried stalks, when the wroth western wind doth reave their locks. And underneath him his courageous steed, the fierce Spumidor, trode them down like docks, the fierce Spumidor born of heavenly seed, such as Laomedon of Phoebus' race did breed. Which sudden horror and confused cry, when as their captain heard, in haste he yode, the cause to weet and fault to remedy, upon a tiger swift and fierce he rode, that as the wind ran underneath his load, whiles his long legs nigh wrought unto the ground, full large he was of limb, and shoulders broad, but of such subtile substance and unsound, that like a ghost he seemed whose grave clothes were unbound. And in his hand a bended bow was seen, and many arrows under his right side, all deadly dangerous, all cruel keen, headed with flint, and feathers bloody dyed, such as the Indians in their quivers hide. Those could he well direct and straight as line, and bid them strike the mark which he had eyed. Ne was their salve, ne was their medicine, that mote recure their wounds, so inly they did tine. As pale and wan as ashes was his look, his body lean and meagre as a rake, and skin all withered like a dried rook, thereto as cold and dreary as a snake, that seemed to tremble evermore and quake. All in a canvas thin he was bedight, and girded with a belt of twisted brake. Upon his head he wore an helmet light, made of a dead man's skull that seemed a ghastly sight. Meleager was his name, and after him there followed fast at hand two wicked hags, with hoary locks all loose, and visage grim, their feet unshod, their bodies wrapped in rags, and both as swift on foot as chased stags. And yet the one her other leg had lame, which with a staff, all full of little snags, she did support, and Impotence her name. But the other was Impatience, armed with raging flame. Soon as the carle from far the prince espied, glittering in arms and warlike ornament, his beast he fellly pricked on either side, and his mischievous bow full ready bent, with which at him a cruel shaft he sent. But he was wary, and it warded well upon his shield, that it no further went, but to the ground the idle quarrel fell. Then he another and another did expel, which to prevent the prince his mortal spear soon to him wrought, and fierce at him did ride, to be avenged of that shot whileere. But he was not so hardy to abide that bitter stound, but turning quick aside his light-foot beast, fled fast away for fear, whom to pursue the infant after hied, so fast as his good courser could him bear, but labour lost it was to wean approach him near. For as the winged wind his tiger fled, that view of eye could scarce him overtake, nay scarce his feet on ground were seen to tread. Through hills and dales he speedy way did make, ne hedge ne ditch his ready passage break, and in his flight the villain turned his face, as wonts the Tartar by the Caspian lake, when as the Russian him in fight does chase, unto his tiger's tail, and shot at him apace. Apace he shot, and yet he fled apace. Still, as the greedy knight nigh to him drew, and oftentimes he would relent his pace, that him his foe more fiercely should pursue, who when his uncouth manner he did view, he gan avise to follow him no more, but keep his standing and his shafts eschew, until he quite had spent his perilous store, and then assail him fresh, ere he could shift for more. But that lame hag, still as abroad he strew his wicked arrows, gathered them again, and to him brought fresh battle to renew, which he espying, cast her to restrain from yielding succour to that cursed swain, and her attaching, thought her hands to tie. But soon as him dismounted on that plain, that other hag did far away espy, binding her sister, she to him ran hastily, and catching hold of him as down he leant, him backward overthrew, and down him stayed, with their rude hands and grisly grapplement, till that the villain coming to their aid, upon him fell, and load upon him laid. Full little wanted, but he had him slain, and of the battle baleful end had made, had not his gentle squire beheld his pain, and comen to his rescue, ere his bitter bane. So greatest and most glorious thing on ground may often need the help of weaker hand. So feeble is man's state, and life unsound, that in assurance it may never stand, till it dissolved be from earthly band. Proof be thou, prince, the prowest man alive, and noblest born of all in Britain land. Yet thee fierce fortune did so nearly drive, that had not grace thee blessed, thou shouldest not survive. The squire arriving fiercely in his arms, snatched first the one, and then the other jade, his chiefest lets and authors of his harms, and them perforce withheld with threatened blade, least that his lord they should behind invade. The whiles the prince pricked with reproachful shame, as one awaked out of long slumbering shade, reviving thought of glory and of fame, united all his powers to purge himself from blame. like as of fire, which in a hollow cave hath long been underkept, and down suppressed, with murmurous disdain doth inly rave, and grudge in so strait prison to be pressed, at last breaks forth with furious unrest, and strives to mount unto his native seat. All that did erst it hinder and molest, it now devours with flames and scorching heat, and carries into smoke with rage and horror great. So mightily the Briton prince him roused out of his hold, and broke his cative bands, and as a bear whom angry curs have toused, having off-shaked them and escaped their hands, becomes more fell, and all that him withstands treads down and overthrows. Now had the carle alighted from his tiger, and his hands discharged of his bow and deadly quarrel, to seize upon his foe flat lying on the marl, which now him turned to disavantage near, for neither can he fly nor other harm, but trust unto his strength and manhood mere, sith now he is far from his monstrous swarm, and of his weapons did himself disarm. The knight, yet wrathful for his late disgrace, fiercely advanced his valorous right arm, and him so sore smote with his iron mace, that grovelling to the ground he fell, and filled his place. Well weened he that field was then his own, and all his labour brought to happy end, when sudden up the villain overthrown out of his swoon arose, fresh to contend, and gan himself to second battle bend, as hurt he had not been. Thereby lay an huge great stone, which stood upon one end, and had not been removed many a day. Some landmark seemed to be, or sign of sundry way. The same he snatched, and with exceeding sway threw at his foe, who was right well aware to shun the engine of his meant decay. It booted not to think that throw to bear, but ground he gave, and lightly leapt arear, eft fierce returning, as a falcon fair, that once hath failed of her souse full near, remounts again into the open air, and unto better fortune doth herself prepare. So brave returning with his brandished blade, he to the carle himself again addressed, and strook at him so sternly that he made an open passage through his riven breast, that half the steel behind his back did rest, which drawing back he looked evermore, when the heart blood should gush out of his chest, or his dead corse should fall upon the floor. But his dead corse upon the floor fell nay the more. Ne drop of blood appeared shed to be, all were the wound so wide and wondrous, that through his carcass one might plainly see, half in amaze with horror hideous, and half in rage to be deluded thus. Again through both the sides he strook him quite, that made his sprite to groan full piteous. Yet nay the more forth fled his groaning sprite, but freshly as at first prepared himself to fight. Thereat he smitten was with great affright, and trembling terror did his heart appall, ne wist he what to think of that same sight, ne what to say, ne what to do at all. He doubted least it were some magical illusion that did beguile his sense, or wandering ghost that wanted funeral, or airy spirit under false pretence, or hellish fiend raised up through devilish science. His wonder far exceeded reason's reach, that he began to doubt his dazzled sight, and oft of error did himself appeach. Flesh without blood, a person without sprite, wounds without hurt, a body without might, that could do harm, yet could not harmed be, that could not die, yet seemed a mortal wight, that was most strong in most infirmity. Like did he never hear, like did he never see. A while he stood in this astonishment, yet would he not for all his great dismay give over to effect his first intent. and the utmost means of victory assay, or the utmost issue of his own decay. His own good sword Mordure, that never failed at need, till now he lightly threw away, and his bright shield that naught him now availed, and with his naked hands him forcibly assailed. Twixt his two mighty arms him up he snatched, and crushed his carcass so against his breast, that the disdainful soul he thence dispatched, and the idle breath all utterly expressed. Though when he felt him dead, adown he cast the lumpish corse unto the senseless ground. Adown he cast it with so puissant wrist, that back again it did aloft rebound, and gave against his mother earth a groanful sound. As when Jove's harness-bearing bird from high stoops at a flying heron, with proud disdain, the stone-dead quarry falls so forcibly, that it rebounds against the lowly plain, a second fall redoubling back again. Then thought the prince all peril sure was past, and that he victor only did remain. No sooner thought than that the carle as fast gan heap huge strokes on him, as ere he down was cast. Nigh his wits' end then walks the amazed knight, and thought his labour lost and travel vain, against this lifeless shadow so to fight. Yet life he saw, and felt his mighty main, that whiles he marvelled still, did still him pain. For thy he gan some other ways advise, how to take life from that dead living swain, whom still he marked freshly to arise from the earth, and from her womb new spirits to reprise. He then remembered well that had been said, how the earth his mother was, and first him bore. She eke so often as his life decayed, did life with usury to him restore, and raised him up much stronger than before. So soon as he unto her womb did fall, therefore to ground he would him cast no more, ne him commit to grave terrestrial, but bear him far from hope of succour usual. Though up he caught him twixt his puissant hands, and having scroozed out of his carrion course, the loathful life, now loosed from sinful bands, upon his shoulders carried him perforce, above 3 furlongs, carrying his full course, until he came unto a standing lake. Him thereinto he threw without remorse, ne stirred, till hope of life did him forsake. So end of that carle's days, and his own pains did make. Which when those wicked hags from far did spy, like 2 mad dogs they ran about the lands, and the one of them with dreadful yelling cry, throwing away her broken chains and bands, and having quenched her burning firebrands, headlong herself did cast into that lake. But Impotence with her own wilful hands one of Meleager's cursed darts did take, so rived her trembling heart, and wicked end did make. Thus now alone he conqueror remains, though coming to his squire, that kept his steed, thought to have mounted, but his feeble veins him failed thereto, and served not his need, through loss of blood, which from his wounds did bleed, that he began to faint and life decay. But his good squire him helping up with speed, with steadfast hand upon his horse did stay, and led him to the castle by the beaten way, where many grooms and squires ready were to take him from his steed full tenderly. And eke the fairest Alma met him there, with balm and wine and costly spicery, to comfort him in his infirmity. Eftsoons she caused him up to be conveyed, and of his arms despoiled easily. In sumptuous bed she made him to be laid, and all the while his wounds were dressing, by him stayed. End of Canto 11, Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon. Book 2, Canto 12, The Legend of Sir Guyon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Faerie Queene by Edmund Spenser. Book 2, The Legend of Sir Guyon, Canto 12. Guyon by Palmer's governance, passing through perils great, doth overthrow the bower of bliss, and Acrasia defeat. Now 'gins this goodly frame of temperance fairly to rise, and her adorned head to prick of highest praise forth to advance, formally grounded and fast settled on firm foundation of true bountyhead. And that brave knight that for this virtue fights now comes to point of that same perilous stead, where pleasure dwells in sensual delights, mongst 1,000 dangers and 10,000 magic mights. 2 days now in that sea he sailed has, ne ever land beheld, ne living wight, ne aught save peril, still as he did pass, though when appeared the third morrow bright, upon the waves to spread her trembling light, an hideous roaring far away they heard, that all their senses filled with affright, and straight they saw the raging surges reared up to the skies, that them of drowning made afeard. Said then the boatman, Palmer, steer aright and keep an even course, for yonder way we needs must pass. God do us well acquite. That is the gulf of greediness, they say, that deep engorgeth all this world's prey, which having swallowed up excessively, he soon in vomit up again doth lay, and belcheth forth his superfluity, that all the seas for fear do seem away to fly. On the other side an hideous rock is pight, of mighty Magnus stone, whose craggy clift depending from on high, dreadful to sight, over the waves his rugged arms doth lift, and threateneth down to throw his ragged rift on whoso cometh nigh. Yet nigh it draws all passengers, that none from it can shift, for whiles they fly that gulf's devouring jaws, they on this rock are rent and sunk in helpless waves. Forward they pass, and strongly he them rows, until they nigh unto that gulf arrive, where stream more violent and greedy grows. Then he with all his puissance doth strive to strike his oars, and mightily doth drive the hollow vessel through the threatful wave, which gaping wide to swallow them alive, in the huge abyss of his engulfing grave, doth roar at them in vain, and with great terror rave. They passing by, that grisly mouth did see, sucking the seas into his entrails deep, that seemed more horrible than hell to be, or that dark dreadful hole of Tartare steep, through which the damned ghosts don often creep, back to the world bad livers to torment, but naught that falls into this direful deep, nay, that approacheth nigh the wide descent may back return, but is condemned to be drent. On the other side they saw that perilous rock, threatening itself on them to ruinate, on whose sharp cliffs the ribs of vessels broke, and shivered ships, which had been wrecked late, yet stuck with carcasses exanimate, of such as having all their substance spent in wanton joys and lusts intemperate, did afterwards make shipwreck violent, both of their life and fame for ever foully blent. For this height the rock of vile reproach, a dangerous and detestable place, to which nor fish nor fowl did once approach, but yelling mews, with seagulls hoarse and base, and cormorants, with birds of ravenous race, which still sate waiting on that wasteful clift for spoil of wretches, whose unhappy case, after lost credit and consumed thrift, at last them driven hath to this despairful drift. The palmer, seeing them in safety past, thus said, Behold th' ensamples in our sights of lustful luxury and thriftless waste. What now is left of miserable wights, which spent their looser days in lewd delights, but shame and sad reproach here to be read, by these rent relics, speaking of their ill plights. Let all that live hereby be counselled, to shun rock of reproach, and it as death to dread. So forth they rowed, and that ferryman with his stiff oars did brush the sea so strong, that the hoar waters from his frigate ran, and the light bubbles danced all along, whiles the salt brine out of the billows sprung. At last far off they many islands spy, on every side floating the floods among. Then said the knight, Lo, I the land descry, therefore, old sire, thy course do thereunto apply. That may not be, said then the ferryman, lest we unwitting hap to be fordone, for those same islands, seeming now and then, are not firm land, nor any certain one, but straggling plots, which to and fro do run in the wide waters. Therefore are they hight the wandering islands. Therefore do them shun, for they have oft drawn many a wandering wight into most deadly danger and distressed plight. Yet well they seem to him that far doth view, both far and fruitful, and the ground dispread with grassy green of delectable hue, and the tall trees with leaves apparelled are decked with blossoms dyed in white and red, that mote the passengers thereto allure. But whosoever once hath fastened his foot thereon may never it recure, but wandereth evermore uncertain and unsure. As the Isle of Delos, whilom men report, amid the Aegean sea long time did stray, ne made for shipping any certain port, till that Latona travelling that way, flying from Juno's wrath and hard assay of her fair twins, was there delivered, which afterwards did rule the night and day. Thenceforth it firmly was established, and for Apollo's honour highly heried. They to him hearken, as beseemeth meet, and pass on forward. So their way does lie, that one of those same islands, which do fleet in the wide sea, they needs must passen by, which seemed so sweet and pleasant to the eye, that it would tempt a man to touchen there. Upon the bank they sitting did espy a dainty damsel, dressing of her hair, by whom a little skippet floating did appear. She them espying, loud to them can call, bidding them nigher draw unto the shore, for she had cause to busy them withal, and therewith loudly laughed. But nay the more would they once turn, but kept on as afore, which when she saw, she left her locks undight, and running to her boat without an oar, from the departing land it launched light, and after them did drive with all her power and might. Whom overtaking, she in merry sort them gan to board and purpose diversely, now feigning dalliance and wanton sport, now throwing forth lewd words immodestly, till that the palmer gan full bitterly her to rebuke, for being loose and light, which not abiding, but more scornfully scoffing at him, that did her justly white, she turned her boat about, and from them rowed quite. That was the wanton Phaedria, which late did ferry him over the idle lake, whom naught regarding, they kept on their gate, and all her vain allurements did forsake, when them the wary boatman thus bespake: "Here now behoveth us well to avise, and of our safety good heed to take, for here before a perilous passage lies, where many mermaids haunt, making false melodies. But by the way there is a great quicksand, and a whirlpool of hidden jeopardy. Therefore, Sir Palmer, keep an even hand, for 'twixt them both the narrow way doth lie." Scarce had he said, when hard at hand they spy that quicksand nigh with water covered, but by the checked wave they did descry it plain, and by the sea discoloured. It called was the quicksand of Unthriftyhead. They passing by a goodly ship did see, laden from far with precious merchandise, and bravely furnished as ship might be, which through great disaventure or misprise herself had run into that hazardise, whose mariners and merchants with much toil laboured in vain to have recur'd their prize, and the rich wares to save from piteous spoil, but neither toil nor travel might her back recoil. On t'other side they see the perilous pool, that called was the whirlpool of decay, in which full many had with hapless dool been sunk, of whom no memory did stay, whose circled waters wrapt with whirling sway, like to a restless wheel still running round, did covet, as they passed by that way, to draw the boat within the utmost bound of his wide labyrinth, and then to have them drowned. But the heedful boatman strongly forth did stretch his brawny arms, and all his body strain, that the utmost sandy breach they shortly fetch, whiles the dread danger does behind remain. Sudden they see from midst of all the main the surging waters like a mountain rise, and the great sea puffed up with proud disdain, to swell above the measure of his guise, as threatening to devour all that his power despise. The waves come rolling, and the billows roar, outrageously as they enraged were, or wrathful Neptune did them drive before his whirling chariot, for exceeding fear. For not one puff of wind there did appear, that all the three thereat wokes much afraid, unweeting what such horrors strange did rear. Eftsoons they saw an hideous host arrayed of huge sea monsters, such as living sense dismayed. Most ugly shapes and horrible aspects, such as Dame Nature self mote fear to see, or shame that ever should so foul defects from her most cunning hand escaped be, all dreadful portraits of deformity. Spring-headed hydras, and sea-shouldering whales, great whirlpools, which all fishes make to flee, bright scolopendres, armed with silver scales, mighty monoceros, with immeasured tails. The dreadful fish that hath deserved the name of death, and like him looks in dreadful hue, the grisly wasserman, that makes his game the flying ships with swiftness to pursue, the horrible sea satyr, that doth shew his fearful face in time of greatest storm, huge Xiphias, whom mariners eschew no less than rocks, as travellers inform, and greedy rose-marines with visages deform. All these, and thousands many more, and more deformed monsters thousandfold, with dreadful noise and hollow rumbling roar, came rushing in the foamy waves enrolled, which seemed to fly for fear them to behold. Ne wonder if these did the night appall, for all that here on earth we dreadful hold, be but as bugs to fearing babes withal, compared to the creatures in the sea's entrawl. Fear not, then said the palmer well avised, for these same monsters are not these indeed, but are into these fearful shapes disguised, by that same wicked witch to work us dreed, and draw from on this journey to proceed. Though lifting up his virtuous staff on high, he smote the sea, which calmed was with speed, and all that dreadful army fast gan fly into great Tethys' bosom, where they hidden lie. Quit from that danger forth their course they kept, and as they went they heard a rueful cry of one that wailed and pitifully wept, that through the sea the resounding plaints did fly. At last they in an island did espy a seemly maiden, sitting by the shore, that with great sorrow and sad agony seemed some great misfortune to deplore, and loud to them for succour called evermore. Which Guyon hearing, straight his palmer bade to steer the boat towards that doleful maid, that he might know and ease her sorrow sad. Who him avising better, to him said, Fair sir, be not displeased if disobeyed, for ill it were to hearken to her cry, for she is inly nothing ill apaid, but only womanish fine forgery, your stubborn heart t'affect with frail infirmity. To which when she your courage hath inclined through foolish pity, then her guileful bait she will embosom deeper in your mind, and for your ruin at the last await. The night was ruled, and the boatman straight held on his course with steadfastness, ne ever shrunk, ne ever sought to bait his tired arms for toilsome weariness, but with his oars did sweep the watery wilderness. And now they nigh approached to the stead whereas those mermaids dwelt. It was a still and calmy bay, on the one side sheltered with the broad shadow of an hoary hill, and on the other side an high rock towered still, that twixt them both a pleasant port they made, and did like an half theatre fulfill. There those 5 sisters had continual trade, and used to bathe themselves in that deceitful shade. They were fair ladies, till they fondly strived with the Heliconian maids for mastery, of whom they overcomen were deprived of their proud beauty, and the one moiety transformed to fish, for their bold circuitry. But the upper half their hue retained still, and their sweet skill in wonted melody, which ever after they abused to ill, to lure weak travellers, whom gotten they did kill. So now to Guyon as he passed by, their pleasant tunes they sweetly thus applied. O thou fair son of gentle Faerie, thou art in mighty arms most magnified above all knights that ever battle tried. O turn thy rudder hitherward a while, here may thy storm-bet vessel safely ride. This is the port of rest from troublous toil, the world's sweet inn from pain and wearisome turmoil. With that the rolling sea resounding soft, in his big bass them fitly answered, and on the rock the waves breaking aloft, a solemn mien unto them measured, the whiles sweet Zephyrus loud whistled his treble, a strange kind of harmony, which Guyon's senses softly tickled, that he the boatman bade row easily, and let him hear some part of their rare melody. But him the palmer from that vanity with temperate advice discounselled, that they it passed, and shortly gan descry the land to which their course they levelled, when suddenly a gross fog overspread with his dull vapour all that desert has, and heaven's cheerful face enveloped, that all things won, and won as nothing was. And this great universe seemed one confused mass. Thereat they greatly were dismayed, ne wist how to direct their way in darkness wide, but feared to wander in that wasteful mist, for tumbling into mischief unespied. Worse is the danger hidden than descried. Suddenly in innumerable flight of harmful fowls about them fluttering cried, and with their wicked wings them oft did smite, and sore annoyed groping in that grisly night. Even all the nation of unfortunate and fatal birds about them flocked were, such as by nature men abhor and hate. The ill-faced owl, death's dreadful messenger, the hoarse night raven, trump of doleful drear, the leather-winged bat, day's enemy, the rueful stritch, still waiting on the bier, the whistler shrill, that whoso hears doth die, the hellish harpies, prophets of sad destiny. All those, and all that else does horror breed, about them flew, and filled their sails with fear. Yet stayed they not, but forward did proceed, whiles the one did row, and the other stiffly steer, till that at last the weather gan to clear, and the fair land itself did plainly show. Said then the palmer, Lo, where does appear the sacred soil, where all our perils grow? Therefore, Sir Knight, your ready arms about you throw. He hearkened, and his arms about him took, the whiles the nimble boat so well her sped, that with her crooked keel the land she strook. Then forth the noble Guyon sallied, and his sage palmer that him governed. But the other by his boat behind did stay. They marched fairly forth, of naught ydread, both firmly armed for every hard assay, with constancy and care gainst danger and dismay. Ere long they heard an hideous bellowing of many beasts, that roared outrageously, as if that hunger's point or Venus' sting had them enraged with fell circuitry. Yet naught they feared, but passed on hardily, until they came in view of those wild beasts, who all at once gaping full greedily and rearing fiercely their upstarting crests, ran towards to devour those unexpected guests. But soon as they approached with deadly threat, the palmer over them his staff upheld, his mighty staff that could all charms defeat. Eftsoons their stubborn courages were quelled, and high advanced crests down meekly felled. Instead of fraying, they themselves did fear, and trembled as them passing they beheld. Such wondrous power did in that staff appear, all monsters to subdue to him that did it bear. Of that same wood it framed was cunningly, of which Caduceus whilome was made. Caduceus, the rod of Mercury, with which he wonts the Stygian realms invade, through ghastly horror and eternal shade. The infernal fiends with it he can assuage, and Orcus tame, whom nothing can persuade, and rule the Furies when they most do rage. Such virtue in his staff had eke this palmer sage. Thence passing forth they shortly do arrive, whereas the bower of bliss was situate, a place picked out by choice of best alive, that nature's work by art can imitate, in which whatever in this worldly state is sweet and pleasing unto living sense, or that may daintiest fantasy agrate, was poured forth with plentiful dispense, and made there to abound with lavish affluence. Goodly it was enclosed round about, as well there entered guests, to keep within, as those unruly beasts to hold without. Yet was the fence thereof but weak and thin, naught feared their force that fortilege to win, but wisdom's power and temperance's might, by which the mightiest things aforesaid been. And eke the gate was wrought of substance light, rather for pleasure than for battery or fight. It framed was of precious ivory, that seemed a work of admirable wit, and therein all the famous history of Jason and Medea was ywrit, her mighty charms, her furious loving fit, his goodly conquest of the golden fleece, his falsed faith and love too lightly flit, the wondered Argo, which in venturous peace first through the Euxine seas bore all the flower of Greece. Ye might have seen the frothy billows fry under the ship, as thorough them she went, that seemed the waves were into ivory, or ivory into the waves were sent, and other, where the snowy substance sprent with vermel, like the boy's blood therein shed, a piteous spectacle did represent, and otherwhiles with gold besprinkled. It seemed the enchanted flame which did Creusa wed. All this and more might in that goodly gate be read, that ever open stood to all which thither came. But in the porch there sate a comely personage of stature tall, and semblance pleasing, more than natural, that travellers to him seemed to entice. His looser garment to the ground did fall, and flew about his heels in wanton wise, not fit for speedy pace or manly exercise. They in that place him genius did call, not that celestial power to whom the care of life and a generation of all that lives pertains in charge particular, who wondrous things concerning our welfare and strange phantoms doth let us oft foresee, and oft of secret ill bids us beware. That is our self, whom though we do not see, yet each doth in himself it well perceive to be. Therefore a god him sage antiquity did wisely make, and good Agadistes call. But this same was to that quite contrary, the foe of life, that good envies to all, that secretly doth us procure to fall, through guileful semblance, which he makes us see. He of this garden had the governal, and pleasure's porter was devised to be, holding a staff in hand for more formality. With divers flowers he daintily was decked, and strowed round about, and by his side a mighty mazer bowl of wine was set, as if it had to him been sacrified, wherewith all new-come guests he gratified. So did he eke Sir Guyon passing by, but he his idle courtesy defied, and overthrew his bowl disdainfully, and broke his staff, with which he charmed semblance sly. Thus being entered, they behold around a large and spacious plain, on every side strowed with pleasance, whose fair grassy ground, mantled with green, and goodly beautified with all the ornaments of Flora's pride, wherewith her mother art, as half in scorn of niggard nature, like a pompous bride did deck her, and too lavishly adorn, when forth from virgin bower she comes in the early morn. Thereto the heavens, always jovial, looked on them lovely, still in steadfast state, ne suffered storm nor frost on them to fall, their tender buds or leaves to violate, nor scorching heat nor cold intemperate, to afflict the creatures which therein did dwell, but the mild air with season moderate, gently attempered, and disposed so well, that still it breathed forth sweet spirit and wholesome smell, more sweet and wholesome than the pleasant hill of Rhodope, on which the Nymphe that bore a giant babe herself for grief did kill, or the Thessalian Tempe, where of yore fair Daphne Phoebus' heart with love did gore, or Ida, where the gods loved to repair whenever they their heavenly bowers forlore, or sweet Parnasse, the haunt of Muses fair, or Eden's self, if aught with Eden mote compare. Much wondered Guyon at the fair aspect of that sweet place, yet suffered no delight to sink into his sense, nor mind affect, but passed forth, and looked still forward right, bridling his will and mastering his might, till that he came unto another gate, no gate but like one, being goodly dight with boughs and branches, which did broad dilate their clasping arms in wanton wreathings intricate. So fashioned a porch with rare device, arched overhead with an embracing vine, whose bunches hanging down seemed to entice all passers by to taste their luscious wine, and did themselves into their hands incline, as freely offering to be gathered, some deep empurpled as the hyacinth, some as the rubine, laughing sweetly red, some like fair emerods, not yet well ripened. And them amongst some were of burnished gold, so made by art to beautify the rest, which did themselves amongst the leaves enfold, as lurking from the view of covetous guest, that the weak boughs, with so rich load oppressed, did bow adown as overburdened. Under that porch a comely dame did rest, clad in fair weeds but foul disordered, and garments loose that seemed unmeet for womanhead. In her left hand a cup of gold she held, and with her right the riper fruit did reach, whole sappy liquor, that with fullness swelled, into her cup she screwsed, with dainty breach of her fine fingers, without foul empeach. That so fair winepress made the wine more sweet, thereof she used to give to drink to each, whom passing by she happened to meet. It was her guise all strangers goodly so to greet. So she to Guyon offered it to taste, who taking it out of her tender hand, the cup to ground did violently cast, that all in pieces it was broken fond, and with the liquor stained all the laund, whereat excess exceedingly was wroth, yet note the same amend, ne yet withstond, but suffered him to pass, all were she loath, who not regarding her displeasure forward goeth. There the most dainty paradise on ground itself doth offer to his sober eye, in which all pleasures plenteously abound, and none does others' happiness envy. The painted flowers, the trees upshooting high, the dales for shade, the hills for breathing space, the trembling groves, the crystal running by, and that which all fair works doth most aggrace, the art which all that wrought appeared in no place. One would have thought, so cunningly the rude and scorned parts were mingled with the fine, that nature had for wantonness ensued art, and that art at nature did repine. So striving each th'other to undermine, each did the other's work more beautify. So differing both in wills, agreed in fine. So all agreed through sweet diversity, this garden to adorn with all variety. And in the midst of all a fountain stood of richest substance that on earth might be, so pure and shiny that the silver flood through every channel running one might see. Most goodly it with curious imagery was overwrought, and shapes of naked boys, of which some seemed with lively jollity to fly about, playing their wanton toys, whilst others did themselves embay in liquid joys. And over all of purest gold was spread a trail of ivy in his native hue, for the rich metal was so colored, that wight who did not well avised it view would surely deem it to be ivy true. Lo, his lascivious arms adown did creep, that themselves dipping in the silver dew, their fleecy flowers they tenderly did steep, which drops of crystal seemed for wantons to weep. Infinite streams continually did well out of this fountain, sweet and fair to see, the which into an ample laver fell, and shortly grew to so great quantity, that like a little lake it seemed to be, whose depth exceeded not 3 cubits height, that through the waves one might the bottom see, all paved beneath with jasper shining bright, that seemed the fountain in that sea did sail upright. And all the margent round about was set with shady laurel trees, thence to defend the sunny beams, which on the billows bet, and those which therein bathed mote offend, as Guyon happened by the same to wend 2 naked damsels he therein espied, which therein bathing seemed to contend, and wrestle wantonly, ne cared to hide their dainty parts from view of any which them eyed. Sometimes the one would lift the other quite above the waters, and then down again her plong, as overmastered by might, where both a while would covered remain, and each the other from to rise restrain, the whiles their snowy limbs, as through a veil, so through the crystal waves appeared plain. Then suddenly both would themselves unheal, and th'amorous sweet spoils to greedy eyes reveal, as that fair star, the messenger of morn, his dewy face out of the sea doth rear, or as the Cyprian goddess, newly born of the ocean's fruitful froth, did first appear. Such seemed they, and so their yellow hair crystalline humour dropped down apace, whom such when Guyon saw, he drew him near, and somewhat gan relent his earnest pace, his stubborn breast gan secret pleasance to embrace. The wanton maidens, him espying, stood gazing a while at his unwonted guise. Then th'other one herself low ducked in the flood, abashed that her estranger did avise. But the other rather higher did arise, and her 2 lily paps aloft displayed, and all that might his melting heart entice to her delights she unto him bewrayed, the rest hid underneath him more desirous made. With that the other likewise up arose, and her fair locks, which formerly were bound up in one knot, she low adown did loose, which flowing long and thick her clothed around, and the ivory in golden mantle gowned, so that fair spectacle from him was reft, yet that which reft it no less fair was found. So hidden locks and waves from lookers theft, naught but her lovely face she for his looking left. Withal she laughed, and she blushed withal, that blushing to her laughter gave more grace, and laughter to her blushing as did fall. Now when they spied the knight to slack his pace, them to behold, and in his sparkling face the secret signs of kindled lust appear, their wanton merriments they did increase, and to him beckoned to approach more near, and shewed him many sights that courage cold could rear. On which when gazing him the palmer saw, he much rebuked those wandering eyes of his, and counselled well, him forward thence did draw. Now are they come nigh to the bower of bliss of her fond favourites, so named amiss. When thus the palmer, now, sir, well avise, for here the end of all our travel is. Here one's Acrasia, whom we must surprise, else she will slip away, and all our drift despise. Eftsoons they heard a most melodious sound of all that mote delight a dainty ear, such as at once might not on living ground, save in this paradise, be heard elsewhere. Right hard it was for wight which did it hear to read what manner music that mote be, for all that pleasing is to living ear was there consorted in one harmony, birds' voices, instruments, winds, waters, all agree. The joyous birds shrouded in cheerful shade, their notes unto the voice attempered sweet. Th' angelical soft trembling voices made to the instruments divine respondence meet. The silver sounding instruments did meet with the bass murmur of the waters fall. The waters fall with difference discreet, now soft, now loud, unto the wind did call. The gentle warbling wind low answered to all. There whence that music seemed heard to be, was the fair witch herself now solacing with a new lover, whom through sorcery and witchcraft she from far did thither bring. There she had him now laid a slumbering in secret shade, after long wanton joys, whilst round about them pleasantly did sing many fair ladies and lascivious boys, that ever mixed their song with light licentious toys. And all that while right over him she hung, with her false eyes fast fixed in his sight, as seeking medicine whence she was stung, or greedily depasturing delight, and oft inclining down with kisses light, for fear of waking him, his lips bedewed, and through his humid eyes did suck his sprite, quite molten into lust and pleasure lewd, wherewith she sighed soft, as if his case she rued. The whiles some one did chaunt this lovely lay: Ah, see, who so fair thing dost feign to see, in springing flower the image of thy day? Ah, see the virgin rose, how sweetly she doth first peep forth with bashful modesty, that fairer seems the less ye see her may. Lo, see soon after how more bold and free her bared bosom she doth broad display. Lo, see soon after how she fades and falls away. So passeth in the passing of a day of mortal life the leaf, the bud, the flower, ne more doth flourish after first decay, that erst was sought to deck both bed and bower of many a lady and many a paramour. Gather therefore the rose whilst yet is prime, for soon comes age that will her pride deflower. Gather the rose of love whilst yet is time, whilst loving thou mayst loved be with equal crime. He ceased, and then gan all the choir of birds their divers notes to tune unto his lay, as in approvance of his pleasing words. The constant pair heard all that he did say, yet swerved not, but kept their forward way, through many covert groves and thickets close. in which they creeping did at last display that wanton lady with her lover loose, whose sleepy head she in her lap did soft dispose. Upon a bed of roses she was laid, as faint through heat, or dight to pleasant sin, and was arrayed, or rather disarrayed, all in a veil of silk and silver thin, that hid no whit her alabaster skin, but rather showed more white, if more might be, more subtile web Arachne cannot spin, nor the fine nets which oft we woven see of scorched dew do not in the air more lightly flee. Her snowy breast was bare to ready spoil of hungry eyes, which note therewith be filled, and yet through languor of her late sweet toil, few drops more dear than nectar forth distilled, that like pure orient pearls adown it trilled, and her fair eyes, sweet smiling in delight, moistened their fiery beams, with which she thrilled frail hearts, yet quenched not, like starry light, which sparkling on the silent waves does seem more bright. The young man sleeping by her seemed to be some goodly swain of honourable place, that certes it great pity was to see him his nobility so foul deface. A sweet regard and amiable grace, mixed with manly sternness, did appear, yet sleeping, in his well proportioned face, and on his tender lips the downy hair did now but freshly spring, and silken blossoms bear. His warlike arms, the idle instruments of sleeping praise, and his brave shield, full of gold monuments, was foully wrest, that none the signs might see. Ne for them, ne for honour carried he, ne aught that did to his advancement tend, but in lewd loves and wasteful luxury his days, his goods, his body he did spend. O horrible enchantment that him so did blend! The noble elf in careful palmer drew so nigh them, minding naught but lustful game, that sudden forth they on them rushed, and threw a subtile net, which only for the same the skilful palmer formerly did frame, so held them under fast, the whiles the rest fled all away for fear of fouler shame. The fair enchantress, so unwares oppressed, tried all her arts and all her sleights, thence out to wrest, and eke her lover strove, but all in vain, for that same net so cunningly was wound, that neither guile nor force might it distrain. They took them both, and both them strongly bound in captive bands, which there they ready found. But her in chains of adamant he tied, for nothing else might keep her safe and sound. But verdant, so he hight, he soon untied, and counsel sage in stead thereof to him applied. But all those pleasant bowers and palace brave Guyon broke down with rigour pitiless, ne aught their goodly workmanship might save them from the tempest of his wrathfulness, but that their bliss he turned to balefulness. Their groves he felled, their gardens did deface, their arbours spoil, their cabinets suppress, their banquet houses burn, their buildings race, and of the fairest late now made the foulest place. Then led they her away, and eke that night they with them led, both sorrowful and sad. The way they came, the same returned they right, till they arrived where they lately had charmed those wild beasts, that raged with fury mad, which now awaking fierce at them gen fly, as in their mistress rescue, whom they lad. But them the palmer soon did pacify, Then Guyon asked what meant those beasts which there did lie. Said he, these seeming beasts are men indeed, whom this enchantress hath transformed thus, whilome her lovers, which her lusts did feed, now turned into figures hideous, according to their minds like monstrous. Sad end, quoth he, of life intemperate, and mournful meed of joys delicious. But Palmer, if it mote thee so agrate, let them returned be unto their former state. Straightway he with his virtuous staff them strook, and straight of beasts they comely men became. Yet being men, they did unmanly look, and stared ghastly, some for inward shame, and some for wrath to see their captive dame, but one above the rest in special, that had an hog been late hight Grill by name, repined greatly, and did him miscall, that had from hoggish form him brought to natural. Said Guyon, see the mind of beastly man, that hath so soon forgot the excellence of his creation, when he life began, that now he chooseth, with vile difference, to be a beast and lack intelligence. To whom the Palmer thus, the dunghill kind delights in filth and foul incontinence. Let Grill be Grill, and have his hoggish mind, but let us hence depart, whilst weather serves and wind. End of Canto 12. End of Book 2. The Legend of Sir Guyon.